Chapter 13 New Acquaintances. Katsuchi stood nervously in front of the door to Naruto's apartment, just like she had been doing so for the last 5 minutes. It was still morning as she had woken up early in hopes of meeting with the blonde before he left to start his day. Last night, she had resolved to apologize to the Jinchuriki for her lousy behavior towards him the day before, but apologizing wasn't exactly her strongest suit and, because of that, she was unsure of how to go about it. She could just say a simple "I'm sorry," but even that would be difficult enough for her, and she figured it wouldn't cut it. She decided that she might as well do it quickly and be done with it, that way at least the awkward moment wouldn't be too long. So she took a deep breath to gather her confidence as she brought up her fist to knock on the door, but before she did, the door opened to reveal a weary Naruto still wearing his pajamas. Naruto's sleepy eyes widened in surprise when he saw the girl standing on his doorstep. "Katsuchi? I didn't know you were here," said Naruto before rubbing his face with a free hand to try to remove his drowsiness. Katsuchi froze in place momentarily at the unexpected appearance of the boy, and as a result, she only managed to stammer a response. I just wanted to see what you were up to," said the girl with uncertainty, and she berated herself mentally for the stupid comment. Naruto blinked slowly in confusion. Yesterday the girl had told him to not bother her ever again, and now she just passing by to see what he was doing? "Well, I just woke up and was about to water my plants is all," said the blonde as he lifted a watering can with his hand. Katsuchi raised an eyebrow at that before glancing to the small pots with flowers that were beside the door that she had never paid attention until now. "I didn't know you were into gardening," commented the kunoichi. "I used to be more invested in it before I left as I couldn't really do it when I was traveling with Ero-senin," explained the blonde as he scratched the back of his head. "I was expecting to find them all dried up by now, but it's good to see that Kakashi-sensei actually took care of them while I was away." "I see." Katsuchi was at a loss for words. She didn't expect Naruto to be in such a hobby. It just seemed too calming of an activity for the energetic boy, but it was okay, she supposed. Having a tranquil hobby could be good for anyone, especially Naruto. Then they just stood there silently without knowing what to say, until finally, Naruto cleared his throat to get rid of the uncomfortable silence. "So, you want to come in, maybe?" asked the blonde with politeness. Katsuchi remembered what she came here for and her nerves returned once again. "Sure," replied the girl as Naruto held the door open for her to come in. As she entered, Katsuchi could sense the Anbu watching over her shift their position to have a better view inside the apartment from the window, but she couldn't blame them for distrusting her around Naruto after the scene she made the day before, and especially after she got her sword back. Once inside in Naruto's home, she glanced around the small place, and she noted that the blonde's apartment was even smaller than hers. It was a single room with a door that led to the bathroom and another one to a small kitchen. She could see an unmade bed and scattered clothes just beside the entrance door, and there was a simple cabinet on the opposite wall. All in all, it wasn't very spacious at all. Naruto soon joined her after he closed the door, and he stood awkwardly on the door of the kitchen. "You want anything to eat? Though I just have instant ramen right now," offered Naruto with uncertainty as he still found the girl's visit unusual. Katsuchi rolled her eyes at the selection of food. "Of course you would only have ramen," said the girl with a small smirk. Naruto pouted at the jab to his love for ramen. "We just recently came back. I haven't bought any groceries yet," informed the annoyed blonde. Katsuchi bit her lip with a frown, feeling guilty at her own thoughtless disregard for the boy's hospitality. After all, she came here to apologize to the blonde, not to make him feel worse. "Nice going, Katsuchi," thought the girl sarcastically. She was really trying to act nice to the guy, but she was so used to antagonizing him that she found it hard to be civil. "I mean, it's okay, I'm not hungry," said the IWA shinobi despite actually being starving. "I just came here to talk anyway." Naruto tilted his head in wonder. About what? She looked away embarrassed as she grabbed her forearm with her other hand, unable to look him in the eye. "Do you mind if I sit down?" asked the girl tentatively. "Sure, go ahead," answered Naruto with the same uncertain expression. Katsuchi nodded appreciatively and promptly sat down on the edge of the blonde's bed. She then stayed quiet as she thought of what to say to the boy, and Naruto just stood there leaning on his wall, feeling awkward at the uncomfortable silence. So when the girl did speak up, Naruto couldn't help but give a small, startled jump. "Look, Naruto, about yesterday, I just wanted to say that." The girl tried to explain, as she nervously twiddled her thumbs trying to bring herself to say the words. Naruto's looked saddened as he guessed on what the girl came to say to him. "It's okay, I know what you're trying to say," said the boy with melancholy. "You do?" asked the girl with a hopeful look and feeling relieved momentarily for not having to outright say she was sorry. "You don't have to tell me again, I know I should just leave you alone," elaborated the blonde with the same sad look. "What?" asked the puzzled Katsuchi with an alarmed look as she realized that the blonde got the wrong idea. "You hate me, I get it. So I'll try not bother you anymore," continued the blonde. "That wasn't what I was gonna dash. It's my fault for not listening to you. I didn't mean to be annoying." Naruto inadvertently cut off the girl. "Look, that was dash. I just acted without thinking, I know," the blonde interrupted again. "Would you let me dash? Even when dash?" "Shut the fuck up, you moron," shouted an angry Katsuchi as she sat up and made Naruto shrink with fear of her sudden outburst. "I'm trying to apologize, god damn it. And you aren't making it any easier," reprimanded the irate Kunoichi. "Alright, you don't have to yell." Wait, you wanna apologize?" asked the confused Jinchuriki. "That's what I've been trying to say, if your big mouth would just let me," said Katsuchi in exasperation. "But I don't get it. You were so angry yesterday. I thought you didn't want to have anything to do with me anymore," reasoned the boy. The pink-eyed girl sighed to try and regain her composture before explaining herself. "Look, I was angry and scared," the girl added mentally, "and I kind of took it all on you, and it wasn't fair." As she explained herself, her guilt had returned full force and in shame was avoiding eye contact with the blonde again. Naruto was wide-eyed and at a loss for words. He hadn't expected the girl to apologize to him in a million years, but he just decided to go with it, and after a moment, he soon gave her a warm grin. "Don't worry about it, it's all good," said Naruto cheerfully, accepting her apology. Now, he felt glad that his original guess on the girl's character hadn't been wrong after all. Katsuchi felt relieved hearing Naruto forgive her, but considering his good nature it wasn't that surprising. "So, what do you say? Friends?" asked the blonde tentatively with his trademark grin. "Don't get the wrong idea. I said I was sorry that I treated you so harshly. I didn't say we were friends," clarified the girl with a serious face which earned her a disappointed look from the young Jinchuriki, but she soon smirked to add something else. "But I guess I can try to get along at the very least." Naruto was grinning from ear to ear after hearing her say that. Even if she didn't say they were friends, that didn't mean they couldn't become later, right? After all, some of his friends started out hating him at first, so this wasn't so bad. "Is good enough for me," replied the boy. "Emphasis on try, mind you," remarked the girl. After all, this was Naruto she was talking about, so she was sure that he was bound to irritate her in the future. "Don't worry, as long as you give me a chance I can show you that being here isn't so bad," exclaimed the outgoing Naruto. She seriously doubted he could, but she was going to humor him. It wasn't like she had anything else to do as long as she was stuck in this shithole. However, she remembered to mention something else. "By the way, I saw what you did to my sword," said the girl in a somewhat timid voice, once again holding her forearm and avoiding his gaze. For a moment, Naruto was reminded of Hinata by her behavior. "You did," said Naruto, glad that Jiraiya had managed to deliver the scroll to the girl. "What did you think about it? You like it?" asked the blonde. Katsuchi gently nodded, still not meeting his eyes. "That sword is very important to me, so what you did means a lot." "It was a nice gesture," finished the girl with a small genuine grin and a slight blush. Naruto responded with a gentle smile of his own. "You are welcome." Now that the reconciliation was out of the way, the conversation went silent, and once again they stood awkwardly before each other until Naruto cleared his throat to break said silence before it dragged for too long. "Well, seeing as I don't have much food here, what do you say about going for something to eat?" suggested the blonde. Katsuchi thought about it for a moment, but in the end her hunger won. After all, she hadn't eaten anything for a few days now. She guessed that the medics had been giving her vitamins to nourish her when she was unconscious, but it wasn't the same as actually eating. Seems good to me, but maybe you could give me a tour of the village first? Asked the girl, since now that she thought about it, she was in urgent need of some new garments, as the only change of clothes she had were the ones she was currently wearing, and since she had been using the same outfit for weeks, it was really starting to get worn down, not to mention it was starting to smell. Even if she had washed it a few times, there was only so much you could do if it was the only thing you wore. Naruto was delighted to see the girl show some interest in his home, so he was all up for showing her around. No problem. I'll put on some clothes and we'll go right away, Databeo, said the blonde before grabbing some clothes from his closet and rushing into the bathroom to dress privately. After that, a few minutes later, Naruto, Katsuchi, and the Yenbyu guarding her were wandering Konoha's marketplace with the eager blonde giving his comment on each store or building to Katsuchi. And in that place you can buy furniture, though I never bother too much with those things. But I've heard it's a good place, said Naruto as he finished yet another explanation of a random locale. Very thrilling, said Katsuchi with disinterest, barely paying any mind to the blonde's comments as she searched for a clothing store while he ran his mouth. However, she was being distracted by the glares people sent their way. She guessed that the hateful stares were for Naruto since she had refrained from wearing her IWA headband to not risk people refusing to sell her, though sooner or later it would become common knowledge who she was, and in due time it wouldn't matter if she had her forehead protector or not. She supposed that Naruto learned to ignore them, but she wasn't surprised at all by this since she knew perfectly well how Jinchuriki were usually treated even in their villages. She herself hadn't been fond of Han or Rashi as she had been conditioned since childhood to be wary of them, so she wondered how Naruto managed to be so cheerful and carefree in face of such mistreatment. That was the reason Han and Rashi were kept away and isolated from the rest of the village, since they couldn't stand the people's hate. In fact, that was almost always the reason when Jinchuriki were kept away from everyone. Heck, she heard that the Ichibi Jinchuriki used to be a psycho before he became Kazakage. But despite that, soon enough she spotted a place that seemed to sell ninja clothes, so she grabbed Naruto by the sleeve of his jacket to make him stop. What's up? Did anything catch your eye? Asked Naruto, wondering why the girl decided to stop. I want to go there, replied the girl as she pointed at the store. Naruto glanced curiously to the clothing store and nodded in approval. I don't see why not, let's go, said the blonde as he led the way. After all, he was going to be paying for the girl's expenses as Tsunade had ordered. When they entered, Katsuchi could see a wide array of clothes for shinobi, but she could only see Konoha's uniforms mostly. Not surprising considering where she was, but it would make finding clothes harder. Nevertheless, she managed to find garments just like the ones she used to wear, or at least close enough that the difference would be minimal. She wasn't one for flashy outfits anyway, as simple taste meant efficiency, and as a shinobi, that was much more important than fashion. So in the end, she just settled for getting about a dozen changes of her usual attire and left it at that. After she bought her new clothes, she promptly sealed them in a scroll before putting it away on her weapons pouch, which was empty save for the scroll containing her sword, as all her weapons were taken away when she had been imprisoned. When they exited the store, it was already afternoon, and by now Katsuchi's hunger had gotten even worse since they didn't get breakfast in the end. I think now we should go for your original idea and get some food, don't you think? Asked Katsuchi to the Jinchuriki. You are right, I'm starving myself, said the blonde with a thoughtful look as he pondered on a good place to go right now. I know, how about? Don't say we should get ramen, berated the girl preemptively. I wasn't gonna say that, said Naruto in indignation. Seriously, I eat other things besides ramen, you know? I'll believe it when I see it, said the kunoichi in doubt. So, what do you have in mind? Inquired the prodigy. I remember you mentioned that you liked barbecue, right? Because I know a good place nearby that sells just that, replied Naruto. Katsuchi raised an eyebrow at that. She didn't expect the blonde to remember that. She herself had forgotten that she had mentioned it to him. In that case, what are we waiting for? I don't think that it can compare to the food in IWA, but whatever. Beggars can't be choosers. Naruto then quickly took Katsuchi to a rather big restaurant named Yakiniku Q, which in Katsuchi's opinion looked pretty nice. It was of a sizable size and didn't seem like a cheap place. All in all, it surprised the girl that Naruto even went there. It actually looks half decent. I didn't expect you to frequent a place like this, commented the girl curiously. To be honest, I don't come here that often. I only know about it because sometimes I accompany Ino, Chuji, and Shikamaru, explained the blonde. Katsuchi nodded in understanding. That made sense. She supposed the blonde would just rather stick to his precious ramen if he could help it. Naruto, over here. And speaking of the devil, both teenagers glanced to the source of the voice to find Ino along with Team 10 calling out to the blonde, and this time, even Asuma was present. What a coincidence. I was wondering if I would see you guys here, exclaimed the blonde to his approaching friends. Glad to see you so soon after you ditched us so suddenly the last time, berated the Yamanaka. I don't think that was Naruto's fault, Ino. Chuji defended the blonde, all the while munching on some chips like always. Good to see you again safe and sound, kid. Considering what happened to you, said Asuma in greeting to the boy. Asuma was a tall man with black spiky hair and beard. He wore the usual Konoha uniform with the sole modification of having a white sash in his waist with the symbol of the 12 Guardian Ninja. It's weird to see you here, without us having invited you beforehand, added Shikamaru in his usual lazy manner. And who is your friend, by the way? Inquired Ino with a smile as she looked over Katsuchi. I don't think I've seen you before, said the mind reader to the IWA girl. I'm new around here, Katsuchi said plainly. She didn't particularly enjoy the way Naruto's friends were eyeing her suspiciously, but she chose not to comment on it. Shikamaru, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, whispered Chuji into the ear of his best friend. I feel the same way, the genius responded back. He actually had an idea of who she could be. He remembered when Kakashi rushed by the village gates when he came back the other day carrying someone, and despite just barely seeing the person, it was enough that he could see the resemblance. Besides, Sakura had told them that they brought an IWA kunoichi with them, so it was likely that this girl was the same person even if he couldn't be sure right now. Also, he could barely catch a glimpse of an Anbu hiding in a tree, which only made his suspicions stronger. On the other hand, Asuma was openly staring at the girl with distrust. As an elite jounin, he had already been informed of the girl, and he was going to do what any shinobi worth their headbands do, and be wary around a potential enemy. Naruto noticed the way Asuma was looking at the IWA kunoichi, which made the rest of Team 10 get looks of wonder on their faces because of their teacher's weird behavior, so the Jinchuriki decided to try something. Hey guys, can I talk to you for a minute? Asked the blonde to his comrades with nervousness at the uncomfortable atmosphere. I'll be right back, Katsuchi. This will be quick, assured the blonde to the girl. Katsuchi just nodded stoically as she had a pretty good guess already on what Naruto was going to discuss with his friends. All of Team 10, with the exception of Asuma, got further confused by Naruto's attitude, but complied with his request nonetheless. Once they got out of hearing range from Katsuchi, Ino finally talked. What's up, Naruto? Why did you need to talk to us away from your friend? Asked the Yamanaka. Please guys, I wanted to ask you to make an effort to get along with Katsuchi, okay? Pleaded the blonde with his hands clapped together in front of him. Why do you even need to ask? Inquired a confused Chuji. He didn't see a reason why Naruto had to talk to them to convince them to be nice to the girl. I mean, wasn't that the common thing to do if you were being polite? Because she is an enemy, said Shikamaru with seriousness, which caught the astonished attention of everyone present. I am right, isn't it, Asuma? Said the shadow user to his sensei. Asuma glanced at Shikamaru with surprise. So, he already managed to deduce it. You are as clever as ever, Shikamaru, thought the man before looking at the wide-eyed faces of his other two students. Shikamaru is correct. Not only is the girl from IWA an enemy nation, but she was also part of the unit sent to capture Naruto here and kill Jiraiya-sama. In fact, she and her friends are the reason Naruto went missing a while ago, explained the man sternly. She was one of them? Asked Chuji, still dumbfounded. He didn't think the girl looked like a bad person, but looks could be deceiving, especially among ninja. She did what? Screeched Ino before turning to Naruto. If that's the case, why are you defending her? Don't you see that it's dangerous to have someone like that walking around? said the alarmed girl. Naruto lifted his hands in front of him in a placatory manner. Come on guys, she isn't that bad. If you get to know her, I'm sure you'll like her, assured the Jinchuriki. Like hell she isn't. She almost killed you, said the still enraged Ino. Ino is right, Naruto, said Shikamaru with the same stern face. Trusting someone like her isn't smart. Naruto looked deflated to hear his old friends bash the girl, but he still attempted to reason with them. Guys, I know it doesn't look good, and yes, she did something bad to me. Terrible even, the blonde started to explain before he glanced at the ground sadly as he elaborated. But she has helped me before, and I got to know her better, and I realized that she is a good girl, and that has just made some mistakes. She was going to be imprisoned actually, but I managed to convince Tsunade-bachan not to. Naruto saw that their friends had thoughtful looks, which meant that they were considering it, so he continued. But even then, now she is captive in our village with not a single friend besides me, and a lot of people here would gladly watch her die just because of who she is when she doesn't deserve it. Please guys, as a friend, I only ask you to give it a shot. By the time Naruto finished, the looks of Team 10 had softened considerably. They still looked wary, but at least they didn't look outright hostile anymore, and they all were debating on what to do about this situation. Chuji didn't know what to think. Now that he knew that the girl tried to kill one of his friends, that made it harder for him to trust her. But on the other hand, he also knew that as shinobi they sometimes were ordered to do unsavory things for the sake of a mission. So maybe the girl was put into a similar situation, and now she regretted it? Anyway, there was no way to tell unless they gave her a chance. Well, she doesn't seem so bad, and considering that you were the one she wronged, if you are willing to forgive her, then I guess I can give her the benefit of the doubt, said Chuji to Naruto with a smile. Thank you, Chuji, replied Naruto with a grateful smile of his own. Ino gave a deep sigh before she gave her opinion. Well, it wouldn't be the first time you befriend someone that used to want you dead, and it turned out fine in the past, so I guess I can give this a shot too, said a grinning Ino. Thanks a lot to you too, Ino. I mean it, said Naruto with the same gratitude. Don't mention it. Besides, having more girlfriends is always good, right? Replied Ino with a wink. And what about you, Shikamaru? Said Naruto to the lazy genius, and everyone else turned to look expectantly at the Nara. Shikamaru thought on the issue at hand for a moment longer, when he finally also gave a resigned sigh. I guess I can at least try to evaluate her character before writing her off completely. Naruto gave all his friends a heartwarming smile. Everyone, this means a lot to me, and I'm sure to Katsuchi too. You'll see she is a good girl. Okay, since my students seem no not have a problem with it, then I'll try to not be so harsh on her, reassured Asuma. Awesome. What do you guys think about eating together then? Said the eager blonde. I don't see why not, right guys? Asked Asuma to the trio, and seeing that none refused, it was practically an agreement. Now that everything was settled, they all returned to the restaurant's entrance to find Katsuchi leaning on the wall with her arms crossed waiting for them. You done? Asked the girl tentatively. Yep, all good, replied the Jinchuriki in excitement. By the way, my friends will be joining us, so I hope you don't mind. Katsuchi internally groaned. She didn't feel compelled to socialize with any of Konoha's inhabitants. Naruto she could tolerate since she was already used to doing it and didn't have a choice by this point, but she wasn't interested in getting to know his friends. However, she wasn't in any position to be rejecting such invitations, so she just decided to comply. Sure, no problem, said the girl unenthusiastically. So with that, everyone made their way together inside the restaurant and found a nice table that accommodated everyone. The tables were short and close to the ground, and one had to sit on small cushions on the floor to use as seats. So everyone sat down, and after quickly ordering a large portion of meat, they now sat cooking the small pieces to their own liking, with Naruto telling stories of his training to his friends. And that's how I made the Otama Rasengan. You should see Ero-Sennin's training. He is a slave driver, I tell you, said Naruto as he finished another one of his tales. I know what you mean. Asuma-sensei might not work as hard all the time, but when he does I can barely move for a few days, said Chuji before he swallowed a half-cooked piece of meat. Very interesting and all that, Naruto, but I believe we haven't been properly introduced to your friend yet, said Ino as she looked to the IWA girl and attempted to break the ice with her. Ino being Ino, She couldn't help but be curious about Naruto's new female friend, even if she was from IWA. "You are right," said a startled Naruto when he realized that he had yet to introduce them. "Kuratsuchi, these are my friends, the members of Team 10, said the blonde as he got Kuratsuchi's attention, who just glanced at him, giving him an attentive look. "This lazy guy right here is Shikamaru," said Naruto as he pointed at the Nara. "Hi," said Shikamaru plainly, seemingly not caring about being called lazy. "He is Chuji," said Naruto as he also pointed at his chubby friend. "Yo," responded Chuji with a wave, before he put yet another piece of meat in his mouth. "And I'm Yamanaka Ino. Nice to meet you," said Ino cheerfully, preferring to introduce herself personally. "Right, and finally we have Asuma-sensei," finished Naruto as he presented the leader of Team 10. "A pleasure," responded the man with a serious face and a lit cigarette in his mouth. "I'm Kuratsuchi," said the girl with little emotion as she cooked a few pieces of meat herself, as she showed no interest in the interaction. Asuma and Shikamaru narrowed their eyes at the girl's disrespect while Chuji just continued to eat casually and Ino didn't seem to mind. Naruto was starting to sweat due to his nerves as Kuratsuchi wasn't even making an effort to give a good impression, and he knew that the girl would benefit greatly from having some friends in Konoha if she was going to stay for a while. Not to mention that if his friends didn't like her, it could cause tensions with him later down the road as he had to be around the girl. "So, Kuratsuchi, what's your age?" "You look around the same age as us," said Ino curiously, still attempting to strike a conversation with the girl. "I'm 17. I'll turn 18 soon," answered Kuratsuchi as she grabbed a few pieces of meat to put on her plate. "Really? That's great. We are all 15 ourselves, so we aren't that far apart." "Well, with the exception of Asuma-sensei, of course, he is getting old," joked the platinum blonde. "Hey, I'm still quite young, you know," said Asuma defensively. "Yeah, whatever," said Ino, brushing off Asuma's comment. "And by the way, what is your rank?" "We turned Shunin a while ago, and you seem like a capable person," Ino asked curiously, and the question even got Asuma and Shikamaru's attention, as it would be useful to know how strong the girl was should she end up being dangerous. Kuratsuchi actually looked at Ino this time and saw the expectant faces of the rest of her team. She had a good idea of why they were so interested in knowing something like that, but she still answered truthfully. "I'm a jounin," said Kuratsuchi, seeing no reason to lie since it was better that they knew she was strong to make them wary of messing with her. "Wow, jounin already?" asked Chuji with shock. Asuma and Shikamaru didn't react surprised at all, mainly because Asuma was already informed of her rank when he was told about the girl, and Shikamaru had already guessed that the girl had to be good if she had been part of the squad sent to fight Jiraiya. "Impressive," said the dumbfounded Ino. "We all had a rough time even getting to Chunin, so you must be very skilled," complimented the Yamanaka. Thanks, I guess," said Kuratsuchi with uncertainty at how to act towards the friendly girl. "In fact, the only jounin around our age is Niji, but besides him, everyone else is Chunin," informed Ino before getting a thoughtful look. "But come to think of it, Naruto, aren't you still a genin?" asked Ino as she addressed the now embarrassed Jinchuriki. Kuratsuchi looked at the blonde sitting beside her with a look of amazement, for the first time showing some emotion since she met up with Team 10. "What? You are still a genin?" Naruto blushed with shame at being put on the spot. "Hey, it's not my fault. I didn't get to take the exam, since I was away with Ero Sennin," said Naruto, trying to explain himself as Ino wondered if she should have brought that up. Kuratsuchi stared silently at the blonde for a moment before she burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you are still a genin. Ha ha ha," said the hysterical girl with a finger pointing at Naruto, with tears in her eyes. "Knock it off, is not that big of a deal," said Naruto in indignation as his voice was muffled by her laugh. Of course, the girl was going to use any excuse she could find to make fun of him, and was precisely because of this that he didn't mention his rank earlier to her. Kuratsuchi continued to laugh, without caring about what the blonde said. However, she wasn't just laughing to make fun of the boy, but also because she went through so much trouble for a genin. IWA had sent an entire battalion to ensure the capture of the Kyuubi just to fail miserably and got most of them killed, and resulted in a chain of events that left her imprisoned with the biggest enemies of her home, and all that for a genin. So right now she didn't know if she was laughing at Naruto or at herself, probably more of the latter. Meanwhile, Team 10 stared in wonder and confusion at the weird interaction between Naruto and his supposed new friend. For them, it was weird seeing how she behaved with him considering how vehemently Naruto had spoken on her behalf when he convinced them to give her a chance, but Naruto always had a knack for befriending weird people and having even more weird relationships with them. After a couple of minutes, Kuratsuchi's laughter finally died off. "Oh man, I needed a good laugh," said the girl as she wiped off a tear from her eye. "You do have to admit it's pretty funny though," said Ino to Naruto, trying to keep the mood light. "Glad to see that you are having fun at my expense," said Naruto with annoyance. "Don't be so touchy, my little genin. It's all in good fun," said Kuratsuchi cheekily. "You don't have to worry, we always make fun of Naruto once in a while," said Ino with a grin. "Gee, thanks," said the orange-loving ninja with a deadpan expression. "We heard that you are from IWA," said Shikamaru as he addressed Kuratsuchi, testing the water to see more of the girl's character. "I am. You have a problem with that?" said Kuratsuchi with narrowed eyes. "Just making sure I'm well informed." "I personally don't mind where you are from," said the Nara with a shrug. "I think it's pretty cool," added Chuji. "I have never talked with someone from there before, right?" Ino agreed with Chuji. "I bet you have all kinds of awesome stories about it since we are unfamiliar with the place," suggested the Yamanaka. Kuratsuchi just kept her glare and stayed silent as she ate. She thought they were delusional if they expected that she was going to say anything about her home to a bunch of enemy ninja. "Just drop it, Ino. It's obvious that she is not comfortable talking about it," Asuma scolded his female student. Come on. I'm really curious," complained the Yamanaka before turning to Kuratsuchi again. "Are there any cute boys in IWA?" Ino insisted on her questions. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow at that. "Cute boys? Really?" That was what the girl was interested in knowing about her home? She guessed that Ino's priorities as a kunoichi had to be skewed. Besides, she couldn't really think of any boy back home that caught her attention, and even if she were to find them attractive, most boys in her village were either intimidated by her tomboy mannerisms or her relation to the Kazakage, or conversely they tried to woo her thinking they could get benefits due to her status and the possibility of her being next in line for the Kazakage's position. Not to mention that the last time she was interested in someone was when she was just a child and had a crush on some asshole that ended up deserting her village to become a mad bomber. So all in all, checking out cute boys wasn't something she found productive or worthwhile. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. It was just like Ino to go around being nosy. "Ino, I'm with Asuma-sensei here. You should not be asking things she doesn't want to answer," said Chuji when he noticed the displeased face Kuratsuchi was making at Ino's insistent inquires. "Hey, I'm just trying to get to know her better." Ino excused her behavior. "You could find a way to make it less annoying though," said Shikamaru with boredom. "Nobody asked you, Shikamaru." Ino berated the shadow user. Kuratsuchi had had enough and loudly slammed her chopsticks on her plate, which got Team 10's attention, and they went silent as they looked at her, and even Naruto stopped paying attention to the dispute to look at Kuratsuchi, just as surprised. The pink-eyed girl sighed before she started speaking. "You don't have to keep trying to get along with me. I know perfectly well that Naruto convinced you to be friendly, am I right?" asked the girl, and the silence of everyone present was the sole answer she needed. "You probably don't like me, and that's fine. I don't expect you to, and frankly I don't care. I only expect you to not bother me, and I will do the same, okay?" said Kuratsuchi as she looked intently at the serious faces of the silent Team 10. "It was nice to meet you," finished the girl as she stood up and left the table before she approached the exit of the restaurant. Naruto looked at her retreating form, too stunned that he didn't react for a moment, but as soon as he did, he got a look of panic as he, too, stood up hastily. "Hey, wait a minute, Kuratsuchi," shouted Naruto at the girl as he started rushing to catch up with her, but halfway through he came back to leave some money on the table. "Sorry guys, I gotta go. It was good seeing you," was the last thing Naruto said to Team 10 as he also exited the restaurant. Asuma, Chuji, Shikamaru, and Ino stared speechless at the two empty spaces that Naruto and Kuratsuchi left as they replayed on their heads what just happened. "See what you did, Ino?" Shikamaru scolded his teammate. "Me? I didn't do anything wrong," It's not my fault the new girl has an attitude problem. The indignant Ino defended herself. In a way, it couldn't be helped. She is being forced to coexist with people she considers enemies after all, said Asuma calmly. But it is true that she could use a change in her conduct if she is to be living here, said the older man with a sigh. Exactly, that's what I mean, exclaimed Ino loudly. I get it that she doesn't want to be here, but if she doesn't have a choice, she should at least try to make the best of it, right? I don't know. She may be rough around the edges, but I think it's too early to tell how she is, said Chuji, still debating on what he thought of the girl. Well, I guess that we are done here for now, so I'll just take my leave, said Shikamaru as he also stood up from the table. Going to see Temari-san again, I take it? Teased Ino with a smirk. None of your business, where I'm going, woman, said Shikamaru with a blush. He did intend to go see Temari, since she was returning to Sunagakure the next day, but he wished Ino wasn't butting into his affairs. Ino continued to smirk knowingly. She just loved to screw with Inara. In all honesty, she thought it was cute that Shikamaru was interested in Temari, and the fact that they were from separate villages just made it all the more interesting to her, as in her opinion it made it more romantic to have two people love each other despite the cultural differences. As she thought about that, she widened her eyes when a thought crossed her mind that she had never considered, and turned to look at the direction Naruto and Katsuchi had left. Wait, could it be possible that that is way too far-fetched. The idea was endearing, but there was no way it would ever happen, right? Streets of Konoha. Katsuchi, wait, said Naruto, upset as he finally caught up to the girl on the street. Katsuchi just gave a side glance to the blonde as if nothing was wrong. You're slow, idiot. And stop making a fuss, will ya? Naruto looked at her severely. I'm in my right to make a fuss. What was that back there? They were just trying to get to know you. You didn't have to make a scene like that. However, Katsuchi just continued to stare impassively at the blonde. They're your friends, Naruto, not mine. And as I said back there, I have no interest in being friends with Konoha ninja. Even more so, if they probably dislike me just the same. It's not that simple. They can be your friends, too, insisted the Jinchuriki. Your stay here would be much more comfortable for you if you would just let yourself have some more people to get along with. I may be interested in the future if I'm desperate enough, but right now I would rather be alone, well, as alone as I can be anyway, said the girl plainly as she started walking away again. But at least I did manage to eat properly, so not everything was bad. Maybe now we could continue with the tour? Suggested the kunoichi as she glanced back to her guide. Naruto looked at her and gave a resigned sigh. Fine. I'll show you the rest of the village. He decided to drop the topic as he knew that Katsuchi wasn't going to listen to him. She was stubborn like that. After a couple of hours, Naruto had already shown Katsuchi most of the locales in the marketplace, so he decided to make a quick stop to the Ninja Academy. And this is the academy. Here is where I graduated to become an awesome ninja, said Naruto as he pointed to the place. Katsuchi looked at the building unimpressed. It was just a standard large building painted white and red with the Konoha and Land of Fire symbols above the entrance. Aside from the building, she noted a single swing in a tree in front of said academy. So, what do you think? Pretty cool, asked Naruto expectantly to the girl. It's alright, I guess. Katsuchi plainly answered. As they were looking at the building, Naruto suddenly got an alarmed look on his face. Oh crap, I completely forgot I haven't seen Iruka-sensei, said the blonde with severity. Who is that? Your academy teacher or something? Asked the girl with curiosity. Yeah, he was my best teacher at the academy, and even now, and then we always make sure to get together to catch up, explained Naruto before he grabbed Katsuchi's forearm and ran towards the building. Come, let's see if Iruka-sensei is there right now. What did I tell you before about letting me walk by myself? Complained the kunoichi as she was being dragged by the blonde. As they made their way through the halls of the academy, Naruto finally stopped at a certain classroom door and knocked on it. The place was mostly deserted since classes ended over a couple hours ago, so Naruto doubted Iruka would be busy. Stop doing that, said Katsuchi as she brusquely freed her arm from Naruto's hold. Don't go doing thoughtless things like that, idiot. I don't even know if I'm allowed to be here without your Hokage ripping me a new one. She was pretty sure that the academy wasn't off limits, as long as she didn't go through the archives or spied on the curriculum or something like that, but she didn't want to risk it. We won't be here for long, so I'm sure there won't be a problem, said Naruto, trying to reassure the tomboy. Before Kuratsuchi could talk back to Naruto, the door opened to reveal the surprised face of Yumino Iruka. Naruto? My God, how have you grown? Said the man as he smiled warmly at his little brother figure. Iruka was a man with brown hair and dark eyes. He kept his hair in a spiky ponytail, and he had a scar running along the bridge of his nose. Naruto returned the man's smile at seeing his old teacher again. Good to see you too, Iruka. Naruto was interrupted as the man embraced him in a tight hug not unlike the one Tsunade had given him earlier, but this one wasn't as strong. I'm glad to see you safe, Naruto. I heard that you were attacked by a squad of IWA shinobi and you went missing as a result, said the man as he embraced his little brother figure before he stepped back to smile at his former student. I was informed that you were back, but I couldn't find you when I went to look for you, so I'm glad that you came to find me instead. Naruto smiled brightly at his former teacher and gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, Iruka-sensei. It takes more than that to put me down, Databeo. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi, despite feeling happy for the blonde to be reunited with someone that was obvious very close to him, she couldn't help but being nervous and on edge around the man after hearing him mention her previous attempt on the blonde's life. Iruka was happy to see that the boy's outgoing attitude hadn't changed in the years he was away. And I see you made a new friend. Hi there, nice to meet you. I'm Yumino Iruka and you are? Said the man as he finally noticed Kuratsuchi standing behind Naruto. I'm Kuratsuchi, said the pink-eyed girl with reservation. She is new in the village, so I'm showing her around, said the blonde cheerfully, oblivious to the girl's discomfort. Oh, is that so? Asked Iruka, glad that Naruto was making new friends, and with a girl no less. Then, I hope you enjoy your stay in Konoha, miss. Where are you from if you don't mind me asking? Asked Iruka cordially. Kuratsuchi looked warily at the man before answering. I am from Iwagakure. At the information, Iruka couldn't help but frown for a second before he forced a smile. Really? That is quite unusual. Is not every day that we get people from there, said the teacher with suspicion. And she is a kunoichi too, said Naruto eagerly. Kuratsuchi shot Naruto a glare as he was inadvertently just making things worse. Even if she didn't care for making friends with Naruto's acquaintances, that also didn't mean that she wanted them actively after her head. Iruka narrowed his eyes at the information. Had the girl been a civilian, then even if it was weird for her to move to Konoha, it wasn't impossible, but a shinobi from IWA would never come willingly. So, how did you guys meet? Asked the Chunin inquisitively. After Iruka asked that particular question, did Naruto realize the problem about telling Iruka? Telling his friends was one thing, since even if they didn't agree with him regarding Kuratsuchi, they had no option but to just roll with it. Iruka was a different matter, since he could be a little bit overprotective and Naruto could end up with the man all up in his hair if he knew that he was going to be spending most of his days alongside a former enemy. Why you see Iruka-sensei, stammered Naruto as he tried to word it in a way that didn't sound so bad. I was part of that IWA squad sent to capture him, said the girl, earning her an upset look from Naruto as if asking her what was she doing. She supposed that it was better to just go out and say it outright because Naruto had done such poor jobs so far of breaking the ice, so she guessed there was no going around this topic. Iruka had an unreadable expression on his face upon hearing that the girl was one of Naruto's attackers. He knew that the girl being in the village walking around and not behind bars somehow had to be Naruto's doing, as the blonde always tended to get himself into these bizarre situations. But having an enemy kunoichi around, especially one that already tried to kill the boy, was just too much for the Chunin. I see. The serious look Iruka was giving the girl made Naruto nervous. So, I guess I'll see you later, Iruka-sensei. I still have a lot of places to show Kuratsuchi, said the genin to break the tense air around them, deciding it would be better if he came to see Iruka later by himself. So Naruto turned around and prepared to leave with Kuratsuchi in tow. Wait, Naruto, said Iruka in alarm, which made the duo halt. Maybe it would be a good idea for me to accompany you, so I can help you with the sightseeing. suggested the man hastily. Don't worry about it, Iruka-sensei. I got this, said Naruto with a nervous smile to convince the Chunin to let him be. Are you sure? It wouldn't be a problem, you know? I'm pretty much finished already with my tasks, so I have some free time, insisted the teacher. Katsuchi frowned, once again feeling uncomfortable. It was pretty obvious that the man didn't trust her around the blonde, and he wanted to keep an eye on her himself if he was able to. However, Iruka still persisted. I insist. After all, it's been a while since. Sorry, Iruka-sensei. Gotta go. Naruto interrupted Iruka as he quickly took hold of Katsuchi's arm again and rushed for the exit to keep the man from responding back. Once outside, Naruto gave a sigh of relief. Sorry about that. Iruka-sensei can be a bit overbearing at times, said the Jinchuriki with an apologetic smile. I can see that, said Katsuchi dryly as she glanced back to the academy to spot an Yenbyu entering through one of the windows. She deduced that Iruka had gotten the attention of one of the Yenbyu keeping tabs on her to ask him to tighten their watch or something like that. But why did you have to tell him that? Berated the blonde, remembering the rash way the girl had informed the man of who she was. You wanted me to lie? Asked Katsuchi. No, but you didn't have to say it like that. Naruto scolded her. Katsuchi just shrugged off the boy's concerns. Whatever. What's done is done. Even if the way she informed the man wasn't optimal, she still preferred to know up front that the man was up in her case rather than have him know later about her, and she would have been ignorant of the fact that Iruka was keeping tabs on her. At least this way she was sure. Naruto couldn't help but glare at the girl, as this was yet again another interaction with his friends that she messed up. Oh, come on, don't look at me like that. Besides, we still have much left to see, so we better keep going, said the girl casually as she resumed walking. Naruto wasn't too happy about the girl ignoring his concerns just like that, but decided to just drop it. Fine. Naruto walked silently beside the girl as he pondered on his two fruitless encounters with his friends. He could admit that he was a bit miffed towards the girl, as she didn't seem to be putting much effort into being sociable and didn't seem to care on top of it. So, needless to say, he was frustrated as he felt that his efforts to help Katsuchi were being undermined by the very same girl he was putting so much effort into helping. Katsuchi gave the silent Jinchuriki a side glance and wondered if she was being unfair to the boy. She didn't want to seem unappreciative of the things the blonde had been doing for her lately, but she just couldn't help it. She had been brought up hating Konoha and all it stood for, so she couldn't just start being best friends with its citizens just like that. No, it wasn't that simple to ignore years of conditioning. Even so, she couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. But despite the setbacks they experienced, they continued their way through the village, and much of the rest of the day consisted of Naruto showing more locales to Katsuchi. He showed her a few more stores, some parks, the location of some clan compounds, etc. Now, as one of the last stops, Naruto showed the girl some of the training grounds. And this is one of the training grounds I sometimes used with my team. In fact, here is where I passed my exam to become a genin, said Naruto with pride to the girl as they both walked through the pasture of the training field. Katsuchi looked at her surroundings in mild curiosity. Even if the training field technically wasn't anything special, she had to admit that the green foliage of the surrounding trees, coupled with the equally as colorful grass and the chirping of the birds, she found a place to be pretty nice actually. In fact, she wouldn't mind coming here to relax once in a while. I kinda like this place, it isn't bad at all, said Katsuchi with a relaxed smile. See? I told you we had cool places in Konoha, said the blonde happily. As much as she didn't want to say anything good about Konoha, Katsuchi had to begrudgingly agree that the village had a good scenery, at the very least. In IWA, they didn't have these kinds of sights, so she could say that this was definitely one of the better places that Naruto had shown her. Now that she thought about it, a little break from all the walking around seemed like a good idea, so she approached a row of trees on the edge of the clearing and sat down with her back leaning on the trunk as she gave a content sigh. Truth be told, she hadn't completely recovered her energy from all the hardships of the previous days, so resting once in a while like this would do her well. Naruto watched the girl sitting down against the tree and tilted his head a bit to the side in confusion. Is everything all right? Asked the blonde. Katsuchi nodded calmly before answering. I'm just resting for a bit, and you should take notes since you can't seem to stay still for more than a few minutes at a time, said the girl as she shifted position and rested an arm on her knee. If you want to rest, then I think is fine, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head, before he too sat leaning in a tree just a couple of feet away from Katsuchi. They both stayed like that silently for a couple minutes, just enjoying the serenity of the moment. Well, at least Katsuchi did. Naruto wasn't exactly the most patient person around and was already starting to fidget and glance to the girl beside him just to find her completely calm and relaxed. So, did you do this often in IWA? Asked Naruto, trying to find any topic to talk about instead of just sitting around doing nothing. You mean finding quiet places to rest? Asked the girl as she looked over to the boy, who answered with a nod. Sometimes, not that much actually. But now I wish I had done it more when I could, finished the tomboy with a solemn face. Naruto looked sadly at the girl. He didn't consider that it might be insensible to remind the girl of her home so soon when she was stuck on an enemy nation. I'm sure you'll be able to do it again, so don't worry too much, reassured the genin. Katsuchi scoffed with incredulity at his words. You don't have to try and make me feel better. I already resigned to the fact that I will probably spend the rest of my days here, said the short-haired Kunoichi with melancholy. Don't be like that. I'll find a way to get you back home. In fact, once I become Hokage, I'll make sure you return to IWA, said Naruto, trying to comfort her. Yay, I can't wait, replied the girl dryly. If her only hope of seeing her village again was to wait for Naruto to become Hokage, she might as well get used to being a prisoner forever. Naruto frowned, depressed at the girl's conduct. He knew that she wasn't the type to just give up easily like himself, which made the way she behaved a good indicator of how hopeless she felt. But you may not have to wait that long. I'll think of something before that, insisted the boy. Naruto, I told you already, I appreciate that you're trying to help me, I really do, but let's not delude ourselves here. The fact that I'm not rotting in a cell is already a miracle in itself. It would be foolish to expect too much more. So instead, just please let me enjoy this moment of peace, said Katsuchi as she closed her eyes to do just that. It was true. Moments like this to just clear her mind of worries were rare nowadays. Right now she wasn't in a cell, or in an unfamiliar apartment that she knew wasn't her home. Neither was she walking through the streets of an enemy village as the judgmental eyes of their people stared at her in hatred. Right now she was free of all that, if only for a limited time. Naruto stared at the girl a few seconds more and was about to follow the girl's example when someone else entered the clearing. Hello guys, here you are, said the voice of one Hatake Kakashi as he calmly approached the duo. Kakashi-sensei? What are you doing here? Asked Naruto to the copy ninja with intrigue. Katsuchi opened her eyes to stare at the Cyclops with an annoyed look. So much for relaxing. I hope I'm not interrupting, but you don't have to worry, I won't stay long, said the man with his ever-laid-back tone. Is that so? Asked Katsuchi, still sitting at the base of the tree. Kakashi glanced at the girl, suddenly remembering something. Now that I think about it, we were never formally introduced, mentioned the Sharingan user. I know who you are, Hatake Kakashi, said the Kunoichi with seriousness. You are pretty well known in IWA. And you already know who I am anyway, so I failed to see the need for an introduction. Kakashi closed his lone eye as he smiled behind his mask. Still, I wanted to say nice to meet you. Likewise, said the pink-eyes girl, lacking the same friendliness. Also, I know that your stay here did not exactly happen in the most favorable of circumstances, but I still feel the need to welcome you to Konoha, added the silver-haired man cordially. However, Katsuchi just stared silently at the man with an unreadable expression at his welcoming words. No need to be so wary all the time, you know? Think of this as a sort of extended vacation, joked the man good-naturedly, but Katsuchi didn't seem at all amused. Not wanting to risk yet another interaction between the girl and his friends going south again, Naruto decided to cut it short. So, what did you want me for, Kakashi-sensei? At the blonde's question, Kakashi stopped addressing the Kunoichi and looked at the boy instead. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Naruto, I wanted to let you know that tomorrow we'll have a team exercise at first hour in the morning. A team exercise, repeated the boy. Kakashi nodded in affirmation. Yeah, in this very same training ground, in fact. Actually, we were supposed to do this exercise as soon as you got back, but due to recent events, I decided to postpone it until now. And what kind of exercise will be, Kakashi-sensei? Inquired the curious genin. You'll have to wait to find out, informed the jounin before he pulled the new Ika book that Jiraiya had so kindly given to him. Anyway, that's all I had to say. So please, enjoy the rest of your day. I'll be seeing you guys later. Finished the copy ninja before he started casually walking away, giggling from time to time at the explicit content of the book in his hands. Katsuchi, meanwhile, was at a loss for words as she watched the man walk away. Did the famous copy ninja Kakashi just pulled a well-known erotica book in front of us and went away giggling like a pervert as if it was nothing? And the worst part was that in IWA they had to be afraid of him. Now that Kakashi was gone, Naruto gave his attention to the tomboy once more. Hey Katsuchi, what do you say if we go get some dinner? Katsuchi sighed at the blonde's question. Of course, Naruto wouldn't be able to stay still for long periods of time. Fine, said the girl plainly. It was almost evening already, so getting some supper didn't seem like a bad idea anyway. So without further ado, both teenagers got up from their spot and proceeded to walk back into the streets of Konoha, and in just a few minutes they were already in front of Ichiraku Ramen. Why am I not surprised? Thought the girl with a deadpan expression as she stared at the ramen stand. I know what you are probably thinking, but I promise you that they make the best ramen in the world, exclaimed the boy when he saw the face the tomboy was making. There you are, boss. Both teenagers saw three young genin emerge from one side of the building. Katsuchi noted that one of the boys had brown hair in a bowl cut and wore glasses. The girl had orange hair that she kept in two upward pigtails, and her cheeks had a rosy tint. And finally, the last boy, and the one who seemed to be the leader, had spiky brown hair and wore a green jacket with a blue scarf around his neck. Konohamaru, is that you? Asked Naruto in surprise at seeing how much the little boy he knew had grown. Sure I am, said the boy with a thumb pointing at himself. When we heard that you were back, I knew that the only thing I needed to do to meet you was to wait by Ichiraku, and sooner or later you would show up. So rude of you. Naruto need to not tell us you were back, said Moegi as Udon nodded agreeing with her. Haha, I'm sorry guys, I've had so much stuff going on that it slipped my mind, said the blonde with an apologetic smile as he scratched the back of his head, while Katsuchi was just glad that they weren't paying attention to her as she was getting tired of introductions by this point. No excuses, boss. Now you leave me no choice but to get you with my new and improved technique, said Konohamaru, and in a puff of smoke, the young genin transformed into a naked and well-endowed girl leaning towards Naruto with a wink and caressing her legs suggestively. Naruto-sama, what do you think of my new sexy jutsu? Purred the fake beauty, stunning the IWA Kunoichi and the rest of the Konohamaru corps. Katsuchi was agape at what she was seeing. She couldn't believe that this little boy was using such a vulgar transformation and had the gall of calling it a ninja technique. But she was pleasantly surprised at seeing Naruto looking at the shameful display with a stern look on his face. Konohamaru dropped his transformation as he stood there with a grin that was soon erased when Naruto walked up to him with a serious face and put a hand on his shoulder. Konohamaru, I'm not a little kid anymore, and neither are you. I don't want you using that jutsu again, you hear me? Said the blonde, surprising Katsuchi as he for once showed some maturity. That technique is obsolete. I'll show you later the new sexy jutsu I have created which blows that one out of the water, boasted the Jinchuriki with pride and not an ounce of shame. Katsuchi was horrified. Not only did Naruto approve of that jutsu, but he was the one that taught it to the kid. With urgency, Katsuchi waved at the purple-haired Anbu that was keeping watch on a nearby tree to caught her attention, and once she got it, the IWA girl punched her own palm with a fist as she looked directly at the Yenbyu before she signaled the blonde in front of her, effectively asking permission to hit the Jinchuriki. The long-haired Yenbyu seemed to think it over for a moment before she nodded in approval, as she was sure that the Hokage wouldn't have a problem with it this one time. Naruto was busy boasting about his new sexy jutsu to Konohamaru when he felt a solid hit connect with the back of his head that sent him face first to meet the ground. What the fuck are you doing teaching that shit to kids, you moron? Yelled the enraged girl. Hey, You don't have any right to be punching the boss. Yeah, said Konohamaru, backed up by his other two friends. Easy there, guys. I'm fine. There is no reason to start a fight, said Naruto in appeasement as he got in the middle of the IWA girl and the Konohamaru Corps. He was more worried about the girl getting herself back into a cell than the bump on his head. And who is she anyway? I have never seen this girl before, inquired the angry kid. Oh right. She is Katsuchi, said Naruto with a grin as he introduced the tomboy, happy to find a topic to distract them all from conflict. She is new in the village. Konohamaru looked with a raised eyebrow at the serious girl before he got a sly grin on his face. Oh, I see how it is, boss. You got so awesome that even girls from other villages can't help but fall for your charms. Though, I think you need some work to do on your standards, boss, said Konohamaru as he evaluated Katsuchi. He found her to be a bit too androgynous for his taste, but whatever floated Naruto's boat, he supposed. The blonde genin's eyes widened in panic as he looked over to the pink-eyed girl to gauge her reaction. Said girl just stared impassively at Konohamaru before she gave the little boy a pleasant grin. What a funny little guy, said the kunoichi as she walked over to the boy and put a hand on his shoulder. You must be so popular with the girls yourself, complimented the IWA girl, still keeping her smile. What can I say? I don't like to brag, but I may become as popular as the boss someday, boasted Konohamaru sheepishly. I see. Then I'll give you some advice, said Katsuchi as she crouched a bit to be at eye level with the boy. What is it? Asked Konohamaru curiously, and as soon as he did, the look on Katsuchi's face became murderous, and the grip of her hand on his shoulder got so tight that it actually hurt. If you want to live a long life, you better stay away from me. And if you ever insult me again, I'll make sure no one ever finds your body, said the IWA kunoichi with a cold tone as she focused all her killing intent on the terrified Konohamaru. Now get out of here before you get hurt, little boy. Katsuchi knew that she would never be able to fulfill her threat, or the Hokage would ensure that she never saw the light of day again, but the next best thing was to make Konohamaru shit his pants. Konohamaru's face paled at the girl's threat and nodded brusquely before he started walking away rapidly. Let's go, Udon Moegi. I'll see you later, Narutoni, yelled Konohamaru as he got away. Hey Konohamaru-kun, wait, said Moegi before she and Udon started chasing after the scared boy and left Naruto and Katsuchi alone once more. Naruto sighed in relief that things didn't go worse than they did. Yes, that could have gone better, but it also could have gone much worse. That Konohamaru always getting himself into trouble, commented the blonde. Anyway, now we can go to Ichiraku, said Naruto with excitement before he noticed that Katsuchi was walking away in the opposite direction. Katsuchi, what are you doing? The blonde yelled at her. Katsuchi stopped for a moment and glanced back to look at the Jinchuriki. I lost my appetite. You can go by yourself. Besides, I don't hang out with perverts, berated the girl before she resumed walking. And where are you going? Asked Naruto. My apartment, said the girl plainly, and this time without looking back or stopping. Please don't be like that. I don't even use that jutsu that much anymore. Naruto tried to make the girl reconsider, but to no avail. The blonde sighed in defeat, knowing that Katsuchi wasn't going to listen to him, so he just decided to let her be for now. So much for a good start, thought the blonde as he walked towards Ichiraku by himself. Granted, the day didn't go exactly as he had hoped it would, but he had faith that tomorrow would be better. Chapter 14, Alone. Katsuchi awoke with a groan as the sunshine hit her face. She twisted in her bed, trying to make herself comfortable once more to see if she could get back to sleep. The only advantage that she had by being a Konoha prisoner was that she didn't have any obligation to be up early to start her shinobi duties. However, years of conditioning to be up as soon as she woke up made it almost impossible for her to get back to sleep, so she made up her mind that it was pointless to keep trying and proceeded to kick the bed covers off herself to sit at the edge of the bed. She gave a long yawn as she stretched her arms before she got out of bed. Had she been in IWA, she would get some breakfast now, but she didn't have any groceries yet, so she just settled for taking a shower. After Katsuchi was done and put on some new fresh clothes, she pondered on what to do now. Her options were really limited at the moment, as she hadn't really spent that much time in Konoha to know good places to go and whatnot, so that only left seeing what Naruto was up to. Even if she was still a bit angry at the blonde due to yesterday's little event with Konohamaru, she guessed that she could cut the boy some slack. After all, doing stupid things was what he did best, and she should already come to expect those kinds of things from him. Besides, she could make him make it up her by buying her breakfast or something, so it wasn't that bad of an idea. Now that it was decided, she headed out of her apartment and walked just a few feet from her door to reach the blonde's living place. The tomboy knocked on the door for a few minutes, and after getting no response, she wondered if the blonde was even in there. Oh wait, that's right, the training exercise, thought the girl as she remembered what Kakashi had told the blonde yesterday about meeting him at the training grounds early today. She knew that by now the Jinchuriki was in the middle of the exercise already. That was what she supposed, at least since Kakashi didn't mention what the exercise entailed. So, with nothing else to do, she headed out into Konoha streets by herself in the direction of the training grounds. As she went her way, she noticed everyone on the street giving her looks of hatred and disbelief. Now that she was wearing her IWA forehead protector, it served to leave no doubt that she was an enemy foreigner. She could have avoided using the protector like she did the day before, but she would be damned if she were to keep rejecting her pride as an IWA kunoichi just to avoid distressing some Konoha assholes. Is that a shinobi from IWA? What is someone like her doing here? I've heard the rumors, but I didn't think they were true. She could hear the numerous whispers of the people around her and tried to keep herself as calm and collected as possible despite the fact that she felt extremely uncomfortable. Even if she hated these people as much as they hated her, Katsuchi wasn't used to this kind of treatment. In IWA, people greeted her with a smile on their faces whenever she passed them by. Heck, sometimes they even bowed to her. So going from that to be publicly scorned was something that she had yet to get used to. Also, she had no choice but take the abuse since the Anbu guarding her would put her down on the spot if she tried anything against these people, and she didn't even know if the Yenbyu would help her if she was attacked instead. The point was that she couldn't depend on the Yenbyu to watch her back. So with all that in mind, she traveled the path to the training grounds that Naruto had shown her yesterday, all the while doing her best to ignore the people's glares, and in just a few minutes, she arrived at her destination. What the hell happened here? Thought the tomboy as she looked around the thrashed place. Whatever happened there managed to leave a huge crater on one side of the training ground, left big scorch marks here and there, and some of the trees were down. She didn't have time to think about it too much before she heard a very familiar voice. "We got you good this time, Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto while catching a small bell in his hand as he came from the woods along with Sakura and the Sharingan user. "Sensei, I can't believe you fell for that stupid stunt though," said Sakura with a smirk to her teacher. "What can I say? I guess you guys know my weaknesses too well," replied the Cyclops with a shrug. Katsuchi felt glad that apparently she managed to get here before they were over and left. At least now she wouldn't have to be wandering the village aimlessly looking for the blonde. Hey, Katsuchi, I didn't know you were coming," said the genin with surprise and excitement as he ran over to the IWA kunoichi once he spotted her. "It's not like I have much to do as long as I'm here, so I might as well see what you are up to," said the girl with a smirk, glad to have been able to find the only person she remotely got along with in Konoha, not that she would ever admit it to the idiot, though. "Hi, you must be Katsuchi," said Sakura with a nervous smirk as she, too, approached the newcomer. She hadn't seen the kunoichi since the day they found her bleeding out in the land of hot water. And since, she had yet to interact more in depth with the girl, so she wasn't sure how to act around her. Literally, the only thing she knew was that Naruto talked with Tsunade to let the girl walk freely in the village as long as she was kept under watch. Katsuchi eyed the pinkette curiously before she decided to introduce herself too. "I am. And you must be Naruto's teammate," inquired the IWA kunoichi. She remembered Kakashi mentioned that they were going to have a team exercise, and since the girl also seemed to have participated, then she had to be part of Naruto's team. Sakura nodded. "That's right, I'm also part of Team 7 just like Naruto and Kakashi-sensei." "Haruno Sakura, nice to meet you," said the medic with a smile as she waved at the IWA girl amicably. "It's good to be able to meet you properly," said Sakura cordially, even though she still didn't feel comfortable talking to an enemy kunoichi. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow at Sakura's comment. What do you mean by properly? Have we met before? Asked the confused tomboy. Sakura-chan is the one who healed you after our fight with those Akatsuki bastards. Isn't she awesome? Informed Naruto with pride for his teammate, which caused Sakura to blush with modesty. Is that so? Asked the pink-eyed girl as she evaluated the medic with surprise. Then I guess I owe you some gratitude, said Kuratsuchi out of obligation. She didn't enjoy thanking some Konoha kunoichi that she didn't even know, but even she felt that some sort of acknowledgement for saving her life was in order. Sakura waved off the girl's praise. No need for that. It was nothing, really. Sakura felt like she didn't deserve any thanks since if it wasn't for Naruto's insistence, she wouldn't even have bothered to treat the IWA girl. Kuratsuchi nodded in understanding. If the pinkette didn't want any thanks, then it suited her just fine. By the way, Naruto, are you done with the exercise? Asked the tomboy as she addressed the blonde once more. All done. We had to take these bells from Kakashi-sensei, and we did it no problem, boasted the boy as he held out the little small bell for the girl to see. Wait, are you saying you two managed to beat Sharingan Kakashi? Asked the astounded Kuratsuchi. I wouldn't say we beat him exactly, said Sakura as she scratched her cheek with a finger. Naruto threatened to spoil the ending of that trash book of his, which gave us an opening to snatch the bells, admitted the medic with a bit of shame. At the information, Kuratsuchi looked with a deadpan expression to Kakashi. The leader of Team 7 had just stayed on the sidelines and had refrained from speaking all this time. Said Sharingan user closed his eye as he scratched the back of his head. Hee, it is a really good book, so, said Kakashi, leaving the sentence hanging. Hey Sakura-chan, what do you say if we go to a Chiraka later? You know, it's been such a long time since we last hung out, asked a hopeful Naruto to his female teammate seeing as they were done with Kakashi's test. Sorry Naruto, but I don't think so. You are just probably going to try and turn it into a date anyway, aren't you? Responded Sakura as she rolled her eyes. Aw, come on, Sakura-chan. I promise it will be good, pleaded the blonde, finding no use in refuting his teammate's statement since that was exactly what he had hoped to do. How many times do I have to tell you, Naruto? I don't like you in that way, said Sakura in exasperation. Kuratsuchi had stopped looking at Kakashi to watch the interaction between the Jinchuriki and the pinkette. Are they always like this? Asked the IWA kunoichi to Kakashi as the blonde and the medic continued their argument. The copy ninja nodded casually. Yeah, and it always ends the same way too, responded the silver-haired man just as Sakura finished hitting Naruto on the head for his insistence. Kuratsuchi frowned at that. She hadn't known that Naruto had a crush on his teammate, and it was obvious that Sakura didn't feel the same way in the slightest bit, so in Kuratsuchi's opinion it didn't seem healthy for Naruto to keep chasing after the reluctant girl, but she knew very well by now that Naruto was nothing but persistent and was unlikely to stop. Oh well, that wasn't her problem, so the idiot could do whatever he wanted. I'm sorry Naruto, but any plans you have will have to wait. Now that we are done here, we should head to the Hokage Tower and start our mission for the day, informed the Cyclops. Sakura sighed in relief at having something to keep the blonde from bugging her any further. All right, it's time to show everyone that I'm ready for the tougher missions now, said the genin in excitement. By the way, can Kuratsuchi accompany us? Asked the boy eagerly, which surprised both Sakura and said IWA girl. Kakashi seemed to think it over momentarily before he nodded. Don't see why not. However, we'll still need to ask Tsunade-sama for permission first. But aside from that, I don't have a problem with it, and as long as Kuratsuchi doesn't mind, she can come with us, said the man before he and the rest of Team 7 glanced over to Kuratsuchi, expecting a response. Kuratsuchi didn't know what to do. On one hand, following Naruto and his team while they did a mission didn't seem fun, but on the other hand, she didn't have anything else to do, so she was probably going to get bored anyway, so she might as well get bored as she hung out with the only person she tolerated in Konoha. I don't have anything else to do, so I guess I'll stick around for a while, said the girl with a shrug. So it's decided then. Let's get going, guys, said Kakashi before turning around and started walking towards Konoha streets with Team 7 and Kuratsuchi in tow. This is sweet. It feels like being in a four-man team again, said Naruto with excitement before his expression turned sour shortly after, and even Sakura seemed to get a sad look on her face. Katsuchi wondered what happened all of a sudden. Did a member of their team die, or something? At least it sure felt like it. What happened to your last member, then? Katsuchi couldn't help but ask. He left the village 3 years ago, explained Kakashi simply, as he guessed that neither Naruto or Sakura would feel comfortable talking about it. But I'll bring him back. I'll definitely get Sasuke back to the village, said Naruto with determination. Katsuchi widened her eyes in surprise. The last member of their team was someone named Sasuke and left their village? Are you by any chance talking about the last Uchiha? Asked Katsuchi. The desertion of the only surviving member of the Uchiha massacre was widely known in IWA, and everyone in her village was glad to know that Konoha had pretty much lost the lineage of the Sharingan, and once Kakashi died, they would lose all their users. Sakura nodded at the girl. Yeah, Sasuke-kun is also part of Team 7, explained the medic with the same melancholic look on her face. Katsuchi was surprised at the news. She didn't expect that someone like the last Uchiha had been Naruto's teammate. It just seemed that Naruto was surrounded by talented people, Jiraiya, Kakashi, the Uchiha prodigy, etc. Made her wonder why the blonde wasn't that strong himself if he was stuck in the middle of such talented ninja. One would think some of their genius would have rubbed off on him by now. But is it really worth it trying to make the guy come back? Asked Katsuchi, which earned her a resentful look from Sakura and an expression of disbelief from Naruto. I mean, I heard that he ran away by his own will. If he went through the trouble of risking being labeled a missing nin just to get away, I don't think he will want to come back. The tomboy explained her reasoning. Sasuke-kun was lured by Orochimaru to join him using the promise of power. But in reality, he just wants to steal his body and Sharingan. Exclaimed Sakura. Yeah. Sasuke is our friend, and there is no way I'm letting Orochimaru use him as he pleases, said Naruto, backing Sakura. Hey, I'm just saying alright. You can do as you wish, but I don't think it will be that simple, said Katsuchi with a shrug. That's why I'm saying that I'll bring him back no matter what, even if I have to beat his ass half to death, said Naruto with resolution. Katsuchi chose not to comment this time, as she knew firsthand how stubborn Naruto could be when he put his mind into something. Besides, she would be more comfortable if she didn't make Naruto's team hate her so soon after starting to spend time with them, so she decided to stay silent for the moment. They didn't take long to reach the Hokage Tower, and Katsuchi couldn't help but feel nervous as they went past the secretary at the front and went up the stairs. Since the last time she was here, she could have been sentenced to death. Or worse. So, even if she knew that logically there was nothing to fear right now, she was having a hard time not feeling uneasy. The teen stopped just behind Kakashi as the Jounin knocked on Tsunade's door, and after hearing the Hokage say, "Enter," they all went in, even if the IWA girl was a bit reluctant to do so. As they entered, Katsuchi rolled her eyes when she noticed the Anbu guarding her positioning themselves just outside of the Hokage's office, should they be needed. Hey Tsunade-bachan, I'm ready for a mission, said Naruto with excitement as he entered the office, which earned him a punch from Sakura. Naruto, show some respect to Tsunade-sama. Sakura scolded Naruto with a shout while the blonde rubbed his aching head. I was wondering when you guys would show up, said Tsunade as she stared at them from her desk with a smirk. I take that you already tested their abilities, Kakashi? Asked the busty woman. Yes, they passed the bell test. I'm pleased to say that they have grown exponentially in these 3 years, informed the copy ninja. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction at Kakashi's report before she glanced at Katsuchi with a raised eyebrow. I see you brought the girl with you. I can leave if me being here is a problem, offered Katsuchi politely, feeling tense now that the Hokage's gaze was on her and she would rather not do anything that might make the woman angry. I was meaning to ask if it would be okay for Katsuchi to come along with us on a mission, said Naruto expectantly. Tsunade looked curiously at the nervous Iwa Kunoichi before addressing Naruto once more. I don't think it would be prudent to let her go along with you. You'll already be busy enough with your mission to properly keep watch on her. Not to mention, it would be a waste of resources sending Yenbyu with you if you have to leave the village, explained the Hokage. Come one Tsunade-bachan. She will behave, I promise. Besides, What if we get some mission that requires us to be in the village or somewhere close by? Insisted the blonde, which caused Katsuchi to look at him worriedly, fearing that the idiot would make the woman angry at both of them. Tsunade looked at Naruto incredulously. Naruto, the only missions like that are D-rank missions and very few C-ranks. So unless you guys want one of those, I don't see the girl going with you, said the female Sannin. Naruto grimaced at the prospect of doing one of the lower-ranked missions, but still he decided to keep insisting. There has to be a higher-ranked mission that we can do that doesn't require us to leave the village, said the genin. Katsuchi saw Tsunade frown, clearly starting to lose her patience. So the IWA Kunoichi tugged the sleeve of Naruto's jacket to get his attention. Naruto, it's okay really. If I can't go is no big deal, said the girl, trying to placate the situation before the Hokage decided to vent her anger on both Naruto and Katsuchi. Good that you understand, said Tsunade, pleased to know that at least the girl had some sense to not be pushing her luck. Now, let me see which missions I have available right now, said the Hokage as she started going through some papers trying to find an appropriate task for them when the door to her office burst open and a woman with short brown hair entered the room in a rush. Hokage-sama, I have urgent news, said the altered woman and caught the attention of everyone in the room. The Kazakage has been kidnapped. Finished the Kunoichi before anyone could ask her anything, and everyone in the room widened their eyes in astonishment at the news. What? Explain at once and don't forget to give details, ordered Tsunade with urgency. Suna was attacked by an organization called Akatsuki, and they took the Kazakage Gaara for reasons still unknown. Explained the woman, which made Naruto get even more preoccupied. Gaara, you say? Asked Naruto in worry. He didn't know that Gaara had been appointed Kazakage while he was away with Jiraiya, but he didn't have time to think about it too much since his friend needed help. Katsuchi wondered if Naruto knew the Kazakage personally since he called him by his name and seemed to be particularly worried about him. But she didn't share the same urgency as the blonde. IWA and Suna weren't in good terms. In fact, IWA hated Suna almost as much as they hated Konoha, so she couldn't say that she cared much about what happened to the Kazakage. The woman ignored Naruto's question and continued her explanation. Suna was attacked by two individuals from this organization. One of them appeared to use a large metal tail as a weapon. And the other one, the one who kidnapped the Kazakage, used a weird explosive clay-like sculptures. Katsuchi looked with alarm at the woman and couldn't help interrupting. Wait, was that guy with the explosives a tall blonde with mouths on his hands? Asked the tomboy. She only knew of one person who used clay explosives and wanted to confirm her suspicions. The brunette looked at the girl with surprise. Yes, in fact. How did you know? Asked the woman. They had gotten a description of the attackers since Suna was trying to make public knowledge the appearance of these missing Nins, since kidnapping a Kage made them international criminals. Katsuchi looked furious at knowing that. So that was how the Akatsuki had managed to infiltrate IWA. With someone as knowledgeable about the place as Deidara, that made it easier for them to do it. Actually, she wouldn't be surprised if the bomber himself was the one to lay waste to her home, since Deidara would never let an opportunity to blow shit up get away. Now, everyone in the room was looking at Katsuchi expectantly as the girl explained herself. That guy you were talking about must be Deidara. He is a missing Nin from IWA, and is the only person I know of that uses that kind of jutsu, informed Katsuchi, seething with anger. So you know him? Inquired Tsunade. Katsuchi nodded, trying to keep herself calm. I did years ago before he defected. Now there are very few things I would like more than skinning him alive. I understand, said the Hokage before she turned to Kakashi and his team again. Team 7, your mission is decided then. You are to go to Suna and inform Konoha of the situation in there. Also, you are to follow their orders in helping them get back the Kazakage, ordered Tsunade with authority. Wait, you have to let me go with them, requested Katsuchi, getting even further looks of surprise from everyone. I thought I made it clear that you can't go outside the village with them. Also, I don't appreciate you wasting our time when we have such a delicate situation on our hands, said Tsunade sternly, annoyed that the girl had changed her mind about not caring if she went or not. I promise I won't get in the way or try anything funny. I just want to help you get rid of Deidara. I won't ever forgive that asshole for what he did to my home. Besides, his Akatsuki friends have almost killed me twice, and I want to return the favor, said Katsuchi with a fierce look in her pink eyes. That's right. Katsuchi knows this guy, doesn't she? So she can be a big help if we are to fight him, said Naruto, backing up the girl. Before Tsunade could object with both of them, Kakashi decided to speak his mind also. I'm with Naruto on this one, Tsunade-sama. If the girl is familiar with one of the Akatsuki's techniques, this could give us a boost in our fighting strategy along with an element of surprise since the Akatsuki won't expect us to know anything about them, said the copy ninja calmly. Naruto and Katsuchi didn't expect the Cyclops to agree with them, but still they gave him thankful looks for helping them in trying to convince the Hokage. Tsunade sighed, trying to think of what to do. However, she didn't have a lot of time to waste, so she had to make a decision fast. I'm sorry, but I still can't risk sending her with you right now, said the Hokage with finality. Naruto looked disappointed while Katsuchi clenched her teeth with impotence before she turned around with an angry huff.
Fine.
I don't know why I even bothered to ask, said the tomboy as she walked to the door and left the office, all the while feeling like a fool for even considering the idea of asking the Hokage something like that. Katsuchi, wait, said Naruto with an arm extended towards her to grab her attention, but she ignored him as she closed the door behind her. Let her go, Naruto. You have an important mission right now, so you all better get moving, said Tsunade. Roger, said Kakashi and Sakura in unison, while Naruto just nodded sadly, as he was just informed that one of his friends was captured and the other couldn't even come to help despite the fact that she would be a big help. But even if the blonde wasn't feeling in high spirits, he still tried to shake off his bad mood as he needed to be at his best if he was to help Gaara. So without nothing else to add, Team 7 left the office to gear up for the difficult mission ahead of them. Konoha streets. Katsuchi strolled angrily towards her apartment building. It had been a few minutes since she was denied the chance of finally taking part in Deidara's demise. She was sure that the bastard had played a major part when the Akatsuki attacked IWA. There was simply no way that they hadn't used someone familiar with the village to facilitate the attack. Even if she didn't like working alongside the Konoha shinobi, she was still a kunoichi and she couldn't stand not being able to test her abilities once in a while, and what better way to do that than by tying some loose ends and hopefully killing Deidara. She rushed up the steps of the building and past Naruto's apartment door before she reached her own and went inside, all the while as she tried to keep her temper in check. It would do her no good to make a scene over this. She honestly didn't know what she had been expecting. She was a prisoner, and of course, they would not send a prisoner and risk her escaping. The tomboy decided to go straight to lay down on her bed, and did just that. She wasn't in the mood to be wandering Konoha as a fool by herself, so she might as well just stay inside her temporary domicile as long as she felt like it. And as she was staring at the ceiling as she laid on her bed, she heard some noise coming from Naruto's apartment. No doubt the blonde was gathering supplies for his trip as quickly as possible, so she just ignored it for the moment. And after a couple of minutes passed, she heard the door to Naruto's apartment close. But instead of the boy going away as she had expected him to, she heard someone knock on her front door, who no doubt had to be Naruto. The knocks were easy to hear since she left the door of her room open. "What do you want, Naruto?" asked the kunoichi in a loud voice, so the boy could hear her. "I just wanted to let you know that I'm leaving already and probably won't be back for at least a couple of weeks or so," said Naruto at the other side of the door. "Since I'm not going to be here, I thought it would be a good idea to leave you a copy of my key so you can go to my place to eat if you wish. I already bought plenty of groceries, so you don't have to worry about only finding ramen to eat," informed the blonde. Oh right, she had forgotten that if Naruto wasn't there then there would be no one to pay for her expenses. Well, at least he made sure to not leave her starving while he was away. She thought it was very thoughtful coming from Naruto since he wasn't exactly a great example of responsibility. So with a groan, she got up from the bed once again and rapidly got to her front door and opened it to see Naruto outside. Despite not feeling too cheerful himself, the Jinchuriki still managed to give a girl a small grin. "Hey," said the blonde with a wave of his hand before he presented a small key to the girl with his other hand. "Here you go. It's an extra copy of my key. I have it in case I lose mine, but I guess that it would be more useful to you right now." "Thanks," said Kuratsuchi as she tentatively grabbed the key from the Jinchuriki's hand and stared at it for a bit. Look, I'm sorry that Tsunade-chan didn't let you come with us, said Naruto with a guilty look on his face. Kuratsuchi sighed and shrugged off the boy's concern with her hand. It's fine. I know that wasn't your fault, so don't worry about it. Naruto was happy at the girl's understanding. However, he needed to hurry. Not only was his team waiting for him, but also Gaara was in trouble and needed his help ASAP. Then, I'll see you later, said Naruto with a wave of his arm as he turned around and started sprinting away. Naruto. The blonde stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the pink-eyed girl with a puzzled look. Be careful out there. I won't be there this time to cover your ass from the Akatsuki pricks, said the girl with a playful smirk. Naruto gave her one of his usual broad smiles and a thumbs up. Don't worry, I won't let my guard down. And besides, Kakashi-sensei and Sakura-chan will be with me the entire time, assured the blonde Jinchuriki before speeding off again. Now that Kuratsuchi was left alone, she stood there wondering what to do now that she was left to her own devices. And after a moment of thinking, she got a sly grin on her face as she started repeatedly tossing and catching the key on her hand. I'm sure Naruto won't mind if I take a quick look through his apartment, right? Thought the girl deviously. She was bored and looking around the blonde's apartment to find something embarrassing to tease him later with sounded like fun. She also doubted that the Yenbyu would bother her, since the blonde technically gave her permission to enter his apartment. So, after closing and securing her apartment, she walked towards Naruto's door that was just beside hers and unlocked it. Once she stepped inside, she could see that the place was cleaner than the last time she had been there, as she didn't see any dirty clothes on the floor or any empty instant ramen cups, as she had been expecting. She supposed that Naruto had cleaned recently, and she could only see a couple of kunai and shuriken scattered beside the bed. Probably the blonde inadvertently left them there when he packed in a hurry. Kuratsuchi decided to pay no mind to it at the moment, and instead, just walked a few steps as she glanced around the small room curiously. She peeked a bit inside the closet, but as expected, she only found hanged clothes there, so she left that alone. She approached the cabinet instead, but inside there were some dusty scrolls and a couple of books on gardening, not really anything of interest. Having enough of that, she thought about searching under the bed. She finally gave a victorious grin when she felt some kind of thick book on her grip. She pulled out said book and she noted that it was some sort of photo album. She would have hoped to find something more interesting than that, but it was good enough, she supposed. So, the pink-eyed girl started going through the pages, only to see all different kinds of pictures with either Naruto in it or some of his friends, as she could tell since she had already met some of them. She was getting disappointed as she continued going from image to image, as she really wasn't seeing anything that caught her eye. She eventually found photos of a little Naruto no older than maybe 4 years old. She smirked and thought that she would never have imagined that the blonde idiot could have been such a cute little kid. At least she thought he looked rather adorable. However, she started to get a bit thoughtful as she continued to stare at the photographs, and not because of what she could see, but because of what she didn't see. She noticed that there seemed to be no photos of Naruto with his parents or family at all. Or at least that was what she supposed, since not one of the adults in these photos looked remotely similar to the genin. And in fact, she could recognize most of them, like that Iruka guy, Kakashi, Jiraiya, some photos of Naruto's team, and some of the other teams she met already. There was even some man that looked like a chef along with what seemed to the man's daughter or niece, if she had to guess. But no matter how much she looked, she couldn't find any trace of the blonde's family. Strange, even if most Jinchuriki were hated by their village, so much that a lot of times even their parents left them to their own devices, it was simply too weird that there was nothing here. Even when Jinchuriki were ignored, they still kept some sort of contact with their families. For example, the Hachibi Jinchuriki was the brother of the Raikage, even if he had been adopted, and to her understanding, they were on good terms. She knew that the Achibi was the child of the late Yondaime Kazakage, and even had siblings who he lived with. Hell, even Han and Rashi were distant relatives of Kuratsuchi, and her grandpa always made sure to check on them from time to time. By the time the tomboy had finished the album, she had a frown on her face as she pondered on this matter. She realized that she didn't know that much about the blonde idiot now that she thought about it. It may be wise to look into this if it concerned the only friend she had in Konoha, or at least the closest thing she had to one anyway, but she didn't know if it was prudent to ask Naruto himself, as it may come across as nosy and/or rude. As she was deep in thought, she was startled by a knock on the door, and in a hurry, she closed the album shut and hastily put it back under the bed. She stood up and wondered if she should open the door or just ignore it and let whoever it was go away, as it might seem a bit awkward if any of Naruto's friends found her inside his apartment. "Naruto, are you there?" asked a voice on the other side of the door, and Katsuchi, though it sounded familiar. And after thinking about it a little bit, she remembered that it belonged to Iruka, the one guy from Naruto's friends that trusted her the least. Just my luck, thought the girl in frustration. But on the other hand, this might be a good opportunity. She could get some information on Naruto's family from his former teacher, and she might be able to get the guy to realize that she wasn't out to get Naruto's blood, at least not anymore. So, having made up her mind, she proceeded to open the door of the apartment to find Iruka. The young Chunin seemed to have been about to go already as he was facing away from the apartment, but as soon as he heard the door open, he turned around with a smile expecting to see his blonde student. "Naruto, I thought you already." However, his smile vanished as soon as he saw the kunoichi, and instead, it was replaced by a look of shock and surprise. What is going? Iruka was at a complete loss for words as he tensed up. He was clearly unsure of what to make of this situation. Katsuchi was worried that the man would take this the wrong way and deduce that she came here to assassinate the blonde or something. In fact, he almost looked ready to fight by his tense posture, which she found to be a bit of an overreaction. "Hey, I'm sorry, but if you are looking for Naruto, he already left." Despite her relaxed behavior, Iruka was still tense, but at least he calmed somewhat. "So, where is he?" asked the man tentatively, no doubt wondering if she had hurt Naruto in his own home. "He left a little while ago. He had a very important mission, so he was in a rush," explained the tomboy as calmly as she could to avoid upsetting the man any further. "Oh, that's right. His mission," said Iruka, feeling a bit absent-minded. He had come here in the first place once he heard that Naruto got a mission to rescue the Kazakage, so he had been hoping to get to the blonde before he left to wish him good luck and see him off. And in his shock at seeing the girl in the Jinchuriki's apartment, he had forgotten to consider that the boy had already left. But still, that didn't answer another question. "And may I ask what you are doing here?" asked Iruka with as much politeness as he could muster, but still he couldn't help but sound a bit abrasive. Katsuchi rolled her eyes at the man's paranoia. "He has the responsibility to look after me as long as I'm here in Konoha. But since he will be gone for a while, he left me a key to his apartment, so I could help myself to anything I may need from his home, mostly just food," explained the girl, a bit annoyed and ashamed to say out loud that the moron had to take care of her, but there was nothing to do about it since it was the truth. Iruka gave a sigh of relief. "I guess that makes sense. I was just about to leave anyway," said the girl as she stepped out of the apartment and started locking the door behind her. "Well, since Naruto isn't here, it seems that I came all the way here for nothing," said Iruka casually. "Then I think I should be going now. Sorry for disturbing you," continued the man as he started turning around to leave. "Wait," said Katsuchi, which made Iruka halt with a puzzled look as he stared at her. "You're Naruto's former teacher, right?" inquired the girl. Iruka looked curiously at the tomboy for the sudden question. "Yes, I used to be his academy teacher. Why do you ask?" "I believe we were already introduced to each other before," answered Iruka, wondering what was the point of the kunoichi's question. "Then, you must have known the guy for a very long time, correct?" Katsuchi continued her questioning. "Yes, you could say that," said Iruka with suspicion. "What was the girl getting at here?" "I'm just saying because I couldn't help but notice how close the two of you are," said the pink-eyed girl with a small smirk. "It's only natural for a teacher to worry about his students. Even former students," replied the Chunin in a matter-of-fact way. "Maybe, but it's easy to see that you are particularly fond of Naruto, and more than a bit protective of him too if the way you are cautious of me is any indication," said Katsuchi with a hard stare. Don't think I haven't noticed how wary you are whenever he is around me. Iruka narrowed his eyes at the accusations. Well, you'll have to forgive me for not trusting my student with someone from an enemy nation that has already tried to kill him before, said Iruka with a look of his own just as harsh as hers. And I totally get it, but I don't want to start an argument over it since that is not my intention. Trying to defend myself is not what I wanted to talk to you about, clarified the girl as she crossed her arms. And what else would you want to talk to me about? Said Iruka, mimicking the girl's previous action, as he too crossed his arms. Katsuchi sighed as her features softened just a little bit. There is something I wanted to ask you about Naruto since you seem to know him well, admitted the tomboy. Iruka raised an eyebrow at the girl. I don't think it is my place to be talking about Naruto's matters. Whatever it is you want to know, you should ask him directly. Not to mention that he didn't feel comfortable giving this enemy Kunoichi any information about the Jinchuriki. I can understand that you have your reservations about telling me anything, so I will just ask and you can choose to answer the question or not, said the girl with a serious face, and when she didn't see Iruka attempting to leave, she guessed that was her cue to continue. It's just that I have seen a lot of his friends, his team Jiraiya, a lot of the people closest to him, and that is good and all, but I have yet to meet any of his family, said Katsuchi, and that made Iruka tense up as he realized that the girl didn't know who Naruto's parents were, which was good. And I found it odd. Even with his condition, I find it weird that they don't keep some sort of contact with him. Iruka was at a loss. He wasn't sure how to approach this question. He could just ignore the girl as he probably should, but if she was dead set on knowing more about Naruto's family, he feared that she would go researching on this matter by herself, and if she were to somehow find out who Naruto's parents were, he doubted it would be pretty since almost all IWA shinobi absolutely despised the yondaime. So, after Iruka gave a sigh, he went right into answering the girl. I'm afraid to say it, but unfortunately, Naruto never knew his parents. He grew up in an orphanage for most of his youth, informed Iruka with a heavy heart. Even if he didn't feel right telling this to the Kunoichi, he hoped that at least with this answer it would give her some finality on the matter. She was only focusing on Naruto, and didn't have a reason to be taking an interest in the parents of an orphan. Katsuchi widened her eyes in shock at hearing that. No way, that is just... She couldn't find the words to express herself at the moment. Naruto was an orphan who never even knew his parents? That was a sad thought for the pink-eyed girl. She herself couldn't imagine growing up without her father and grandfather. Not having her mother was bad enough, but she couldn't fathom the sorrow of growing up without any family to look out for her. Naruto didn't have that, and she would have never guessed. I never realized that, said the tomboy with a much softer tone and sad features. Iruka was taken aback by the girl's reaction. It was weird to see her show something even resembling concern. However, she could have just been faking it for all he knew. But if that was the case, she was pretty good at masking her emotions, since he couldn't tell if she was, even with all his years of experience as a shinobi. Not only that, but he spent most of his life without a friend. I'm ashamed to admit it, but even I was reluctant to befriend him for the longest time. Iruka wasn't exactly sure why he was saying all this to her, but he supposed that some side of him really wanted to believe that the girl really did care about being a good friend for the blonde. At least he hoped so, since it seemed that it didn't matter what Iruka did, he could not protect Naruto should she want to harm him. So, that only left having faith that she really didn't intend to do it. Katsuchi felt even worse at hearing that from Iruka. Not having a family growing up was bad enough, but no friends either. Along with everyone in the village hating him, she was convinced that it was a miracle that he didn't end up as a demented antisocial psycho. Naruto was always so cheerful and friendly, he was always trying to see the good in people, and on top of that, he believed in a peaceful future. Sure, she herself thought that those dreams were stupid because they simply weren't realistic. But the point was that Naruto should have ended up much worse. I see. Thanks for answering my question. You can go now, and sorry for bothering you, said the girl melancholically, and after going over the new information in her head for a few seconds, she proceeded to walk towards her own apartment. Iruka looked inquisitively at the young woman's actions, and just before she stepped into her apartment, he called out to her again. You really have nothing against Naruto, then? Asked the Chunin. It seemed senseless to ask, since even if she really did plan to stab the boy in the back, she would never admit it. But this was pretty much his last chance to try and detect any lies that the girl might throw his way. Katsuchi stopped halfway through the entrance to her apartment and turned to look at Iruka directly in the eyes with conviction. He has been a friend to me even when I didn't deserve it, and I owe him for that. I don't care if you or the rest of his friends don't like me, but if there is one thing I want you to have clear is that I do consider him a friend too, just as he considered me one even when he didn't have to. Admitting that was surprising even for Katsuchi. She had been debating with herself for a while now if she really thought of Naruto as a friend, but she was finally being honest and could admit that she really did consider Naruto as such. Iruka eyed the girl throughout her explanation, looking for anything that could betray any lies she was trying to say, and despite his best efforts, he couldn't. After analyzing for a minute all the girl said, he finally gave a small smile. I'm glad that you think of him that way. It seemed that Naruto had done it again and managed to befriend even the strangest of people that shouldn't have been possible to befriend, but here he had an Iwa Kunoichi that seemed truthful in her intentions of friendship with the blonde. I really should be going now, but I'm glad we could clear things out. The Chunin then turned to leave, hoping that trusting the words of the girl wasn't a mistake. Katsuchi silently watched the man go, and once he was out of sight, she went inside her apartment. Once inside, she went straight to her bed, not feeling like doing anything more for the day right now. She laid there on her mattress, looking at the ceiling for the second time that day, thinking on what Iruka had said. She pictured the little blonde boy that she saw in the photos and thought of him alone in the rain in the middle of Konoha, crying while no one came to help him, and the passing villagers just scorned him as they passed him by. In Iwa, there was nothing more important than family, everyone knew that. They were told that it was fine to stab allies in the back as long as it benefited the village in some way, but they were also told that everything they did it to get a better future for one's family. Knowing that the happiest-go-lucky guy she knew, and the only friend she had in this place, had lived such hell, left her feeling reasonably depressed. Even now, the very same village he tried to protect with his life still hated him. And even after living the way he did, he was still positive and never gave up hoping for a better tomorrow. She knew that if she were in his place, and had the strongest of Biju sealed inside her, she would have given herself up to the demon a long time ago and would have gone on a rampage until she either killed everyone who ever wronged her, or they killed her. And on top of that, he had an organization full of S-class criminals out for his blood. Now, she went back to lamenting that Tsunade hadn't let her go to help the blonde with his mission, but now not only because she wanted to make them pay for what they did to her, but also because of what they wanted to do to Naruto. She didn't even know why she cared so much about this. Maybe focusing on the blonde's problems was a nice distraction from her own shitty situation. But whatever was the case, she couldn't seem to get the issue out of her head, and before she knew it, night had already fallen, and she went to sleep with her thoughts filled with worry. Chapter 15: New Teammates. Hokage Tower. Tsunade was currently in her chair, trying to relax. Ever since she sent Team 7 to Suna, she had been feeling pretty anxious as she had sent Naruto up against the very same organization that wanted to capture him. Add to that the meeting she would have with Anoki in just a few days, it was understandable that she was a ball of nerves right now. She sighed as she took off her sandals and put her feet on top of her desk. She was taking a break from the paperwork at the moment, and she would rather not let the few times she had to rest go to waste. Intending to enjoy herself, she opened her drawer and pulled a couple of scratch-off lottery tickets she had bought that morning. She never won anything, but she was so used to gambling that nowadays she just did it to pass the time. She then scratched on one of the tickets, and much to her surprise, she realized that she had won the big prize. She widened her eyes at that. She wasn't known as the legendary sucker for anything. She losing gambles was just the normal status quo, and whenever that wasn't the case, it was usually a bad omen for things to come. She tried to not panic just yet, and went ahead and started scratching the second ticket, and in horror, she realized that she won again. Now she was sure that something was wrong. She would never have this kind of luck unless something terrible was going to happen. And as she had been feeling terribly nervous about the recent mission of Team 7, she couldn't help but worry even more. She took down her feet from her desk to sit straight and put her elbows on the wooden surface as she rested her head on top of her hands, deep in thought. After pondering on her worries for a few minutes, she reached the conclusion that the risk of something bad happening in the mission was too great, and, without thinking her decision any further, she called for her apprentice. Shizune. The raven-haired medic entered the office just a few seconds after and looked attentively at her master, wondering what had the Hokage so riled up so soon in the day. "Is something the matter, Tsunade-sama?" asked the confused woman. "I need you to fetch me Team Guy as fast as you can, along with someone else," informed the blonde beauty with severity. "Why yes, right away, Tsunade-sama," responded Shizune without missing a beat. Even if she didn't know right now why the Hokage wanted Guy and his team for, she was sure that she had to have a good reason. "And who is the other person you want me to get?" asked the short-haired woman. Tsunade sighed once more, hoping that this was the right choice to make. Kuratsuchi's apartment. Kuratsuchi was just finishing her breakfast, which consisted of a bowl of cereal and an apple. She had gone earlier in the morning to Naruto's apartment to get some food, and she was glad that the blonde really did a good job of supplying her with a good amount of food while he was away. She really found the boys' cupboard filled to the brim with all kinds of things to eat, so she felt a bit silly grabbing such a basic meal, but whatever. It wasn't like it mattered. She was just starting to put away the dirty dishes when she heard someone knocking on her door. She went on full alert at that. Since Naruto wasn't in the village, she couldn't think of anyone that would come visit her just because they felt like it. She approached her door warily as she tried to think of any reason someone might want to see her right now. Once in front of it, she kept her guard up as she opened the door, and she gave a small jump of surprise when she came face to face with a white porcelain mask at the other side. "You scared me. Why do you have to stand so close to the door?" berated the tomboy at the Yenbyu. Now that she had a better view of her visitor, she realized that it was the same female purple-haired Anbu that was usually guarding her. And for a moment, she wondered if she had done something wrong lately to deserve a reprimand. "The Hokage wants to see you, so go and get dressed into something more appropriate," said the purple-haired woman as she noted that Kuratsuchi was still in her new pajamas. Kuratsuchi felt a chill go up her spine. "The Hokage? What for? I haven't done anything wrong, haven't I?" said the girl in alarm. She couldn't imagine the Hokage wanting to see her for anything good. "It's not my place to tell you. You'll be informed once we get there, so please just comply," said the Yenbyu calmly and to the point. Kuratsuchi stared nervously at the woman and nodded before she rushed to her bedroom to put her usual clothes on. The IWA girl didn't take long to get ready, and without wasting another second, both the girl and her Anbu escort were off. Hokage Tower. In just a few minutes they were at the Hokage Tower, and as Kuratsuchi faced the office door of Konoha's ruler, her nerves multiplied tenfold. But a nudge on her side by the Anbu behind her prompted her to go on, and she reluctantly gave a solid knock. The pink-eyed girl didn't have to wait long, just a couple of seconds for the Hokage to reply with "enter," so she did just that. "You wanted to see me, Lady Hokage?" asked the prodigy as she entered the office with the Anbu close behind her. She turned to look at the blonde woman, and she could see Tsunade staring at her with a serious face as she sat on her desk. "I did." "Come closer, girl," ordered the Sannin as she noticed that Kuratsuchi just stood in the middle of the room. Kuratsuchi nodded at the Kage and took a few more steps towards the woman until she was just in front of the Hokage's desk. She had never been this close to the Sannin, and she couldn't help but be on edge. She guessed that whatever the Hokage wanted from her, the woman either needed to gauge the girl's reaction or intimidate her with her presence, or both. And she couldn't deny that it was working. She really was intimidating, all right. "You said before that you knew one of the Akatsuki members. A guy named Deidara, correct?" asked the blonde as she continued to stare right into the eyes of Kuratsuchi. "Why yes, ma'am," answered the girl quickly. She didn't know why the Hokage might be interested in that, but she didn't care right now. She was more focused on finding out what the woman's deal with her was. "So, you could say that you know his style of fighting?" the busty woman continued to inquire. Kuratsuchi blinked slowly, with confusion. "I do know a good deal, yes." "Elaborate on it." Tsunade kept pressing the Iwa kunoichi. Katsuchi wondered what the Hokage was getting at. The woman had already refused her help before when she offered to aid Naruto on his mission. So she found strange that suddenly the Hokage was interested in what she had to say about the Mad Bomber. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, I don't know where we are going with this, said Katsuchi as serenely as she could. Just answer what I asked of you, ordered Tsunade with her same grave expression. Katsuchi nodded hastily, deciding that it was best to just do what the Hokage demanded of her. He uses explosive clay that he makes into several kinds of sculptures with the mouths on his hands. Depending on the shape he gives them, they can behave exactly like the object he models them after. A bird sculpture can fly, a snake one will slither around on the floor, spiders will stick to surfaces. All of that. One thing they all share, though, is that they all explode like bombs. He likes to fight on top of giant flying sculptures he also creates. They can range from dragons to birds, but the point is that he favors aerial and long-range combat. Informed the Iwa Kunoichi. Anything specific to be wary of him? Asked the Hokage, with the same seriousness. Katsuchi nodded and continued her report. He likes to fight sneakily. He will usually telegraph a lot of his head-on attacks while another set of sculptures sneak up on his enemy while they are busy dealing with the other ones. Also, one has to be very careful when looking for an opening when fighting him, since he is known to use clay clones as decoys and blow them up along with his foes when they go after him, hoping to end the battle quickly. Tsunade put her elbows on her desk as she rested her head on top of her hands and thought on the information the girl was giving her. Do you know any of his weaknesses? Asked the Hokage. A few of them. First of all, the quantity of clay he can carry is limited, and once he runs out of it, he is at a considerable disadvantage. But despite that, it's very difficult to actually get him to spend all of it since he carries more than enough to blow up cities. However, one major weakness he has is lightning. Any contact with lightning jutsu will make his clay worthless since lightning chakra will neutralize the earth chakra they are powered with. Finished the girl before she stared at Tsunade expectantly. The blonde woman hadn't moved from her position as she digested the words of the girl, and she even closed her eyes as she went deep in thought and seemed to be debating something in her mind. Katsuchi was starting to sweat. The suspense was killing her. Not only she didn't know what the Hokage wanted from all this, but the woman wouldn't say anything anymore. Then, Tsunade opened her eyes with resolve on her face, and Katsuchi was momentarily startled by the sudden action. I have reconsidered, said Tsunade. Reconsidered? Repeated the confused tomboy with a tilt of her head. The Hokage nodded in affirmation as she stared at the girl. I have reconsidered sending you to Suna as a support for Team 7, said Tsunade. Katsuchi's eyes went wide at hearing that. Now, this was one thing she didn't expect to happen when she came here. Wait, are you serious? Asked the girl in disbelief. I am. Unless you don't want to go anymore, that is, replied the Hokage, still keeping her severe behavior. Of course, I still want to go. But I'm just curious, what made you change your mind? Said the pink-eyed girl, perplexed. I have my reasons, responded the Hokage plainly. The truth was that after her bad omen, she started reevaluating the risks the mission brought and decided that sending Team 7 alone had been a mistake. Even more so when she had someone knowledgeable of one of the Akatsuki members they were up against. Yes, she was taking a risk sending the girl, but she would rather risk the girl than risk Naruto falling into the hands of the Akatsuki. I thank you for this chance, Hokage-sama, said the girl with politeness and a small smirk of gratitude. No need to thank me. I'm not doing this for you, said Tsunade as she waved off the girl's compliment. I know, assured the girl, but she still kept the smile on her face. Tsunade gave a sigh, hoping that this was the right choice, but there was no use worrying about it now. Of course, I can't send you alone and unsupervised. I'll have you accompany a team consisting of 2 Chunin and 2 Jounin. The underlying message was clear. If Katsuchi were to try anything, she was in for a rough time. Having to face 2 Chunins would be challenging enough, but having the support of 2 full-fledged Jounin would make any attempt she might make very difficult. And not to mention that they were going to the Land of Wind. If she were to somehow escape, There wasn't a lot of places to run off to since it was mostly desert. She would be tracked down easily without any obstacles to throw off any pursuers. "And I'll take one additional measure," informed the blonde as she signaled the purple-haired Yenbyu in the room that until now had stayed completely silent. Said Yenbyu nodded before proceeding to walk towards them as Katsuchi looked at the woman intently. Then, the Yenbyu stood just beside the tomboy as she faced the Hokage obediently. "You can take off your mask," commanded the Sannin, which prompted Katsuchi to raise an eyebrow. The purple-haired woman gave a small bow before she straightened herself up once again and placed her hand on her white cat porcelain mask before she took it off completely, revealing the young woman's face. This was the first time Katsuchi had ever seen the Anbu unmasked, and she could admit that the young woman was very pretty. She had a youthful face with fair skin, brown eyes, and her forehead was covered by uneven bangs of her purple hair. She also used red lipstick. "Why don't you introduce yourself to the girl and explain to her your mission while you are at it?" suggested the Hokage with a smile. "Of course, Tsunade-sama," said the woman with another small bow before she turned to look at the IWA girl. "My name is Yuzuki Yuga. I will be accompanying you in your mission, both to keep an eye on you and watch over you. If you try anything against my fellow Leaf Shinobi, my blade will be on your throat before you can even blink. Alternatively, I will also ensure that your security is not compromised while we are in the Land of Wind," informed Yuga. Since Suna Shinobi, just like Konoha Ninja, had a deep hatred for IWA, they had to make sure that the girl was not harmed while she was there. It wasn't likely that they were going to make any attempts on the tomboy's life, since she was under Konoha's protection right now, and Suna Shinobi would not risk starting an international conflict with their allies, and especially right now that their Kazakage was missing. Katsuchi evaluated Yuga from head to toe, trying to make something of the woman. So Yuga was going to be serving a weird role of both overseer and bodyguard? Interesting. She looked competent at the very least, so that was good. She didn't have any intention of going around backstabbing the Konoha pricks, so she wasn't bothered to have her guard be a skilled kunoichi, and in fact, she welcomed it. "Any objections?" asked the purple-haired beauty. "None at all," the pink-eyed girl replied simply before she turned again to face the Hokage. "You said something about a team that was also coming," inquired the girl, remembering the Sannin mention sending her along with another team. Tsunade gave her an amused grin which only served to confuse the girl. But before she could say anything, there was a knock on the door that drew everyone's attention. Tsunade's smirk got even wider, and while still keeping her smile, she gave permission to enter. "Come in." Then, the door burst open and the strangest man Katsuchi had ever seen in her life entered the office along with a mini clone of said man, a girl, and someone that Katsuchi could only assume was a Hyuga. "Yash. I heard that my team was requested. So, what can I and my lovely students do for you, Hokage-sama?" exclaimed the strange man in excitement. "I can already feel my flames of youth burning stronger. We are ready for anything, right, Guy-sensei?" said the boy doppelganger as his other two team members groaned in exasperation. Katsuchi stared in horror at the duo. She wasn't even paying attention to the rest of the team by this point. Now she knew why the Hokage had given her that sly smirk earlier when she asked about these freaks. Upon looking at the girl's face, Yuga couldn't help but smile with amusement at her reaction, but that was short-lived when she remembered that she had to go with him too. "And speaking of which, I see you are here too, Yuga-san. What a surprise," said the friendly guy upon seeing his old acquaintance. "It's nice seeing you too, Guy-san," responded the purple-haired woman amicably, but still feeling a bit tense. Even if she liked Guy and had a lot of respect for his abilities as a shinobi, she still found tiresome to deal with the taijutsu specialist's energetic and unique personality. "First things first, Guy, I want you to meet Katsuchi. I'm sure you must have heard of her already," said Tsunade with seriousness. Guy and the rest of his team put on puzzled faces as they finally directed their looks to the pink-eyed girl. Katsuchi wasn't enjoying being the center of attention of these weirdos, but there was no helping it since if they were going to be traveling together, so she might as well get used to it. Guy's usually cheerful and energetic expression was stoic as he regarded the IWA kunoichi. "So this is the prisoner I have been hearing so much about lately. thought the taijutsu specialist, as this was his first time meeting the girl. She did look competent despite being young. The way she carried herself showed that she was experienced for her age, and on top of that, he heard she was a jounin too. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Guy were having different reactions. Lee was confused, as he had never seen the girl around before, and for some reason her presence seemed to be making a tense atmosphere. Tenten was unsure of what to make of the girl. She heard that an enemy kunoichi was in custody in the village, and judging by her uniform this person had to be it. But even if she was an enemy, the girl didn't look much different from your average person, save for the pink eyes. When Tenten imagined an enemy that was dangerous enough to keep confined, she pictured an imposing and mean-looking shinobi, but this girl seemed normal enough, if a bit rough. However, Niji wasn't even attempting to hide his distrust and dislike for the girl if the glare he was sending her way was anything to go by. Rock Lee couldn't understand why everyone seemed so apprehensive about the unfamiliar girl, so he approached his two teammates and asked in a low whisper, "Guys, why is everyone so tense all of a sudden? Haven't you heard? Supposedly, there is an enemy kunoichi in the village, and if I had to guess, she must be the prisoner. Just look at her headband," said Tenten, also keeping her voice down as she leaned in to better talk to Rock Lee. "And not only that, but I think she is supposed to be someone important in her village or something," added the weapons user. "It has been a hot topic among the jounin too, actually," informed Niji, joining in their conversation but also whispering just like them. "Honestly, I'm not too surprised you haven't heard since all you do is train all the time," Niji scolded Lee, but he still kept his eyes on the IWA girl at all times. As his students continued to discuss among themselves, Guy continued to evaluate the pink-eyed girl with seriousness. But after a solid minute of keeping a stony face, he decided that there was no point in doing this anymore, since if the Hokage was introducing her to his team, there had to be a good reason for having the girl present. "Nice meeting you, young Katsuchi. I'm Mato Guy, the beautiful green beast of Konoha, and this is my team," said Guy cheerfully as he broke one of his usual gleaming smiles along with his classic nice guy pose, with a thumbs up. Katsuchi could only stare at the man in disbelief. This was Konoha's famous green beast. This weirdo was Mato Guy. The man was supposed to be strong enough to rival Kakashi, and this guy wasn't what the tomboy had in mind. Sure, he wasn't as well known as the copy ninja, but in IWA they tried to keep tabs on every powerful Konoha shinobi, and as far as strength went he ranked pretty high. Katsuchi didn't know how to react to the man's eccentric attitude, so she just nodded dumbly, with an unsure look. Likewise. I guess, little by little, Katsuchi was starting to be convinced that every strong Konoha ninja had to be wrong in the head in some way. It just seemed that it was a rule around here. "It is my pleasure," said Guy loudly to the girl before turning to Tsunade. "And what would be the reason for this friendly reunion if I may ask, Hokage-sama?" asked the man good-naturedly. The blonde woman cleared her throat before she started speaking. "I have called you all here because I have a mission for you. As you have probably heard by now, the Kazakage has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki." That reminder got everyone to get serious once again, and they all nodded. "I have already dispatched Kakashi and his team to deal with this issue, but I feel that they may need backup. So I'm sending you as their reinforcements," explained the Hokage with authority. While Guy and Tenten nodded in understanding, Niji gave a step forward. "Excuse me if I sound rude, Hokage-sama, but why is the IWA girl here? Surely you aren't intending in sending her with us?" inquired the Hyuga prodigy as said kunoichi glared at him for undermining her. "As a matter of fact, Hyuga, I am. I was just getting to that until you interrupted me," said Tsunade with a frown directed to the boy. Niji winced at being on the receiving end of a scolding from the Sannin, so he just decided to drop the issue and kept quiet. Though, Hokage-sama, even if Niji can be blunt, I too wonder on the purpose of her coming along. "Nothing against her, is just an unusual decision," added Guy quickly once he noticed the annoyed look on the tomboy's face. "It just so happens that the Akatsuki member that kidnapped the Kazakage is a former IWA shinobi and Katsuchi is familiar with him. Her knowledge on the missing nin fighting style will be a huge boon in your mission," explained the Sannin. "And if you are worried about having to keep an eye on her, that is why Yuga is here," She will be watching the girl at all times and will serve as additional manpower should the need arise. You are to leave immediately, and I'm sure this goes without saying, but this is considered an S-rank mission. Finished the Hokage. Team Guy wasn't feeling particularly confident about working with an enemy. Who knew what the girl could try to pull if they were busy performing such a dangerous mission and were distracted to properly watch over her. Even the usually good-natured and naive, Lee was feeling some reservation at the prospect. Understood, Hokage-san. Just leave everything to us, said Guy with a thumbs up before he turned to his team and his two other temporarily companions. Let's go, everyone. There is no time to lose. Let your flames of youth shine through, exclaimed the man with a passion. Of course, Guy-sensei. I won't let you or the team down, said Lee as he too joined his idol in his enthusiasm. Katsuchi saw both the girl and the Hyuga sigh and groan respectively, and she couldn't blame them for it if this is what they had to endure every day. And seeing the preoccupied look on Yuga's face, it pretty much confirmed that this trip was going to feel like an eternity. Outskirts in the land of fire. Katsuchi, Yuga, and Team Guy had been traveling for almost a day, jumping from tree to tree with haste. And for the IWA girl, the travel had been surprisingly quiet, considering that Guy was the leader of the mission. She guessed that despite the man's quirks, he still could keep himself serious when the situation called for it, and she was glad for that. However, there was something that had been bothering her for a while now, which was that the girl of Team Guy had been staring at her for most of the trip. Even if the girl tried to hide it, Katsuchi could tell that she was being watched by her, and she finally had enough of that. Okay, that's it. I know you have been staring at me this whole time, said Katsuchi accusingly, which made Tenten blush faintly at being caught, and even Lee and Niji directed their attention at the interaction between the girls as they jumped from branch to branch. If you have a problem with me or something, just spit it out already, said the tomboy with a harsh look. Is not that at all, said Tenten, still feeling a bit ashamed. I was just looking at your sword, and I was wondering where you got it, asked the weapons user as she pointed at the blade in Katsuchi's waist. Katsuchi raised an eyebrow at the question. Is that what she was curious about? Thought the pink-eyed Kunoichi in confusion. It was my mother's sword, and I don't see how is this your business, said the IWA girl brusquely. You sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure that your sword is the same one I fixed for Naruto the other day, responded Tenten with incredulity, and now was her who was looking at Katsuchi judgmentally. Oh, are you saying I stole it? Is that it? Said the tomboy with indignation at Tenten's claims. I'll have you know that the idiot got it fixed for me, so you can take your accusations somewhere else. The nerve of the girl to be saying that her mother's heirloom wasn't really hers. It really made Katsuchi angry. Tenten widened her eyes in surprise. Wait, so you know Naruto? She remembered Naruto mentioned that he was repairing the sword for a friend, but never in a million years did Tenten imagine that his friend was going to be an IWA Kunoichi who was also Konoha's prisoner on top of it. Even Lee and Niji seemed taken aback from the revelation. Katsuchi nodded. Yes, I know him. You could even say we are friends, said the girl, a bit reluctant. She was still getting used to the idea of being friends with the blonde, so it was still weird to say it out loud, especially to complete strangers. Rock Lee's face lit up at hearing the girl. Then, I'm sorry for not introducing myself properly before. If you are a friend of Naruto-kun, it's only appropriate to be polite. I'm Rock Lee. Please forgive my rudeness, said the taijutsu user. He had been feeling strange and reserved at having to work alongside a supposed enemy, but if she was on good terms with Naruto, then she couldn't be so bad. Sure, I'm Katsuchi, though you already knew that, said the tomboy dully. Even if she was Naruto's friend, she still thought that the weird boy was just too trusting. She supposed it was also part of his weirdness. And I'm Tenten, said the weapons user. Since Lee was already introducing himself, she might as well also do it, if only out of obligation. Then, Lee turned to his other team member. Why don't you introduce yourself too, Niji? Suggested the spandex, wearing ninja expectantly. Niji eyed the IWA Kunoichi coldly, and for a moment, he considered not giving an answer to make it even more obvious that he didn't like her and had no interest in interacting with her whatsoever. But he also didn't want to make a scene over this, so he decided to go along with it. Humph. Hyuga Niji, said the Byakugan user plainly. He had learned a long time ago that you could not trust foreign ninja. Kumo's machinations, a supposedly neutral nation, were responsible for the death of his father and almost getting Hinata kidnapped. So if you couldn't even drop your guard around neutral ninja, he sure as hell wasn't going to do it with a kunoichi from an openly hostile village. Niji's explicit cold behavior towards Kuratsuchi once again made the atmosphere heavy, and everyone got silent. Kuratsuchi was already getting fed up with all this. Almost all her interactions with Naruto's friends ended the same way, with them hating her or disliking her. Even if she would not even consider getting along with Konoha assholes if she was given the chance, the fact was that she did not have that luxury right now, and always having everyone give her the cold shoulder was starting to get on her nerves. Besides, she was on a mission with them right now, so it was for everyone's benefit that they tried to get along. And with all that in mind, Kuratsuchi tried to salvage what she could of the conversation. "Hey,
Denton, correct?"
asked the tomboy to the weapons user. The female member of Team Guy looked at Kuratsuchi with a quizzical look. "Yes? You said that you fixed my blade?" asked the pink-eyed girl as Tenten had mentioned something along those lines before. Tenten nodded. "I did. I wanted to commend you on your work. The sword is as good as new," said Kuratsuchi with a small appreciating grin. "You have talent." Tenten blushed with modesty. She did not expect a compliment from the brash girl, and her character didn't seem like the type to do that sort of stuff either, so it came as a surprise. "Thanks, I'm glad you like it. Naruto didn't tell me who it was for, so I was worried that whoever it was didn't appreciate how much work I put on it," said Tenten with a small smile of her own. Tenten is an expert when it comes to weapons. "If you think she is good at fixing them, wait until you see her using them," added Lee cheerfully, happy that the mood had brightened again. "Is that so?" asked Kuratsuchi curiously. "Well, I don't like to brag, but I do spend a lot of time practicing with a wide array of weapons, so I do know more than a few things," said Tenten with a proud smile. As the teenagers talked, Yuga was glad that at least she apparently wasn't going to have to worry about them being at each other's throats, so that was something at least. Just as Yuga, Guy took a moment to glance back and watch his students converse with the IWA girl, and he couldn't help but smile warmly at the interaction. He knew that she was an enemy kunoichi and all, but he was willing to give her a chance, as long as she behaved. After all, the flames of youth didn't care for nationality. "Guy, wait." Guy and the rest of his companions halted at the sudden noise, and to their surprise, a small pug dog with brown fur and dark snout and ears, wearing a blue vest and a Konoha headband appeared before them. "Pakken, what are you doing here? Did Kakashi send you?" asked Guy at the small animal. "That's right," said the dog with his seemingly always bored face. "And I see you have a couple of guests with you," said Pakken as he glanced at Kuratsuchi and Yuga. The tomboy was a bit dumbfounded by the talking dog. Yes, she knew that it was most likely a summon and there were a lot of them that could talk, but this was her first time seeing one of them. Yuga on her part didn't seem fazed in the least, as she had already worked with Kakashi's dogs a couple of times when the copy ninja used to work in ENBU. "Yo," greeted the dog as he regarded both women and lifted a paw in a salute. "Hi," said Kuratsuchi dumbly as she waved unsurely at the animal. "Nice to see you, Pakken," said Yuga in a friendly manner. "It's been a while since I last saw you, Yuga. Glad to see you again safe and sound considering your job," said the dog politely. "I can say the same to you," replied the purple-haired beauty. "So, what did you come here for?" urged Niji as he interrupted the conversation and reminded the summon of the task at hand. "Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked." The dog apologized once he realized his blunder, and now everyone waited attentively for what the animal had to say. "I came here to inform you all that the Akatsuki that kidnapped the Kazakage have fled to the Land of Rivers. And of the two teams, yours is the closest to them." "The Land of Rivers," repeated Guy. "We are close indeed, almost at the border with them in fact. And the Land of Rivers is small, it doesn't even take a day to traverse it," informed Guy to everyone present. "Also I'll be helping you track them down, I already got their scent," added Pakken. "Then there is no time to lose. Let's go, everyone," ordered Guy before he resumed his pace, even faster than before. The rest of the squad didn't waste any time either and quickly followed suit towards their destination. Land of Rivers. In just a few hours, Guy and his group were already deep into the Land of Rivers territory, but now they had resorted to traveling on the ground since the region didn't have big forests like the Land of Fire, and instead, the land was a rocky terrain that had the occasional river flowing through it, which was appropriate considering it was the Land of Rivers. Pakin was currently in the lead of the formation as he followed the trail of the Akatsuki members. How much longer until we reach their hideout? I don't want to sound whiny, but I'm starting to get tired already, said a weary Tenten. They had barely rested since they started their mission, and she wasn't as fit as the rest of her team, especially Guy and Lee. Katsuchi refrained from voicing her complaints, but she felt the same as the weapons user. Ever since she became Konoha's prisoner, she hadn't been training as she should and was already starting to get out of shape. Judging by the strength of the scent, we are close. It shouldn't take us more than a couple of hours, reassured the pug, but after a few seconds, his expression became severe as he started sniffing the air. Someone is approaching us, and fast. Everyone got startled at the dog's warning, and Niji didn't waste any time to activate his Byakugan. Behind us, yelled the Hyuga just in time as everyone scattered to avoid a mighty blow that had been aimed at their group. Everyone stood a safe distance from whatever it had been that almost mauled them, and when the dust cleared off they could see the familiar figure of Kisame holding a dusty Samahata. "Some good reflexes you have there," said the blue-skinned man with a snarky smile. "I hope that you make for an interesting fight, you bizarre beast," added the swordsman as he regarded Guy. "This guy again," muttered Katsuchi with a bit of fear. The last time she fought the man, he made her look like an amateur, and she just got out of that fight with her neck still attached to her thanks to Akatsuki and her father's interference. Kisame looked at the girl, and his face lit up in realization at who she was. "So we meet again, girlie. I wonder if you learned your lesson from last time, but I guess we are about to find out, won't we?" said Kisame in a mocking tone. "You know this person?" A puzzled Guy asked Katsuchi. "You know me too, dumbass," thought the shark-like man with a deadpan look. "I faced him once before," said Katsuchi simply. She would rather not elaborate on the full circumstances of the fight since she had been trying to capture Naruto at the time. Meanwhile, Niji was taking advantage of their small talk and took a moment to analyze the Akatsuki member with his Byakugan, which made the veins around his eyes bulge, and as he did, he let a small gasp of surprise. "Niji, what's wrong?" asked Tenten with concern. It wasn't often that the stoic Hyuga showed any signs of being startled. "That guy's chakra is unreal. I haven't seen this much since Naruto," said the branch member in disbelief. "To send someone like him, then, it must mean that we are still on time, right?" said Lee as he got into a fighting stance. One of their worries was that they didn't know if they could make it in time to save Gaara, but Kisame's presence pretty much confirmed that they still had a chance, or the Akatsuki wouldn't even have bothered in sending him to deal with them. "Probably, he is just here to stall us. Our numbers advantage would make a fight unfavorable even for someone like him," added Katsuchi. She knew that it wouldn't make sense for the Akatsuki to risk losing one of their members in a fight to the death, and even less so when it wasn't even in a fight against a Jinchuriki, their main targets. Yuga agreed with the girl. This was most likely a measure by the Akatsuki to get a bit more time as they secured the Kazakage Spiju. And if her guess was correct, their plan was going to succeed if they didn't do something to not play along with them. Time was of the essence, and they couldn't risk losing their advantage when the price to pay was the Kazakage's life. "Guy," called the Yenbyu in a low voice so only their group could hear her, and once the taijutsu user directed his attention to her, she continued. "I'm sorry for even suggesting this, but do you think you could hold him by yourself?" Her suggestion alarmed everyone. To let one of them fight an Akatsuki member by themselves seemed like something akin to suicide. Yuga saw that Guy students were ready to argue back, so she rushed to interrupt them lest they reveal their strategy to their enemy in their outburst. "Please keep your voice down even if you disagree with me, but just hear me out. We don't know how much time the Kazakage has left, but one thing we do know is that right now we are still a threat to the Akatsuki's plans and they know this, and I doubt they would have sent this guy without thinking it through. I do believe that he is capable of holding us off long enough for us to fail. The only option I can see is if we rush past him, but he won't leave us alone unless someone keeps him busy," explained the purple-haired beauty. As an Yenbyu, she was used to choosing the most logical course of action, even if it was dangerous. As shinobi, they had to be ready to risk their lives for the mission. I hate to say it, kids, but I think that Yuga is right. Ensuring the Kazakage's life should be our priority above all else, said Pakin with remorse. No way I'm leaving Gai-sensei behind, said an exalted Lee, but thankfully, he was being mindful of the volume of his voice just as Yuga had asked. Lee is right. I'm sure that if we all work together we can deal with this freak in no time at all, that he will barely slow us down, said Tenten, also in a whisper. Niji stayed silent as he debated their dilemma. He knew that what Yuga proposed was the most logical step to take as shinobi, but that didn't mean he liked it. But still, he couldn't bring himself to voice his opinion as he was uncertain about the appropriate decision to make. Guy was deep in thought as he pondered on Yuga's suggestion. It was true that it seemed like the best thing to do for the success of the mission. Frankly, he had never been the best to make hard calls like these. That was one of the reasons that he had never been fit to join Yenbyu like Kakashi and Yuga had, even when he had wanted to try his hand at the job. And after much thinking, he smiled now that he had made up his mind. He was glad that Yuga had come with them to have more insight on this kind of matters. You guys go on ahead. I can deal with this by my own, said Guy, much to the surprise of his students. But, Guy-sensei, you can't. Lee started to complain only to be silenced as his teacher lifted a hand to stop him in his tracks. Don't worry about me. I wouldn't do this if I didn't think I could do it, replied Guy with a reassuring smile and a thumbs up. But are you sure this is wise, sensei? Inquired the Hyuga, finally voicing some concern as Tenten nodded in agreement with her teammate. I promise I won't take unnecessary risks, added Guy, still keeping his smile. Besides, it was the truth. If things got hairy, he could always open the inner gates, and he was second to none in speed when under its effects, so he was confident that he could retreat if the need presented itself. Finally, his students calmed down a bit, and begrudgingly, they nodded in understanding.
Good.
Once we split up, Niji and Yuga-sen will be in charge of the team while I'm gone, informed Guy before he regarded Kisame once more. But first, we have to make a distraction, force him to let us pass. Once he realizes what we are trying to do, he won't make it easy on us. Be ready for my signal, finished Guy as his students, Katsuchi, Pakin, and Yuga got ready to act at a moment's notice. Kisame was impatiently waiting for their little chat to be over, whatever it may be they were talking about. As he had come here to stall them, it suited him just fine if they wanted to delay themselves by discussing some random strategy. He was confident he could take them on despite anything they might come up with. This wasn't his real body anyway, so even if they somehow managed to defeat him, there was no real risk for him. But still, he wished they would just have attacked right away instead of letting him bore to death. Then, the blue-skinned man saw that the group was getting ready to act, and he smiled with eagerness to start things up already. Took you long enough. I was starting to wonder if you would do all the work for me, but I'm glad you aren't. That would be boring, don't you guys think? He saw Guy give some kind of order, and all of them, dog included, started rushing at him. He didn't waste a single second more and quickly performed some hand seals. Sueidun. Bakusui Shoha. Water release. Exploding water colliding wave. Then, Kisame proceeded to spew a huge quantity of water from his mouth, and in just a few seconds, the wasteland they were on was turned into a small ocean as the swordsman rode the giant wave towards his enemies. Everyone stopped momentarily to evaluate the strength of the technique, and once they saw the massive wave of water, they had no choice but to jump and attempt to stand over it or be swept away by the current. Kisame took advantage of their vulnerable position in the air and quickly approached Guy with his sword ready to end the taijutsu master. I got you now, thought triumphantly the former Kiri ninja. But before he could skewer Guy, Lee was immediately upon him, launching a barrage of kicks. Konoha Dezem. Leaf Great Whirlwind, said the green-wearing Chunin as launched 3 kicks in midair, one low, then a middle one and a high one, before finishing with a drop kick. Unfortunately for Lee, Kisame managed to block all of his attacks with his forearm. However, the strength of the kicks, especially the drop kick, was enough to push him back. Not to mention that Lee's physical blows were strong enough that even blocking them hurt the Kiri ninja. As soon as Niji fell on the surface of the water and regained his balance, he took the opening that Lee created and used his own jutsu. Hack Kusho. 8 trigrams vacuum palm, yelled the Hyuga as he thrust his palm towards the missing Nin and released a high-compressed vacuum-like air that blew Kisame even farther back. Pesky brats, they are more resourceful than I thought an annoyed Kisame before just barely blocking with Samehada a metal ball aimed at his head, courtesy of the girl with the twin buns. But as soon as he did that, the ball exploded to release several smaller balls made of paper that detonated and enveloped the surrounding area in smoke. Kisame acted quickly and swung his bandage-wrapped sword around him with great strength, rapidly dissipating most of the smoke. What he did not expect to see, however, was the entire group save Guy fleeing the scene. It was now that he realized that they weren't planning on sticking around like he expected. He had thought that they were going to feel confident enough to engage in a fight with him once they saw that they outnumbered him, but that wasn't the case, and being ignored just served to piss him off. Where do you think you are going? Suidan. Suikoden no Jutsu. Water release. Water shark bullet technique, yelled the enraged man as he slammed his hand on the water surface, and 6 large sharks made of liquid, one for each fleeing shinobi, started giving chase in an effort to stop their advance before they got even farther. While they sprinted away, Tenten, Niji, Rock Lee, Yuga, and even Pakken looked back to see the sharks gaining distance on them. Katsuchi, on her part, was busy doing some preemptive hand seals. Yotan. Sekijio no Jutsu. Lava release. Quicklime congealing technique. As soon as any of the sharks so much as dared to surface in an attempt to munch on them, they were smacked in the face by the tomboy's quicklime, and as the sticky substance mixed with their watery bodies, it hardened. And in just a few seconds, all the sharks sank like rocks to the bottom of the makeshift lake. Everyone, save for Niji, gave the IWA girl a thankful look, and she responded with a proud grin. Kisame clicked his tongue at seeing his sharks promptly handled, and even though all that happened in just a few seconds, the brats were fast enough that they were already well into the distance. He would have to give chase and do it quickly if he hoped to catch up, but as he attempted to go after them, he was forced to block a blow from a nunchaku that Guy was now wielding. "You are in my way, beast," snarled the shark-like man. "I'm your opponent now, your only concern is me," said Guy as he tried to push back the great sword with a chain of his nunchaku. "Then I'll deal with you quickly, and then I'll hunt down those brats of yours like dogs for pissing me off," said the angry blue-skinned man. "You'll have to go through me first, and I won't make it easy on you." "So do your worst," said Guy with a harsh look not normally present in the energetic man. Having his precious students threatened made his blood boil. "You asked for it," warned the swordsman as he pulled Samehada from a struggle against Guy's weapon before he swung it again at his enemy, only to be blocked again with surprising strength. And as Guy started counterattacking himself, their vicious fight started once more. Guy hoped that this strategy bought them enough time to succeed, but above all else, he hoped that they would be safe while he dealt with the dangerous, missing Nin. Chapter 16. Reunion. Land of Rivers. Katsuchi and company were already well on their way to catch up with Gaara and his captors. But despite that, the remaining team Guy could only think about the master they were forced to leave behind. They knew that Guy was one of the strongest shinobi in Konoha, but still, going against an Akatsuki member by himself could be a bit too much for what the man could handle. Katsuchi and Yuga eyed the concerned faces of their companions, and the Yenbyu tried to keep them focused on the mission. "I know that you are worried about Guy, and it's understandable, but you must remember that in a mission the objective comes first, even when we have to put our life on the line. Guy knows this, and so do you. It's always hard, but we have no choice but to leave our feelings aside for now," said the purple-haired woman. "I know that," said Rock Lee with a sigh. "But still, I can't stop myself from feeling guilty. I left Guy-sensei behind in a dangerous predicament. It feels as though I ran away," said the boy, berating himself. "I'm just as worried as you, but Yugao-san is right, Lee," said Niji. He knew that as long as he was in charge of the team, he had a responsibility to act as a leader, and that included keeping his teammates' heads straight. Guy-sensei knew what he was getting himself into, and even he knew that it was a necessary action to secure the success of the mission. Besides, Guy-sensei is not weak. He won't let himself go down even against someone like that. He is always telling us that he believes in our strength. Well, we also have to believe in him, added Tenten despite herself being worried too. Rock Lee sighed again, but he quickly put on a resolute face. Thanks, Tenten Niji. I need to have faith in Gai-sensei, and the least I can do is give it my all to see this mission through to honor the risk he is taking, said Lee with determination. Tenten and Niji smiled at their teammate, glad that he was putting himself together. Katsuchi watched intently the interaction between the team and the bond they shared. Even with all their differences, they were close. She couldn't help but miss her own comrades back in IWA. She wondered what Akatsuki, Gramps, and her father were up to. But before she could start pondering on the issue too much, her train of thought was interrupted by Pakin. We are almost there, so be on your guard. It won't be long now, announced the pug. The notice put everyone on edge as they started wondering what to expect once they got there. Luckily, they didn't have to wait long, as in just a few minutes, they reached what appeared to be a huge cave in the middle of a lake. The cave had a torii gate just in front of it, but the entrance was sealed with a giant boulder that had a paper tag seal on it. Everyone stood in the lake just before the boulder as they examined the spot. Is this the place? Asked Katsuchi curiously. Pakin nodded. Yes, the Kazakage is inside. I can indeed feel several chakra signatures in there. However, some of them are rather bizarre, said Yuga with a frown. You can sense them? Yugao-san, are you by any chance a sensor type? Inquired Tenten. Yes, I am. Sorry for not mentioning it before. It must have slipped my mind, said Yugao as she scratched her cheek sheepishly. Niji also decided to give some input, so he activated his Byakugan to get a look inside. He could definitely see the Kazakage, but he was currently being suspended in the air by some strange force as huge quantities of chakra left his body by the second. Also, he could understand why Yugao said that the rest of the chakra signatures seemed off since only 2 of the other people inside of it seemed to actually be physically present. The rest of them looked like some kind of holograms, and all of them just stood there motionless as they all performed a single-hand seal. It was a strange scene, all in all. Niji, what do you see? Asked Lee with curiosity. I can't find the words to properly describe it, but I can tell you that the Kazakage is definitely there, and so are the Akatsuki members that kidnapped him, said the Hyuga. So Deidara is most likely in there with him, thought the tomboy darkly with a scowl at the prospect of finally giving the mad bomber what was coming to him. Then there is no time to lose. I'll try to open the way, said Lee as he took a stance to punch the big rock. He wasn't sure if he could destroy it in one hit like Guy would have, but he was sure going to try it. Wait, you will just end up hurting yourself, warned Yugao to the gris-clad boy. Rock Lee stopped the blow he had been about to throw, and along with the rest of his companions, he looked at Yugao with a puzzled expression. Why do you say that, Yugao-sen? Asked the taijutsu user. Take a look at that, said the Yenbyu as she pointed at the paper tag that was on the boulder. That is a 5 seal barrier. Nothing will be able to destroy the boulder unless we get rid of it first. A look of realization hit Lee. I see. Amazing, Yugao-san. Not only are you a sensor type, I didn't know you knew about seals too, said Lee in admiration. I'm not an expert or anything, but I do know a little bit about them, said the purple-haired woman with a shook of her head and crossed arms. So, how do we get rid of it? Inquired the Hyuga. We have to take those tags at the same time. There have to be 5 in total. The rest should be somewhere around here. They won't be too far, but they won't be too close either. We will have to split up and tear them off simultaneously, explained the woman. With this new information, Niji activated his Byakugan to look for the remaining tags, and sure enough, it only took him a couple of minutes. What Yugao-san says is correct. I found another 4 of them, but as she says, we will have to split up as they are a considerable distance away from here, said the Hyuga with focus. But we have to take them off at the same time, don't we? How are we going to coordinate ourselves to do that if we get so far apart? Questioned Tenten. Everyone started thinking on a way to overcome that particular problem when suddenly, Lee perked up. That's right, said the boy before he took off his backpack and started searching inside of it. I remembered that I'm carrying some radios with me. They should come in handy. Just after saying that, he pulled a few devices with headphones attached to them. Well, that solves that problem. But we still have to decide who will stay behind to remove this one. It has to be someone able to deal with the boulder, said Pakken. I can do it. My Doton Jutsu will be more than enough to take care of it, said Katsuchi with confidence. It was now that everyone realized something. This was a risky choice since the security around the girl would be considerably weaker once everyone separated. In light of this, everyone stared worriedly in concern at the Iwa Kunoichi. Katsuchi wondered why everyone was looking at her like that all of a sudden, but it only took her a moment to understand why. She got serious as everyone's gaze was upon her, but she couldn't deny that the thought of bailing out of there once most of them were gone seemed very tempting. Yuga was also uncertain about this idea, but they had no choice but to do it, so it was up to her to convince everyone. It's fine. I'll stay with Katsuchi. I have faith that she will behave, isn't that right? Yuga asked Katsuchi with a warning tone in her voice. Katsuchi nodded. I promise, she said, but they didn't seem to believe it completely. She couldn't blame them. She didn't fully believe herself either. Lee felt relieved at hearing her say that, but Tenten and especially Niji didn't seem convinced. Also, I'm sorry to have to ask this of you, Pakken, but would you mind helping us with one of the tags? Added Yuga. Pakken raised an eyebrow and was about to ask why they needed him for that, but he quickly realized what the problem was. If Katsuchi was going to be guarded by Yuga, then that meant that they still needed one more person to go for one of the seals. Fine, you can count on me, assured the small dog, and after they helped to awkwardly attach one of the radios to him, they were ready to go. Niji will be giving you instructions on how to get to the rest of your tags on the way. Also, once you are all in position, give a signal, so I know when to tear the seal off too, ordered the NBU. I promise I won't fail, said Lee with a thumbs up and a grin. I'll do my best, added Tenten. I got it, said Pakken. Niji, on his part, just silently nodded. Katsuchi then saw them leave one by one after Niji gave them a general direction of where to go to, but before the Hyuga left, he stopped just beside her. I'm warning you, try anything while we are gone, and I will hunt you down, threatened the branch member with a harsh look. I got it already, just worry about your task, Hyuga, responded Katsuchi with a cold gaze of her own. Niji gave an annoyed grunt and shot her one last glare before he too took off. Now all that's left for us is to wait, said Yuga as she leaned on the torii gate while she kept an eye on Katsuchi. Meanwhile, the pink-eyed girl tried to play it cool, but internally, she was in turmoil. She probably would never get such a perfect chance to make a move to escape. Tsunade's decision to send her on the mission had been so rushed that she didn't have time to take proper precautions, and that was something she could not ignore. They had been expecting to go directly to the Land of Wind, where there weren't any obstacles to throw off anyone that might pursue her. This unexpected detour to the Land of Rivers worked in her favor. In this region, she had a chance to escape, and they weren't that far from the border to the Land of Earth. 3 days at most, actually. But if she didn't stop at all, she would get home even faster. Her only real obstacle right now was Yuga. If she could take her down fast, she would have a clear shot to make a run for it. But could she do it? The NBU was keeping a close eye on her, so she wasn't likely to catch her off guard if she attacked her. So she was going to have to hope that her skills surpassed Yuga's and she could defeat her fast before the rest of Team Guy could come to her aid. If she was to do it, the best moment to act would be when everyone got into position. That would ensure that they would be as far away from there as the mission allowed them. How convenient for her that they had to signal them when that was the case. Both women had been waiting for a while, and Yuga had nothing to entertain herself other than hearing the radio directions that Niji gave his teammates once in a while. It was tedious for the purple-haired woman since the boy wasn't talking to her, but there was no helping it since she had to be paying attention once he did talk to her. Niji, Yuga-san, I'm almost in position, said Lee through the radio. Me too, also informed Tenten. Yuga-san, you said that we all have to remove these at the same time, correct? Asked Lee. Yuga brought a hand to her ear to activate her own microphone. That's right. Ensure that you are ready to take it off in one swoop, so it's imperative that you wait for my signal. As Yuga continued giving directions to the rest of the team, Katsuchi knew that this was it. This was the chance she had been waiting for. Yuga was currently distracted as she explained what they had to do, so the Iwa Kunoichi just had to be quick enough to cut the Yenbyu down before she even knew what hit her. The tomboy brought her hand to the handle of the sword in her waist before thinking her actions thorough on last time. She would have to kill Yuga swiftly, or at least severely wound her. Then, she would have to make a fast escape, hoping that the combined efforts of Team Guy weren't enough to catch her in time. She knew that she would not be able to cover her tracks, not with both Niji and Pakin on her trail, so it would be a matter of speed. It would all come down on who got tired first. But she had to risk it. There was no telling if a chance like this would ever present itself again. If she didn't do this, she might never see her home again. She gripped her sword tighter, but before she lunged at Yuga, an image of Naruto's face flashed on her mind. For a moment, she thought of the consequences that this would bring upon the Jinchuriki. Since he had agreed to take responsibility for her, that meant that he had to endure the consequences of her actions. And while she doubted that the Hokage would punish him as harshly as she should, Katsuchi couldn't be sure. But then, she imagined the blonde's disappointed or hateful face towards the IWA girl when he found out what she did. The thought of losing her friend was extremely disheartening for her. And what if she didn't succeed? She would lose everything. Naruto, her family, her friends, and maybe even her life. I won't make it. The odds are too stacked against me, thought the tomboy with finality as she took her hand off her sword, deciding that she would wait for a better chance in the future. Katsuchi. The pink-eyed girl gave a small jump of surprise at Yuga's call. She had been too deep in thought, so she was startled once the Anbu addressed her. The purple-haired woman raised an eyebrow at the girl's weird reaction, but she still relayed her order anyway. Get yourself into position. We are about to take off the seals. Katsuchi nodded and proceeded to walk up the boulder as she stuck to its surface with chakra. Once she got into position with one hand ready to tear the paper off, she looked at Yuga. You might want to get out of the way. This thing is going to be hurled like a projectile, warned the tomboy. Yuga took the girl's advice and stepped a considerable distance away to the side from the boulder. Now, tear them off, ordered Yuga. Then, immediately Katsuchi tore the piece of paper in one swoop, and she guessed that they did it right since it came off without a problem. After that, she didn't waste any time and made some hand seals. Doton, Kaido Shokutsu, Earth Release. Opening Earth Rising Excavation. Then, she put her palm on the wall of the cave, and in an instant, pillars made of stone came from the wall that launched the rock covering the entrance, and it did it with such strength that the huge boulder even took the torii gate with it when it was sent several yards away. Now that the path was clear, Katsuchi and Yuga rushed inside the cave in haste. When they entered, they could see several shadowy figures standing in each finger of a huge statue that had the levitating Kazakage in front of it, and all of the members seemed to be looking directly at them. It only took a moment for the tomboy to recognize the surprised face of Deidara among the figures. Katsuchi could already feel her anger starting to increase before once again she started doing some hand seals. Swait un Miserapa. Water release. Water trumpet. She then released a large jet of water from her mouth aimed at the traitorous blonde and his hunched comrade with the scorpion tail, since now she was just realizing that the rest of them were just projections. Both Akatsuki members were forced to evade the water attack. Sasori dodged to the side while Deidara opted to jump over it. Yuga saw her chance and made a jump for the Kazakage's body that was still suspended in midair. But Deidara saw that, so he quickly made a small clay bird that he hung onto with one hand and used it to fly towards the Jinchuriki. Deidara managed to snatch the redhead first and then proceeded to give Yuga a swift kick to her ribs, which sent her plummeting back into the water below. Fortunately, Yuga managed to recover her balance on the way down and landed standing on the surface on the water, and Deidara did just the same while he carried Gaara. Now both parties were in a standoff, and the two Akatsuki members stood side by side across the two kunoichi while the shadowy figures of the rest of the Akatsuki members watched the exchange. If it isn't Katsuchi-chan, long time no see. Last time I saw you, you were still a little snot-nosed brat, said Deidara with a mocking tone. Katsuchi sneered with disgust at the former IWA ninja. Well, enjoy this reunion since there won't be a next time once I'm done with you. Deidara and I. She purposely said the last honorific with as much venom as she could muster. In the past, She used that particular honorific to refer to him in a fond way, but after everything he had done to her home, she felt nothing but contempt for the man. Hey Itachi, Kisame. You guys didn't say anything about an Iwa Kunoichi being in one of the teams you faced. Deidara complained to two of his shadowy comrades. She wasn't with the team I faced, said the silhouette with the voice of Itachi, and aside from his voice, the only other thing that gave away that he was the Uchiha were his visible Sharingan eyes. I didn't think it was important. The only competent one on their team was that dumb beast, and I was quite busy fighting him. Besides, how was I supposed to know that you knew her? Said another figure with the voice of Kisame. Yuga couldn't help but worry about Guy's safety. If Kisame was already back, then that had to mean that his fight with Guy was already over. She could only hope that Guy was the one who disposed of the swordsman swiftly. It seems that the girl has a knack for getting in the way of our plans. This isn't the first time she hinders us from getting a Jinchuriki, said another of the holograms. This one had green eyes with a red scara. Katsuchi thought that his voice sounded familiar. It looks like the whore didn't learn anything from last time. I think that another session with Jashin-sama is in order. Don't you think, bitch? Said another one of the figures, but this time his voice was one that Katsuchi most definitely remembered. I remember you. You are that silver-haired sadistic piece shit, said the enraged girl. She would never forget the asshole that almost got her killed back in the land of hot water. Even you know her? Asked Sasori in wonder. How did the girl even know half of their members and was still alive? Ha ha ha, if I know her. She was squealing like a pig in agony when I finished with her. And now here she is, with the gall to act though in front of us, said Haydn with disdain. Katsuchi gritted her teeth in anger, as right now, she was surrounded with pricks that she would like to watch them die a slow death with a smile on her face. Laugh while you can. Next time you'll be the one that ends up screaming like a bitch. Huh? Let's see if you don't suck so much by then. Or are you planning on bringing your Jinchuriki boyfriend along with you? If the Kyuubi hadn't been with you, the battle would have been over in seconds, said the Jashinist with a sneer. Yuga was stunned and was left without words. The Iwa Kunoichi seemed to have a grudge with many of the Akatsuki members. She wondered if Katsuchi should feel proud to have survived those encounters with them and live to tell the tale, or if she should be scared shitless to have so many S-ranked criminals out for her blood. Probably a bit of both, she supposed. However, this was a good moment to call for reinforcements as they were distracted. So, with discretion, she brought a hand to the mic in her ear, and in a whisper she said, "We got rid of the boulder in the cave, and we are currently facing the Akatsuki. Hurry back at once." Something unexpected came up. I won't be able to go back just yet, said Niji through the headphones, and he sounded tense. I also have a situation. Sorry, Yuga-san, replied Lee, sounding just as upset as Niji was. Same here, added Tenten. This is why I don't usually help with these kinds of things, said Pakin. Apparently even the dog had been caught up in whatever mess the rest of them were.
What do you mean by that?
What is going on over there? Respond, murmured Yuga in worry, but to no avail, as none of them answered again. This was bad. It seemed that she and Katsuchi were going to have to fight the Akatsuki alone. Shit, was the only thing that Yuga could think about right now. Meanwhile, Deidara was surprised at hearing that the tomboy had been fighting alongside Konoha's Jinchuriki. So are you working with Konoha now? And now that I think about it, that bitch accompanying you is from Konoha too. So much for that pride that you were always boasting about. Now you are betraying your home, said Deidara in an effort to get under the girl's skin. Katsuchi's ire got even stronger at the bomber's accusations. She would not be tolerated to be called a traitor, and even less so from the likes of Deidara. You are one to talk. If I'm working with them is because of certain circumstances that force me to do it. The only traitors here are all of you assholes, yelled the enraged girl. Keep telling yourself that. Not only are you working with Konoha, but you are helping them in a mission to save Sunagakure. What? Working with just one of your enemies wasn't enough. Face it, you are as much of a traitor as me and you know it, responded the blonde with a condescending smile. Kuratsuchi's blood was almost at its boiling point by now, and she was about to reply when another voice boomed through the cavern. That's enough. The conversation got silent, and everyone, including the Akatsuki, looked at a particular hologram standing on one of the fingers of the great statue. The black figure had spiky hair, and the only definitive feature one could make were his strange purple eyes with a ripple pattern. Kuratsuchi wasn't sure why, but the mere look and presence of that guy made a knot in her stomach. The aura that the man gave off was intimidating enough, even when he wasn't present. She couldn't imagine how bad it would be if he were actually there. The extraction of the Ichibi has failed. Secure the Jinchuriki until this situation has been dealt with, said the leader. They had been at mere seconds of completing the extraction. They had got most of the chakra of the Ichibi that it would almost make up for not having the full Biju, but that didn't mean that completely extracting it wasn't preferable. Sasori, Deidara, get rid of these annoyances and find a new location to continue the extraction, ordered the man. Of course, responded Sasori. As you wish, Leader Sama, said Deidara. And you, girl, said the purple-eyed figure as he directed his gaze to Kuratsuchi. Said girl could feel like he was staring into her very soul. Everything about that man screamed danger to her. If you somehow manage to escape this place with your life, you better hope that we never meet each other. If you keep interfering with our plans, it's only a matter of time before you know true pain, said the man ominously before he regarded his subordinates once more. We are done here for the moment. You are all dismissed. The Akatsuki members could tell that their leader was angry, so they didn't dare to comment anything anymore. And with that, one by one of the holograms started vanishing, and once all of them were gone, the statue started sinking into the ground as it shook the cave's interior, until it was completely gone. Well, Sasori no Dana, you heard Leader Sama. Sorry, Kuratsuchi-chan, as much as I would like to keep catching up on old times, I fear that we have to eliminate you, said Deidara with a confident smirk. Just try it, bastard. Let's see how tough you are with only one arm, taunted the girl. She hadn't had a good look at Deidara until now, and she was just noticing that for some reason, the mad bomber was missing an arm. Deidara gave an annoyed grunt at being reminded of his missing limb. One arm is more than enough for you to deal with you, Then, how about against all of us? Kuratsuchi, Yuga, and the two Akatsuki members turned their head to look at the source of the voice, and they saw Kakashi arriving at the cave, along with Naruto, Sakura, and an old plump lady with graying hair and a bun that wore a long dark robe. Naruto called Kuratsuchi with a grin, glad to see the blonde idiot safe and sound. Kuratsuchi, what are you doing here? Asked the puzzled blonde. Your Hokage thought things through, and in the end, she allowed me to come help you, explained the tomboy. That's Tsunade-bachan for you. Now we call all work together to get Gaara back from these bastards, exclaimed the orange-clad genin. Glad to see you here, Kakashi-senpai, said Yuga with respect and a small smile. I'm glad to see you too, also. This feels just like old times, Yuga-sen, said Kakashi, remembering his old days as an ANBU. Wait a minute here, am I going senile, or are we really working with an IWA shinobi? Asked the old lady. She really is an ally, said Sakura. I think I have spent too much time isolated. Last time I checked, Konoha and Suna were in conflict with IWA, said the old woman with a frown. Things haven't really changed that much, honestly. Kuratsuchi here is a special case, Chiyoba-sama, explained Kakashi. As they were talking among themselves, so were the two Akatsuki members. Deidara, the Kyubi Jinchuriki, must be among them too. This would be a good chance to capture him, said Sasori. I bet it's the idiot-looking blonde. He is the loudest, just as Itachi said, analyzed the terrorist. We should split the group. The Kyubi seems especially concerned about the Ichibi, so take the Kazakage with you and see if he gives chase, suggested the short man. Good idea, Sasori no Dana. Then, Deidara proceeded to make a giant bird made of clay, and in a puff of smoke, the small sculpture he had created turned gigantic. The bomber's action drew once again the attention of Kakashi's group. Hey, what do you assholes think you are doing? Yelled Naruto in anger. You want this guy, don't you? said Deidara with a mocking smile as he referred to the unconscious Gaara that he had slung over his shoulder. Then come get it, taunted the bomber before he tossed Gaara into the bird's mouth, and the artificial creature closed its beak, trapping the redhead inside. The Kyuubi's influence on Naruto made his eyes go red, as his rage got even stronger at seeing such a blatant disrespect for Gaara's body. Deidara didn't wait for Naruto to start charging him, so he promptly got on the bird's back and took off through the air and left the cave, without giving anyone a chance to attack him. "I won't let you take Gaara," yelled the angry Naruto, and quickly gave chase to the mad bomber. "Wait for me, Naruto. I'll help you beat that prick to a pulp," said the tomboy as she also started pursuing the missing Nin. "Kids, don't be reckless," Kakashi called after them. He had expected Naruto to do something as stupid as rushing after Gaara without thinking, but he hadn't expected Katsuchi to go along with him too. "I'll be going with them. Sakura, stay with Chiyoba-sama to deal with the other one," commanded Kakashi. "I'll stay and help them too. Be careful out there, Kakashi-senpai," said Yuga. "Same to you girls," added the copy ninja before he too took off. It didn't take long for Kakashi to catch up to the two teenagers, and now they were all currently in hot pursuit of Deidara in a canyon. They were at the bottom of it while the Akatsuki member soared above it. "You guys should be more careful about going after an enemy so carelessly. It could be a trap," scolded the Sharingan user. Katsuchi blushed in embarrassment. In her eagerness to get revenge on Deidara, she acted on impulse. She just hoped that Naruto's disregard for proper shinobi tactics wasn't rubbing off on her. "I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I just can't tolerate seeing Gaara treated like this." Naruto apologized, but he still seemed to be miffed. "Just try to be more mindful in the future," said Kakashi calmly. "Anyway, now we have to find a way to get that fucker to come down," said Katsuchi. "I do have long-range jutsu, but at this distance I don't know how effective they will be. Some of her techniques could be used at long range, but Deidara was just too far away. Not to mention that he had always been at good maneuvering his clay mounts. He would most likely just easily dodge whatever she threw at him." "I have nothing that will work from over here," admitted Naruto with a bit of shame. "No choice then. I'll have to go all out," said Kakashi as he lifted his headband to reveal his Sharingan eye. "I'm still getting the hang of my new Sharingan, but it'll have to do." Naruto had a look of confusion at that. "What do you mean by new Sharingan, Kakashi-sensei?" asked the blonde. Katsuchi also raised an eyebrow at that. How could someone even get a new Sharingan anyway, save for a transplant? "Just give me a moment, and I'll show you," said the copy ninja as he put his hands in a ram hand seal to gather chakra. Naruto and Katsuchi waited impatiently for a few minutes while Kakashi kept gathering his chakra. They were wondering if Deidara was going to escape at this rate when finally, Kakashi broke the silence. "It's done," informed the silver-haired man. Both teenagers looked at Kakashi's Sharingan in amazement when they saw the eye morphing before them. The three tomo of the Dijitsu fused together to make a stretched three-pointed star that had a curve at the tips which formed a circle, making the pattern look somewhat like a pinwheel. "What is that form?" "It changed, just like Itachi's," exclaimed Naruto. "I've never seen anything like this before," muttered the Iwa Kunoichi. She never heard of Sharingan's changing form, but to be fair, no one talked about the Dijitsu anymore since so few Uchiha remained that there was a very diminutive chance of facing one of those nowadays. "Just a warning. I'm not very good at using it yet, so if I'm unable to end the battle with this, I'll need you guys to finish that guy off. The jutsu I'm about to use uses a considerable amount of chakra and puts a huge strain on my body. After I use it, I won't be of much help afterward," explained Kakashi. "Don't worry about it, Kakashi-sensei. You can leave it to us," said Naruto with an unusual serious face. "That's right, we got it," assured the Kunoichi. "I'm counting on you," said Kakashi before focusing his gaze on the airborne Deidara. "Here I go. Kimui." Suddenly, the area around Deidara started distorting, which also seemed to affect his form. It looked as if space itself was being sucked into a single point. "What is going on?" asked Deidara in panic. He momentarily looked back at his pursuers with the scope on his eye, and even then, he could barely see Kakashi's weird eye looking at him. "Shit, digits. And it seems to be at Itachi's level too." thought the bomber in realization. What a fearsome jutsu, thought Kuratsuchi in awe. She realized that Kakashi's fame wasn't for nothing. No wonder everyone in IWA dreaded facing him in combat. Incredible was the only thing that Naruto could think of at seeing the amazing technique. I need to get out of this thing, thought Deidara, with urgency. This was the first time since the chase started that he truly felt that he was in deep shit. If Hatake succeeded in his attack, he had a feeling that he was done for. He tried to steer his mount away from the distortion, but to no avail. Not only was the damn thing keeping him from moving too much, but it was also sucking in all around it. Finally, the core of the void distortion seemed to focus on his remaining arm, and he let out a scream of pain when it felt his limb being tore from his torso and sucked into the abyss. Luckily for him, after the jutsu claimed his arm, the space distortion seemed to be getting back to normal. Naruto and Kuratsuchi noticed Kakashi covering his Sharingan in pain, which caused it to break the technique. It was then when they realized that they would have to finish the job. With that in mind, both teenagers ran even faster and started running on the walls of the canyon on opposite sides as they rushed to get to a better position to jump at the Akatsuki member, and sure enough, once they considered that the distance was good, they gave a mighty leap towards their objective. In the air, Naruto quickly made a clone of himself, and with its help, he formed a Rasengan in his hand, ready to use it against the bomber. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi unsheathed her sword in hopes of skewering the missing knee. Deidara was busy examining his new wound, and he barely noticed his two attackers when they were almost upon him. Naruto and Kuratsuchi were flanking Deidara, and they both attacked at the same time. The Akatsuki member jumped to the side of his clay bird, avoiding Naruto's Rasengan, who instead hit the neck of his mount and separated the head from the body. And while in the air, Deidara also barely had time to duck the slash from the blade of the girl, but Kuratsuchi used the momentum of her swing to make a sharp turn of her body and launch a kick that smacked Deidara in the face, harshly sending the artist in a free fall towards the trees below. Naruto created even more clones as they fell from the sky, and he used the extra manpower to hold the head of the bird, which he knew contained Gaara inside of it. Both he and Kuratsuchi managed to land gracefully on top of the trees, unlike Deidara, who hit a tree trunk painfully before plummeting to the ground with a grunt of pain. Naruto's main concern was to save Gaara, so he stayed behind to dig him up from the clay, while Kuratsuchi went to deal with the mad bomber. Meanwhile, Deidara was trying to get on his feet despite the sharp pain of his missing limb and the kick from earlier. Damn it! Why is it always the arms? Complained the artist. First, Anoki disintegrated one of his arms. He then got it replaced by Kakuzu, only to lose it again against the Ichibi, and now, the copy ninja took his remaining arm. He was just starting to stand up when a big shot of quicklime slammed him to a tree and glued him to it. A moment later, from the woods came Kuratsuchi with a smug grin. Then I'll take your head for a change. How does that sound? Swait un miserapa. Water release. Water trumpet. She then expelled a large stream of water from her mouth. Normally the technique would have been much larger, but she toned it down since she just wanted to restrain Deidara at the moment. Otherwise it would be a shame if she were to kill him with it. She wasn't about to let him die without making the bastard suffer a little. Once the water stopped coming, Deidara inhaled a large intake of air to catch his breath before he started coughing. After he stopped, he found Kuratsuchi glaring at him. Bravo, Kuratsuchi-chan. You must feel so proud getting into so much trouble catching a cripple and needing help from your Konoha masters on top of it, taunted the mad bomber. Kuratsuchi gave him a look that promised nothing but pain. I changed my mind. Maybe I should cut your tongue instead and force you to eat it, said the tomboy as she took her sword and pointed it directly at Deidara's face, just a few inches away from it. Deidara just gave her a mocking smirk, not impressed at all by her threat. You always thought that you were tougher than you really are, and you were always an ass. Too bad we never realized that until it was too late. Fortunately, today I finally get revenge for all the IWA lives you took, said the pink-eyed girl, still keeping her sword on the blonde's face. Just give me a moment and I'll show you, said the copy ninja as he put his hands in a ram hand seal to gather chakra. Naruto and Kuratsuchi waited impatiently for a few minutes while Kakashi kept gathering his chakra. They were wondering if Deidara was going to escape at this rate when finally, Kakashi broke the silence. "It's done," informed the silver-haired man. Both teenagers looked at Kakashi's Sharingan in amazement when they saw the eye morphing before them. The three tomo of the Dijitsu fused together to make a stretched three-pointed star that had a curve at the tips which formed a circle, making the pattern look somewhat like a pinwheel. "What is that form?" "It changed, just like Itachi's," exclaimed Naruto. "I've never seen anything like this before," muttered the Iwa Kunoichi. She never heard of Sharingan's changing form, but to be fair, no one talked about the Dijitsu anymore since so few Uchiha remained that there was a very diminutive chance of facing one of those nowadays. "Just a warning, I'm not very good at using it yet, so if I'm unable to end the battle with this, I'll need you guys to finish that guy off. The jutsu I'm about to use uses a considerable amount of chakra and puts a huge strain on my body. After I use it, I won't be of much help afterward," explained Kakashi. "Don't worry about it, Kakashi-sensei. You can leave it to us," said Naruto with an unusual serious face. "That's right, we got it," assured the Kunoichi. "I'm counting on you," said Kakashi before focusing his gaze on the airborne Deidara. "Here I go. Kimui." Suddenly, the area around Deidara started distorting, which also seemed to affect his form. It looked as if space itself was being sucked into a single point. "What is going on?" asked Deidara in panic. He momentarily looked back at his pursuers with the scope on his eye, and even then, he could barely see Kakashi's weird eye looking at him. "Shit, digits. And it seems to be at Itachi's level too," thought the bomber in realization. "What a fearsome jutsu," thought Kuratsuchi in awe. She realized that Kakashi's fame wasn't for nothing. No wonder everyone in Iwa dreaded facing him in combat. "Incredible," was the only thing that Naruto could think of at seeing the amazing technique. "I need to get out of this thing," thought Deidara, with urgency. This was the first time since the chase started that he truly felt that he was in deep shit. If Hatake succeeded in his attack, he had a feeling that he was done for. He tried to steer his mount away from the distortion, but to no avail. Not only was the damn thing keeping him from moving too much, but it was also sucking in all around it. Finally, the core of the void distortion seemed to focus on his remaining arm, and he let out a scream of pain when it felt his limb being tore from his torso and sucked into the abyss. Luckily for him, after the jutsu claimed his arm, the space distortion seemed to be getting back to normal. Naruto and Kuratsuchi noticed Kakashi covering his Sharingan in pain, which caused it to break the technique. It was then when they realized that they would have to finish the job. With that in mind, both teenagers ran even faster and started running on the walls of the canyon on opposite sides as they rushed to get to a better position to jump at the Akatsuki member, and sure enough, once they considered that the distance was good, they gave a mighty leap towards their objective. In the air, Naruto quickly made a clone of himself, and with its help, he formed a Rasengan in his hand, ready to use it against the bomber. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi unsheathed her sword in hopes of skewering the missing mean. Deidara was busy examining his new wound, and he barely noticed his two attackers when they were almost upon him. Naruto and Kuratsuchi were flanking Deidara, and they both attacked at the same time. The Akatsuki member jumped to the side of his clay bird, avoiding Naruto's Rasengan, who instead hit the neck of his mount and separated the head from the body. And while in the air, Deidara also barely had time to duck the slash from the blade of the girl, but Kuratsuchi used the momentum of her swing to make a sharp turn of her body and launch a kick that smacked Deidara in the face, harshly sending the artist in a free fall towards the trees below. Naruto created even more clones as they fell from the sky, and he used the extra manpower to hold the head of the bird which he knew contained Gaara inside of it. Both he and Kuratsuchi managed to land gracefully on top of the trees, unlike Deidara, who hit a tree trunk painfully before plummeting to the ground with a grunt of pain. Naruto's main concern was to save Gaara, so he stayed behind to dig him up from the clay, while Kuratsuchi went to deal with the mad bomber. Meanwhile, Deidara was trying to get on his feet despite the sharp pain of his missing limb and the kick from earlier. "Damn it! Why is it always the arms?" complained the artist. First, Anoki disintegrated one of his arms, He then got it replaced by Kakuzu, only to lose it again against the Ichibi, and now, the copy ninja took his remaining arm. He was just starting to stand up when a big shot of quicklime slammed him to a tree and glued him to it. A moment later, from the woods came Katsuchi with a smug grin. Then, I'll take your head for a change. How does that sound? Sway done, Mizurappa. Water release. Water trumpet. She then expelled a large stream of water from her mouth. Normally the technique would have been much larger, but she toned it down since she just wanted to restrain Deidara at the moment. Otherwise it would be a shame if she were to kill him with it. She wasn't about to let him die without making the bastard suffer a little. Once the water stopped coming, Deidara inhaled a large intake of air to catch his breath before he started coughing. After he stopped, he found Katsuchi glaring at him. Bravo, Katsuchi-chan. You must feel so proud getting into so much trouble catching a cripple and needing help from your Konoha masters on top of it, taunted the mad bomber. Katsuchi gave him a look that promised nothing but pain. I changed my mind. Maybe I should cut your tongue instead and force you to eat it, said the tomboy as she took her sword and pointed it directly at Deidara's face, just a few inches away from it. Deidara just gave her a mocking smirk, not impressed at all by her threat. You always thought that you were tougher than you really are. And you were always an ass. Too bad we never realized that until it was too late. Fortunately, today I finally get revenge for all the IWA lives you took, said the pink-eyed girl, still keeping her sword on the blonde's face. The man responded with a humorless laugh. There you go again with your hypocrisy. You berate me for betraying IWA, but here you are working with Konoha and Suna like an obedient little lapdog. This is different. I don't have a choice but to work with them right now. You did have a choice. I haven't betrayed IWA, and I never will. You, on the other hand, are the biggest traitor in the history of our nation, said the tomboy with an icy look. Deidara gave her an amused look. You say you are not a traitor? I wonder if Anoki and Katsuchi will say the same. What would they and your comrades think if they saw you here teaming up with their worst enemies? What would they think if they saw you being buddies with the QB? Inquired the blonde. Shut up. You don't know anything, warned the tomboy with a fierce look. I may be a traitor, yes, but I have no love left for anyone in IWA. You, on the other hand, still have people there that care about you and you care about them. Your betrayal is way worse than mine for it, continued the terrorist, all while he smiled with amusement. I said shut up, repeated an increasingly agitated Katsuchi. Deidara ignored her and got a reminiscing look on his face. Also, I can still remember when you were a little brat, following me around like a lost puppy, always complaining and crying that your mom was dead and how you wanted all of Konoha to perish for killing her. And here you are, shaking hands with the murderers of Umoth. Ugh. He was interrupted by a strong punch to the face. Ah! Katsuchi kept yelling in anger as she continued to repeatedly hit the traitor in the face. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, repeated the girl again and again as she continued her barrage of attacks. She only stopped when suddenly someone else's hand held her wrist with a firm grip, keeping her from delivering any more punches. That is enough, said the calm voice of Kakashi as he held her arm. Why do you stop me, Kakashi? He is a traitor to my village and deserves everything. He is coming to him, said the angry girl, but still, the copy ninja didn't let go. I know you are angry. I would be too if I were in your shoes. But he would be of more use to us alive at the moment. He will be a good source of information about Akatsuki and their plans, explained the silver-haired shinobi in an attempt to calm her down. He deserves to suffer for what he has done, insisted the kunoichi. And he will. He will be put into Suna's custody. After kidnapping the Kazakage, his punishment will be severe. Maybe even a living hell. You would be doing him a favor if you kill him, reasoned Kakashi, still keeping his cool demeanor. Katsuchi was still shaking in rage, but what the Sharingan user said made sense. After what he did to Suna, they would enjoy tearing Deidara's asshole apart. She glanced one last time at Deidara's bloodied face, who, despite his injuries, he still managed to give her a mocking grin. She gave him a death stare, but after much debating, she finally shook away the hold of the copy ninja. Fine. We'll take him prisoner and let him to rot in Suna's prison. Deidara took the opportunity to keep his tirade going. That's right, Kuratsuchi-chan, you better obey your Konoha owners like a-humph. He was interrupted once again, but this time, it was due to Kakashi putting a dirty rag in his mouth. If his words are that bothersome, we can always gag him, said the Sharingan user as he finished tying the rag to keep the bomber from talking. See? Kuratsuchi couldn't help herself from grinning maliciously at the angry face of Deidara, who didn't seem to take kindly at being gagged. I guess you are right, concluded the tomboy, agreeing with Kakashi. Guys. Then, the entirety of Team Guy, along with Pakken, arrived in the same clearing. They all looked worse for wear, but aside from some scratches, they were fine. I see you finally caught up, Guy, said Kakashi amicably. Sorry for taking so long. That blue guy from the Akatsuki was no pushover, even if it was just a double. And on top of that, I stopped along the way to help my lovely students deal with their struggles, explained Guy. Something strange happened when we took off the seals, creating the barrier that blocked the hideout of the Akatsuki. We were confronted by perfect copies of ourselves with all of our abilities, said Niji with a neutral face. But Kuratsuchi could notice that for some reason, the Hyuga was glancing at her occasionally and giving her a cold glare. Our copies were tough to beat, but no surprise since they were us, said Lee with a grin. Good thing that Guy-sensei came when he did, though. We may be still fighting ourselves if he hadn't come to help, added Tenten with a tired sigh. It's been a while since I stretched my legs like that, said Pakken. I was wondering where you were, Pakken, said Kakashi curiously. Something came up and I had to extend my help, and being as dutiful as I am, I couldn't refuse, boasted the pug. And I see that you managed to capture one of the Akatsuki. As expected of my eternal rival, praised Guy with a thumbs up as he eyed the restrained and angry Deidara. Actually, it was Kuratsuchi who captured him, said the copy ninja as he glanced at the Iwa Kunoichi. Kuratsuchi had refrained from speaking since she was still trying to calm her temper after her previous conversation with Deidara, but she couldn't help but feel self-conscious due to all the surprised stares sent her way. Is that so? Impressive, young Kuratsuchi. I knew that your flames of youth were burning strong, exclaimed Guy with a smile. That's right. You are very skilled indeed, Kuratsuchi-sen. Lee agreed with his master. Good job, girl, added Tenten with a grin and a wink. Niji stayed silent, and for some reason, Kuratsuchi could swear that his glare was even worse than the usual cold looks he had given her in the past. It was nothing really. I had a lot of help. I barely did anything, said the tomboy modestly. Normally, she would take any chance to boast about her skills, but she really wasn't in the mood right now with Deidara's words still fresh in her mind. Anyway, we should get back and look for the rest of the team. Not to mention that we left Sakura, Yuga, and Chiyoba-sama to deal with the other Akatsuki, said Kakashi. No need for that, yelled Yuga as she arrived in the clearing alongside Sakura, Chiyo, and Naruto, who was currently carrying an unconscious Gaara slung over his shoulder. How great it's to see everyone is all right, said the loud guy. I can say the same to you. I was really worried when we had to leave you to fight Hoshigaki by your own, said Yuga with relief. I have to admit, I had pretty close calls, but I managed to emerge victorious in the end, exclaimed Guy. I can see that, said the Anbu plainly. Obviously, if Guy hadn't won, he wouldn't be here right now. She then turned to look at the younger members of Team Guy. And what about you? Why wouldn't you answer my calls? We're sorry, Yuga-san. We ran into a bit of trouble on the way, explained Lee apologetically. We'll give you the details later. Right now there are much more pressing matters to attend to, said Niji serenely. Niji-kun is right. Like, what happened to the other Akatsuki member that we left you fighting with? Asked Kakashi. Sasori is dead. We managed to defeat him, said Chiyo solemnly. She hadn't said a word since she arrived, and now that she did, everyone noticed the sad tone in her voice. It was understandable, really. Fighting her grandson to the death would leave anyone feeling depressed. Also, we managed to get some information out of him on Orochimaru just before he died, informed Sakura. What? You managed to find information about that bastard of Orochimaru? Amazing, Sakura-chan, you are the best, praised Naruto. This could be a lead to get to Sasuke, said the blonde with enthusiasm. Good job, Sakura, said Kakashi with pride. We're going to have to discuss that some other time, though. First, we must attend to Gaara, added the Cyclops as he turned to look at the redhead that was slung on Naruto's shoulder. Sakura-chan already checked him when she met up with me. She says he will be fine, said Naruto with reassurance. Said medic decided to elaborate on what Naruto said. I healed the injuries he sustained, most likely when he was captured. He is also suffering from severe chakra exhaustion, but I already gave him a soldier pill to help him with that. Not to mention that him being a Jinchuriki, he was already regenerating his chakra at a high rate thanks to his Biju. Everyone seemed satisfied with the answer, and seeing that they had retrieved the Kazakage and captured a member of Akatsuki on top of it, they could consider their mission a success. Good job, everyone, you all did great, congratulated Kakashi with a nice smile. I think it's time for us to get to Suna, concluded Yuga. Yash. If that's the case then, Kakashi, let's race to see who can get there first, challenged the energetic guy. No, the copy ninja said simply with a deadpan look, which seemed to disappoint the taijutsu master. Damn you, Kakashi. You, and that hip attitude that I can't stand, complained the eccentric man. Not liking to see his teacher deflated, Rock Lee rose up to the challenge. Don't worry, Guy-sensei. I'll take you on your challenge. And if I can't win, I'll do 1,000 laps around, ouch. Before he could continue, he was smacked in the back of his head by Tenten. Don't go around inciting him, idiot, berated the weapons user. Well, I don't think you have more need for me. So, I will be taking my leave, informed Pakken. Of course. Thanks, Pakken. You were a great aid, said Kakashi with gratitude to his summon. You really helped us back there. Yuga agreed with the copy ninja. You are welcome. Call me anytime, said the pug before he vanished in a puff of smoke. Why are we still here? We got the Kazakage, let's go. I'm not getting any younger, you know, said Chio with impatience. Kakashi nodded, agreeing with the old woman. You heard Chiyo-sama, let's get moving. At Kakashi's order, everyone complied, and with that they were on their way. Somewhere in the Land of Wind. With their speed, they didn't take long to reach the Land of Wind, and now the only thing that could be seen around them as far as the eye could see was sand. However, since they had a long way to go, as they traveled, everyone was taking advantage of the trip to talk among themselves and catch up. Guy, Yuga, and Kakashi were discussing the mission details. Sakura was chatting with Chio in an effort to keep the old lady company and try to cheer her up after they were forced to dispose of Sasori, and the rest of Team Guy were talking with Naruto, who is currently carrying the unconscious Gaara. The only one who wasn't participating in the conversations was Katsuchi, who was keeping herself at the back of their group with a frown on her face as she glared at a restrained Deidara, who was currently being carried by Guy with just one arm, and he was passing the time by returning the girl the favor and glaring back at her. How long do you guys think it will take for Gaara to wake up? Asked Naruto with concern to his friends. You heard Sakura. Gaara should be fine as long as he gets plenty of rest, said Niji logically. You worry too much, Naruto. He is out of danger now, you can rest easy, added Tenten. Gaara-kun is one of the strongest shinobi I know. I'm sure that he'll make a full recovery before we know it, said Lee with optimism. I guess you are right, said Naruto with resignation. Then, he looked over his shoulder to check on his redhead friend, and as he did, he also saw Katsuchi at the back of the group, and it was at that moment that he realized that he had barely talked with the tomboy through all the mission, but he was also curious on why the IWA girl looked so unhappy. Guys, do you know what's up with Katsuchi? She's been looking pretty down lately, asked the blonde, keeping his voice down so the IWA girl wouldn't hear them, of course. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Is something wrong with Katsuchi-san? Asked a puzzled Lee as Tenten looked at the tomboy to see what Naruto was talking about. It's just that she has been keeping herself away from us lately. Also, she has that scary look on her face, Naruto pointed out with concern. Beats me. She's been like that since we met up with her again back in the Land of Rivers, said Tenten before she realized something. Hey, and now that I remember, why didn't you tell me that the sword I fixed for you is hers? It would have been an interesting topic, asked the weapons user with a sly grin. She was obviously fishing for information on how Naruto met the girl.
I'm sorry, Tenten.
I didn't think it mattered since you didn't know her at the time, said Naruto as he scratched the back of his neck nervously. The last thing he wanted to do was to tell them that he met her when she kidnapped him. Seeing that Tenten didn't get anything out of her question, Niji decided to try himself by cutting to the chase. By the way, Naruto, I was curious about how you know someone like her. It doesn't seem like something that just happened by mere chance, asked the Hyuga politely, but also with suspicion. I didn't want to intrude, Naruto-kun. But I can't help but be curious too, said Lee sheepishly. Naruto was starting to sweat due to the pressure. He really didn't want to tell them the full scenario of his first encounter with the girl. It would just make things awkward. It's a really long story. I think we should leave that for another day, okay? Said Naruto with a shaky grin. Niji nodded in understanding, not wanting to pry more than he should. I understand, Naruto-kun. It's no big deal really, said Lee politely. I was really curious. But I guess I can't force you to say anything, said Tenten in disappointment. Sorry, said Naruto apologetically. However, Naruto, I must ask you to be careful around her, warned Niji with a serious face. Where did that come from? Asked Naruto with surprise. You don't have to worry about Katsuchi, Niji. I know her, and I can assure you that she is nice. Aren't you being a little hard on her? Tenten asked her Hyuga comrade. I know that she is a foreigner and all, but she seems good. Tenten is right. Katsuchi-san doesn't strike me as a bad person. Lee gave his opinion. Just trust me. Don't let your guard down with her. She is dangerous, insisted the Hyuga with his same neutral expression. But despite Niji's best efforts, Naruto was already getting angry. I don't know why you feel the need to talk about her like that, Niji. But Katsuchi is my friend and I know her better than you do. I don't like you making these accusations without motive, said Naruto in indignation. The relationship you have with her is your business, Naruto. I'm just asking you as a friend to keep my words in mind. Finished Niji. Lee and Tenten didn't know what to say in this awkward situation, so they just refrained from speaking. Now that Niji had killed the mood of the conversation, Naruto decided to see what Katsuchi was up to. He wanted to know firsthand what had been bothering the tomboy, and now that he thought about it, he had been so busy trying to save Gaara that he had been neglecting Katsuchi and didn't want her to think that he didn't care about her. Lee. Naruto called to his green-clad friend. What is it, Naruto-kun? Asked the curious boy. Do you mind carrying Gaara for a bit? There is something I need to do, explained Naruto. Of course, Naruto-kun. It's no problem at all. Lee responded cordially before Naruto passed the unconscious Gaara to Lee. Thanks, Lee. I'll be right back, said Naruto with gratitude, and he then proceeded to slow down his pace, and once he was at the back of the group, just beside Katsuchi, he resumed his normal speed. Hey, said Naruto in a friendly manner to the grumpy girl. Hey yourself, responded the tomboy as she stared at the road ahead. Is something the matter? You don't look very cheery today, inquired the blonde. Despite Naruto trying to initiate a conversation with her, she was still not meeting his eyes. I'm fine. That asshole just pisses me off, that's all, said the girl as she followed Deidara with her gaze. The mad bomber was currently being carried by Guy under one arm as if he were a plank of wood, but he ended up being carried backwards, and due to that, he could look at most of the group just fine since Guy was at the very front of the unit along with Kakashi and Yuga. Fortunately, he was still bound and gagged, so at least he wasn't going to be bothering anyone with insults and taunts. That's right, you used to know him, didn't you? Asked the blonde, careful in being delicate in case it was a sensible topic for the girl. The girl nodded, still keeping her eye on the Akatsuki member. We were close once. I used to look up to him, actually, said the girl, and for a moment, Naruto could swear that she got a sad look in her eyes before she went back to glaring at the terrorist. I see, was the only thing Naruto could say.
He kind of understood how she felt like.
After Sasuke left to become Orochimaru's student, he couldn't help but feel somewhat betrayed by the Uchiha. Of course, he would never stop trying to get Sasuke back, but that didn't mean that he wasn't sad and angry when the raven-haired boy ditched his friends and the entire village. But Naruto understood that for Katsuchi it had to be way worse. Even if Sasuke left them, he at least never attacked his own village. Kuratsuchi continued her tirade. I can't believe I've ever. She stopped herself from finishing that sentence. She couldn't admit to Naruto that she used to have a crush on the bastard when she was little. For her, it was shameful that she once had feelings for the biggest traitor of her village. Instead, she just shook her head, as it didn't matter anymore. Never mind. I'm a moron for never realizing how he really was back then. Don't say that. How were you supposed to know that? You were just a kid. Naruto tried to reason with her. That's no excuse. I spent a lot of time with him, and I was still blind to his true nature. And everyone else paid for it. The tomboy continued to berate herself. You are too hard on yourself, you know that, said Naruto with a concerned frown. I should be. If I had been more attentive, I could have warned everyone before he committed mass genocide, said an upset Kuratsuchi, raising her tone of voice. Naruto knew that it was pointless to try to reason this issue out. So he tried something different. Maybe he could just try and distract the girl from the topic. It isn't your fault that he is blonde, said the Jinchuriki lamely with a nervous smile, wondering if this was going to work. Kuratsuchi was caught off guard by this stupid comment, and for the first time since Naruto came talk to her, she looked him straight in the eyes with a bewildered look. What? Said the confused girl. The bizarre comment left her without words. Now that Kuratsuchi took the bait, Naruto pushed on, with a bit more confidence, and his smile got more genuine. Yeah, I mean, we blondes do have a special charm, didn't you know? People can't help but trust us, boasted the orange-clad genin. You? Charming? You are an idiot, you mean, said Kuratsuchi with an amused smirk. Well, I'm pretty unique. I can see how the two might be confused, said Naruto with a smile and squinted eyes. Nope, I'm pretty sure you are just an idiot, insisted Kuratsuchi, while she gave a small grin at Naruto's stupid remarks. A lovable idiot, maybe? Inquired the blonde. Nah, replied the tomboy with an even wider smirk. Naruto gave her a pout, and the girl couldn't help but laugh at his childish reaction. Seeing that his plan to cheer her up seemed to be working, Naruto also smiled and joined in her laughter. Okay, maybe I'm just an idiot. But I'm still awesome, Databeo, said the blonde with a smirk. Whatever you say, Naruto, said the pink-eyed girl with a warm smile. Naruto thought he was so clever. She had already suspected what he had been trying to do, but she still played along with him. What could she say? Maybe the idiot did have a certain kind of charm after all. Thank you, Naruto, thought the girl, as she glanced at the Jinchuriki with a fond look. However, from the corner of her eye, she noticed Deidara looking at them attentively. She noticed that he wasn't glaring anymore, he was just looking at them with an unreadable expression. She couldn't think about it too much anyway since Naruto resumed talking to her soon after. Hey Kuratsuchi, you still haven't told me how you ended up coming along anyway, said the blonde in wonder. Oh, that's right, said the tomboy with a look of realization. Well, after you left, I was pretty much just wasting time. But the day after, your Hokage asked to see me, and so, the girl started explaining her situation to Naruto, and they kept speaking about it through all their trip. And as they talked, Kuratsuchi realized that she really had missed hanging out with her friend. Chapter 17. Intermission in the Sand. Sunagakure no Sato. Sunagakure was a large village in the middle of the desert. It was surrounded by tall cliffs made of rock that left only a single passage to get in and out. The buildings were made of clay, and the streets were covered in sand. The villagers used long robes to cover the heat from the environment, and some even used turbans. But aside from all that, the village was just as busy as any other of the great ninja nations. And right now, there was a large group of people gathering at the sole entrance after someone spotted their Konoha allies coming from the horizon. As soon as teams Kakashi and Guy entered Sunagakure, they were swarmed by shinobi and civilians alike, hoping to see their Kazakage safe and sound. Is Kazakage-sama safe? Gaara-sama, are you hurt? He is just sleeping, right? Shouted the crowd as they surrounded the group. Naruto, Sakura, Kuratsuchi, and the younger members from Team Guy felt overwhelmed by their welcome as the people tried to reach out to the unconscious Gaara in Lee's arms. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Guy, Yuga, and Chio were calm and collected despite the state of unrest of the people surrounding them. "Get out of the way, all of you," shouted a man as he came pushing through the crowd, and his order was enough to make his fellow Suna citizens calm themselves. The man was wearing the standard Suna uniform, which was very similar to the one Konoha used, except that the flak jacket was beige and had shoulder pads. The man had almost all his head covered by a turban and only left visible the right side of his face, and the only distinctive features he had were 2 red markings on his cheek. Once the man reached Kakashi and company, he didn't waste any time to ask about the situation. "So, how did it go?" inquired the anxious man at the copy ninja. Once the man appeared, Katsuchi noticed Yuga narrowing her eyes in a glare directed towards him. The tomboy could tell that the Yenbyu was doing an effort to keep herself from acting out. The Iwa Kunoichi raised an eyebrow and wondered what the deal was between Yuga and the Suna ninja. "The mission was a success, Baki-san. I'll give you the details later as tending to Gaara is more important right now," informed Kakashi. But before the conversation could go on, they were interrupted by someone else. Gaara. Everyone present turned to look at a young woman rushing towards them in a hurry. She was a blonde girl with 4 ponytails and teal-colored eyes. She was wearing a black kimono with short sleeves and had a giant metal fan strapped to her back. "How's Gaara? Is my little brother safe?" the worried woman urged to know. "You have nothing to worry about, Temari-san. Gaara is safe," affirmed Kakashi calmly. Lee decided to reassure the girl and stepped towards her with Gaara still in his arms to let the worried blonde examine her youngest sibling. Both Temari and Baki gave a sigh of relief when they noted that Gaara was just unconscious and very much alive. "Thank goodness," muttered Temari in relief as she gripped Gaara's shoulder tightly. "Temari, please take Gaara-sama to the hospital. He seems unharmed, but we can't take any chances," said the turban-wearing Jounin. Temari nodded in understanding and gently took Gaara from Lee's arms. "I'll go with Temari. I'm the one who treated Gaara first. They might ask for my diagnosis at the hospital," said Sakura. "Good thinking," Kakashi agreed with his female student. "Thanks, Sakura," said Temari with a small smile before both girls rushed towards Suna's main hospital. As they all watched Temari and Sakura go, Kakashi decided to add another thing. "Also, we have something else," said the copy ninja as he stepped aside to let Guy come forward. The self-proclaimed green beast of Konoha came over to Baki with a serious face as he carried the still-bound Deidara. "We managed to apprehend the one responsible for the Kazakage's capture," said Guy as he presented the mad bomber, and with one arm extended, he held the blonde man by his cloak. Deidara looked insulted and outraged at being handled in such an indelicate manner, and he started twisting in rage. Baki narrowed his eyes at the seized terrorist and swiftly turned to some Yenbyu among the crowd. "You there? Put this scum in a cell and leave him there to rot. Once Gaara-sama has woken up, we'll let him decide the fate of this trash," said Baki with contempt. The Anbu nodded and snatched Deidara from Guy and went away, with the bomber squirming all the way. Once that was done, Baki regarded Kakashi and his team once more. "Our words can't express our gratitude, Kakashi-san. Suna will be forever in your debt," said Baki, with cordiality. "No need for that. We are glad to help our allies in need," said Kakashi. "That's right. There is no way we would let such unyouthful actions go unpunished," declared Guy with a raised fist and a gleaming smile. "Gaara is my friend. I would gladly help him again in a heartbeat if need be," replied Naruto with resolution, which made his young friends from Team Guy nod in agreement. "Happy to hear it," said Baki with a grateful smile to his allies for their helpful disposition. But upon noticing Katsuchi, his face became one of perplexity. "I don't mean to be rude, but why is there an Iwa Kunoichi accompanying you?" asked the man as he continued to stare at the girl. Katsuchi crossed her arms in irritation. Everyone kept asking the same thing, and it was getting old. "They can tell you later. We are done with the mission, and frankly, I would like nothing more than to get a well-deserved rest for these old bones," interrupted Chio with an impatient frown. She was still not in a good mood from her fight with Sasori, and she would rather go already to relax or find a way to clear her mind. "Oh, of course, Chiyoba-sama," said Baki with utmost respect to the elder. After they saw Chiyo leave the group, Baki turned again to the team. I think Chiyo-sama has the right idea. Why don't you guys stay for a little while? At least until tomorrow to let you guys catch your breath. It's the least we could do to show our appreciation, suggested Baki amicably. Guy gave a reassuring smile before he politely attempted to turn down the offer. Thanks for the gesture. It is very much appreciated. But I think we should be. Actually, that sounds like a really good idea. Thank you, Baki-san. I hope it's not a bother. Kakashi interrupted Guy, which earned him more than a few odd looks and raised eyebrows from his group. Except for Yuga, who looked openly displeased at Kakashi's acceptance. It won't be a problem at all. We'll send a message to the Hokage, informing her of the situation to put her worries at ease. Besides, I think that Gaara-sama will want to thank you in person if he manages to wake up before you go. Please come this way, said Baki before turning around and started walking towards the Kazakage tower with teams Kakashi and Guy right behind him. The tower was easy to distinguish from the rest since the top was round with the kanji for wind carved at the front of said orb. As they walked, Naruto noticed that Katsuchi seemed anxious, so he closed the distance between them to see what was worrying her. Hey Katsuchi, what's up? Asked Naruto cheerfully. I'm just really uncomfortable walking around Suna, said the girl as she glanced around her warily. What's wrong with being in Suna? Asked an oblivious Naruto. Don't you know? Suna hates IWA just as much as Konoha does. That's what up, replied the tomboy, a little more brusquely than she intended. Naruto widened his eyes in realization before he tried to make the girl stop worrying so much. I didn't know. But don't you worry. Gaara is the Kazakage and he would not let anything happen to you, and I wouldn't let them do anything either, declared the blonde. Naruto-kun speaks the truth. Gaara-san would never allow any harm to befall his allies, added Lee with confidence. He knew that Gaara was a far cry from the unstable individual he had been when he was younger. And even if he wasn't that familiar with the redhead, he had full confidence that they could depend on him. Not to mention that you just helped rescue him. I doubt that he will forget about it, said Tenten. She briefly considered asking Niji to say his opinion on the matter, but she refrained from it. The Hyuga had been acting colder than usual when Katsuchi was involved, so she guessed that it was for the best to keep him from giving input when the IWA Kunoichi was concerned. Katsuchi sighed in resignation. You guys are probably right. Still, I don't know why we have to stay for a day, maybe even more, complained the pink-eyed girl. Beats me. I'm glad that I can have a chance to talk to Gaara, but I didn't expect Kakashi-sensei to agree to stay, said Naruto. Usually, whenever they completed a mission, they went on their way as soon as they could. As the teenagers talked among themselves, the adult members of the group were also conversing. Kakashi, I don't really have a problem with accepting Suna's hospitality, but I thought that you would have agreed that reporting our progress to the Hokage as soon as possible would be the best thing to do, said Guy to the Cyclops, with unusual seriousness. I agree with Guy. This is unlike you, Kakashi-senpai, said Yuga, obviously unhappy at the turn of events. She didn't have a problem being in Suna per se, but she couldn't stand being around Baki. After her boyfriend, Hate, had been assassinated during the Oto-Suna invasion, she did some digging, and she found out that Hate had been tailing Baki, as he had suspected something was off. Shortly after, he had been found dead with deep cuts on his torso as the cause of death, likely made by a wind jutsu. When Yuga found out that Baki could use a wind sword, it was pretty obvious what had happened. They might be allies now, but she would never forgive Baki for taking away her lover. Kakashi looked at both of them with an apologetic look in his lone visible eye. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mention it earlier, but I'm not feeling too good right now, replied the copy ninja, and now that both Guy and Yuga paid close attention to Kakashi, they noticed that he was sweating more than he should have, and had a worn look in his eye. The jutsu I used earlier to incapacitate the Akatsuki drains my chakra tremendously. I was trying to keep up appearances for the sake of the mission, but I had a lot of trouble just getting here to Suna. Had we gone back to Konoha immediately, I would not have lasted the trip and would just have ended up becoming a burden for everyone. I really do need the rest, admitted Kakashi, now finally letting his fatigue show, and they could hear the exhaustion in his voice. He thankfully never had to use Kamui more than once in the mission. If he had, he would probably have ended up incapacitated for weeks due to extreme chakra exhaustion. Now, both Guy and Yuga looked at the Sharingan user in understanding. You should have told us earlier. You could have ended up pushing your body beyond its limits. Don't go around taking such risks. Yuga reprimanded the copy ninja. You are always trying to look cool in front of everyone else. Some of these days, you'll end up really hurting yourself for real, said Guy. I'm really sorry. I thought I could handle it, responded Kakashi as he scratched the back of his head apologetically, as they all continued their walk. Before long, they all reached the Kazakage tower and were currently entering the office of Suna's leader. As they all went in, Katsuchi took note of the look of the place, as she had never expected to be there in her life. The place wasn't that spacious, about the same size as the Hokage's office. There were round windows all around the office, and the Kazakage's desk was all the way to the front of the room, and beside it was a potted plant. The desk had all kinds of books, scrolls, and documents on top of it, along with a small pot with a cactus. Katsuchi noted that everything on the desk seemed to be carefully organized, unlike Tsunade's office. As they all walked to the center of the room, Baki proceeded to close the door behind them. I'm glad that you took my invitation to stay, as I'd really like to show our gratitude for what you did, said Baki, as he went behind the Kazakage's desk, but he didn't sit on the chair. He was just covering for Gaara while he was away and didn't feel comfortable taking the seat, as if he was the Kazakage. I thought that we could all use a little rest. The mission was a bit rough, to say the least, said Kakashi nonchalantly. I can only imagine, replied the Suna Jounin. I'll check some of our finest hotels. I can personally go and find you some place to stay for the night. That won't be necessary, interrupted a young man that suddenly entered the office. He was wearing an all-black baggy bodysuit with a matching black hood that had cat-like ears which covered his hair completely. The young man was also wearing purple face paint and had 3 scrolls strapped to his back. They can stay here in the Kazakage Tower. We have lots of space and enough guest rooms. I'm sure that Temari and Gaara will be fine with it. Hey, if it isn't Kankuro-san, long time no see, said Lee with a smile, glad to see the puppeteer again. Hey there, said Kankuro, with a small grin of his own. Kankuro, shouldn't you still be resting? Asked Baki with concern. I'm feeling better already, and I wanted to come and thank Naruto and the rest for saving Gaara, explained the painted man. I see. So you already saw Gaara? Inquired the turban-wearing shinobi. I did. I was getting discharged from the hospital when Temari and Sakura arrived with him. I stayed a little bit to ensure that everything was okay. In fact, Gaara didn't take long to wake up after that. Last I saw him, he was being prohibited by the nurses to leave the hospital. I suspect that they won't be able to keep him down for long, said Kankuro, with an amused grin. He knew that Gaara could be stubborn sometimes. He would no doubt try to be up as soon as he could to get back to work and thank Naruto and company while at it. So Gaara already woke up? Asked an eager Naruto.
Yeah.
He should come here soon. I'm sure that he will want to properly thank all of you for your help, said Kankuro. And speaking of which, I'm glad to see that you improved in your years of training, Naruto. You may not be much of a runt anymore after all, teased Kankuro good-naturedly. Of course I have. We all have. Everyone did their absolute best, boasted Naruto with pride. I know, and I'm happy to see all of you again, replied Kankuro with a smile, as he also looked at Team Guy. However, his smile disappeared, and a look of surprise took its place once he spotted Katsuchi among them. I don't think I've met you before, said Kankuro as he regarded the tomboy. No, you haven't, said Katsuchi plainly, but she noticed that she was coming off as rude, and that would not go well while she was there, especially under Konoha's supervision. So, she decided to properly introduce herself. I'm Katsuchi, happy to make your acquaintance, said the girl out of obligation. Same here, replied Kankuro, still not sure what to make of the girl's presence. I didn't know that Konoha and IWA relationships had improved, added the puppeteer. It's unfortunate and sad to say, but they haven't. A series of unusual circumstances are responsible for young Katsuchi's presence here, which is out of the norm. But I can attest that she is a good kid. assured Guy with a thumbs up. Niji snorted incredulously at his sensei's declaration, which earned him a glare from Tenten, warning him from starting a scene. Okay, said Kinkaro. Team Guy's contradictory reactions did little to relieve his doubts. I hope that Kuratsuchi accompanying us is not a problem, asked Kakashi, serenely. Kinkaro didn't know what to say. Since Guy's team didn't exactly give him a sure answer, he turned to someone he knew he could trust. Naruto. Do you vouch for her? Asked Kinkaro. Naruto looked at Kinkaro with a wide grin. Of course. She can be trusted. She is my friend. In fact, if it wasn't for her help we might not have been able to get to Gaara in time, declared the blonde. Kinkaro stared at the blonde for a moment longer before he broke a grin. If the guy that managed to turn Gaara from a homicidal maniac to a responsible, caring leader and sibling, then in Kinkaro's opinion there was nothing to worry about. In his book, there was no better judge of character than Naruto. Then I have no complaints. She can stay. Kuratsuchi felt like she could count her blessings. It seemed that every single person they came across that was even marginally important held Naruto in high esteem. Then it's settled, said Baki as he clasped his hands behind his back. I'll show you to your rooms for the day. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to let us know. Actually, I have a request, said Kuratsuchi, which caught everyone's attention. Everyone could only stare at the IWA Kunoichi with puzzled expressions, which made Kuratsuchi start to feel uncomfortable once again, but at this point, that ought to be her default mood. What is it that you want, then? Asked Baki with a raised eyebrow. Kuratsuchi did her best to ignore everyone's gaze and proceeded with her request. I can understand if you can't comply, but there is someone I wanted to talk to. Suna's T&I cells. Deidara was laying on a bed in his cell looking at the ceiling. He didn't have his Akatsuki cloak anymore, which left him with his gray shirt. And his arms were now little more than bandaged stumps of flesh. He had nothing more to do but wait until he was given his sentence, which no doubt wouldn't be pretty. So all in all, things weren't going his way, to say the least. The mad bomber felt someone approaching his cell, so he turned his head to the side to see an Anbu standing at the other side of the bars of his door. Get up, scum. Someone is here to see you, said the Yenbyu before stepping aside to let Kuratsuchi walk up to the door. I'll be in the other room should you need me, said the Yenbyu to Kuratsuchi before leaving her with the Akatsuki member. Deidara's blank face turned into one of amusement when he saw the pink-eyed girl. Kuratsuchi-chan. What an honor to see you taking your time to visit little old me. Did your Konoha and Suna masters reward you like the good dog you are? Said the blonde mockingly. However, unlike last time, Kuratsuchi remained calm in the face of his insults. I'm not falling for your taunts anymore, Deidara and I. And this might be the last decent conversation you'll ever get to have in what remains of your life, so I suggest you to not let it go to waste, said the girl with a glare. Deidara's snide grin was erased from his face. She did have a point. And besides, tormenting her wasn't as fun if she was going to remain cool. Fine, what do you want? Why did you even come here, anyway? Asked the man. Kuratsuchi wasn't even sure of that herself. Deidara used to be a huge influence on her life when she was little, and she supposed that this was the perfect time to say farewell to the bastard and close that chapter of her life once and for all. I guess I wanted to see if you had something to say, since you'll probably die soon. If I'm lucky, added Deidara plainly. If you're lucky, repeated Kuratsuchi. At least Deidara understood just how deep was the trouble he was in. Even he realized that a swift execution was the best he could hope for. You know, for an asshole that is about to be torn apart piece by piece, you sure don't seem all that bothered by it, noted the girl. Deidara just shrugged at the girl's observation. I always knew I was going to end up dead, since the day I left IWA. My only regret is not dying in a glorious and flashy manner, preferably in a huge explosion that could be seen for miles around as he took his enemies with him, but one couldn't have everything in life, he supposed. Well, at least he still got some IWA pride in him after all, thought the tomboy. Most IWA shinobi didn't fear death in itself. What they feared was dying without honor, without a cause or purpose. So it wasn't that surprising really that Deidara had come to terms with his eventual demise. Why did you leave us then? If you knew you were going to end up this miserable, I can't understand your motives, asked the girl solemnly. Deidara snorted at the girl's question. What is it with that question? Is this supposed to be the part when I'm at the end of my rope, and I finally realize all my past wrongdoings and regret my betrayal, and all that shit? Sorry to burst your bubble, Katsuchi-chan, but if that's what you want from me, you'll be seriously disappointed, remarked the terrorist. The tomboy frowned at the crazy blonde. That's not it at all. I'm genuinely curious. At one point you were even being considered as Gramps' successor. I don't see how could you even think of betraying us despite having the possibility of being the next Kazakage, said the girl in distaste. Deidara rolled his eyes at that.
Bah.
I never once cared for the position of Kazakage. All I ever wanted was to show the world my art. And the best way to do that was just within my reach, the village's secret kenjutsu. I only needed that to become the greatest artist the world had ever seen. If I had to break the law and make the whole village my enemy, then so be it. I would have destroyed anything that got in the way of me and my art, be it IWA or any other village, said the agitated man, almost in a yell. Katsuchi could only look at him in disgust. She didn't know why she had even bothered to ask him. Like, if a deranged maniac like him could have had any deeper motives. So much good that did you. Just look at your pathetic state, Deidara and I can only pity you. He went through so much trouble just to torment the world with his clay figures, and now he didn't even have any arms to use them. You threw your whole life away for a kenjutsu that you can't even use anymore. Tell me, Deidara and I, was it worth it? Asked the girl judgmentally. Deidara was already fuming at the remainder of his failure. At least I'll die, and that's it. I will be out of my misery. Meanwhile, you keep being Konoha's bitch. I find that to be a more sad existence than my own. The bomber shot back. And you aren't someone else's bitch, replied Katsuchi with a mocking expression. You do the Akatsuki's bidding when it's clear that they don't give a shit about you. They are the reason you are in this mess in the first place. But what can you expect to happen when they send you to capture Jinchuriki with only 2 men?
What?
Are you angry that we are hunting your boyfriend? Said Deidara in an attempt to make her angry. You know, I was just joking before when I said back there in the land of rivers that you were the Kyuubi's buddy. I was just trying to rile you up, but to actually see that I was right, it's just priceless. When is the wedding? Are you having little demon babies with the moron? Now it was Katsuchi's turn to roll her eyes at the remarks. You really are an idiot. You got it all wrong, dipshit. It's true that I get along with Naruto, but that's about it. So you can take your brilliant deductions and shove them up your ass. Oh, so it's Naruto now? How cute. You're already calling each other by first names, said the mad bomber with a derisive smirk. Katsuchi could deny it all she wanted, even to herself. But he saw how she looked at the idiot, and he knew that she was starting to feel something for the Jinchuriki. Deidara wasn't stupid. He knew all too well that the kind of face that she looked at the Kyuubi with was very similar to the one she used to give him when she was little. He always knew of the crush she used to have on him long ago. It was pretty difficult not to notice it actually when she kept herself plastered to him all the time that he had barely room to breath sometimes. Now you are just rambling like the lunatic you are, said Katsuchi with a sigh. This had been such a waste of time. Farewell, Deidara and I. I hope you enjoy your stay in Suna. You twisted son of a bitch, said the girl as she turned to leave. However, Deidara continued his tirade. Me? Twisted? Funny coming from you, Katsuchi-chan. I would have thought that you would have wanted the Kyuubi dead, considering who he is and all. I guess you are just as twisted as me, said the mad bomber. The idea of someone falling in love with the son of their mother's killer was fucked up, even for someone like Deidara. Katsuchi stopped momentarily to look back at Deidara after that statement.
What do you mean by that?
Asked the tomboy. You know what I mean by that, said Deidara, still keeping his sly smirk as he looked at Katsuchi. However, the IWA Kunoichi just kept looking at him with a blank expression and a raised eyebrow in wonder. Deidara's grin vanished, and his expression mirrored Katsuchi's puzzled look. Her reaction wasn't what he had been expecting. If he didn't know any better, he would even say that she didn't know who was the father of the blonde Jinchuriki. Oh, no way. She really didn't know. Kuratsuchi became more and more confused once Deidara started to laugh. He started with a low snicker until he eventually was full-on shrieking with laughter. "What's so funny, dumbass?" the girl demanded to know. Deidara just ignored her as he continued to laugh mindlessly. This was just golden. The little idiot was developing feelings for the yellow flash's sun, and she didn't even know it. This was too good. After a couple of minutes, Deidara finally calmed himself enough to start talking again. "You don't know who he is, don't you?" asked the mad bomber with a derogatory grin. Kuratsuchi frowned at Deidara's weird behavior. "He is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. What else would I need to know?" Deidara's smirk got even wider. "So, Anoki never told you the real reason he sent you to capture him in the first place? And I'm not talking about him being a Jinchuriki. He had stronger incentives." Kuratsuchi didn't know what to think about that. Better reasons to capture Naruto than him being a Jinchuriki? She doubted that. "Now you're just talking nonsense. There is literally nothing remarkable about Naruto aside from him being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Well, I'll have you know that the moron is actually the—" Deidara stopped himself before he could finish. Now that he thought about it, it would be better to let the stupid girl realize it by herself. If she continued getting closer to the Kyuubi, it would only devastate her even more when she eventually learned the truth about the Jinchuriki. And she would have to learn it at one point. Those kinds of secrets never stayed buried. "You know what? Never mind. Forget I said anything," replied the bomber with a sadistic grin. "You were about to say something. What was it?" insisted the tomboy with narrowed eyes. "You'll find out soon enough," said Deidara with finality. Kuratsuchi stared at Deidara silently for a moment until she realized that the Akatsuki member wasn't going to elaborate. "As I thought, he is just rambling like a madman. He knows nothing," concluded the girl with an annoyed huff. "See ya, Deidara. And good riddance," finished Kuratsuchi as she finally left the room with a still grinning Deidara in it. Well, that was unpleasant. "At least I won't ever see his aggravating face again," thought Kuratsuchi as she entered the other room where Suna Anbu was already expecting her. "You done?" asked the man. "Yeah. I have nothing more to say to that asshole," responded the pink-eyed girl. The Anbu nodded in understanding. "Good. Someone is already waiting for you outside to escort you back." "Fine. Lead the way," answered Kuratsuchi as she started following the Anbu. Even if she had been accepted to join Naruto and company in their stay in Suna, since she was a foreigner, and from an enemy nation at that, she had to be kept under watch at all times, if only for everyone else's peace of mind. And that included being escorted everywhere by someone, preferably by one of her group. Sunagakure's streets. Once the Ienbu took Kuratsuchi outside the building, the girl was surprised to see Niji leaned on a wall waiting for her. She would have guessed that if anyone was going to be escorting her back to the Kazakage tower, it would have been either Yuga or Naruto, heck maybe even Kakashi or Guy, but not the guy that liked her the least from the bunch. "Yuga, what are you doing here?" asked Kuratsuchi, with skepticism. "I was waiting for you to take you back, obviously," responded Niji in a matter-of-fact way as he crossed his arms. "I know that, smartass. I mean, why you?" said the girl with a harsh look. "Does it matter? I was asked to come for you, and here I am, so get a move on already," responded Niji with impatience. Kuratsuchi glared at the Hyuga for his condescending attitude, but she complied nonetheless.
"Fine.
Let's get going." Even if she didn't enjoy Niji's company, there was nothing to be done about it, and the sooner this was over the better. And with all that said, both teenagers went on their way, with Niji leading the way as Kuratsuchi followed. As they walked, Kuratsuchi noticed that they were getting plenty of attention from the civilians around them, as was expected, but by now, Kuratsuchi was so used to getting those kinds of stares in Konoha that she did not pay them much mind here. Instead, the tomboy's thoughts kept drifting back to the conversation she had with Deidara. She had a feeling that whatever the mad bomber was about to say regarding Naruto was something big and significant. She would like to think that he was just trying to screw with her, but she couldn't help but have a nagging suspicion that he really refrained from telling her something important. But even if Deidara was right, and there was something else about Naruto, then what could it be? Something more important than him being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and the real reason for the mission assigned to her and her team? It just seemed extremely unlikely. She couldn't think of anything about Naruto that would even remotely make him a high-priority target if it wasn't for his Biju. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed like Deidara was just trying to get under her skin, and in a sense, he did succeed. So much for not letting myself fall for the bastard's taunts. The girl berated herself mentally. When Niji suddenly came to a stop, Katsuchi noticed that they somehow ended up in an alleyway. She couldn't see anyone else close by besides the two of them. She had been so engrossed in her own thoughts that she hadn't been paying attention to where they were going. Katsuchi glared at the back of the Hyuga in front of her, and her body tensed in preparation for a battle. "What's wrong, Hyuga? Did you get lost on the way?" She wouldn't put it past him to get her somewhere isolated from everyone else, just so he could get rid of her. "You don't have to worry about a sneak attack, IWA," said Niji before he turned to face her with a cold look in his white eyes. "I didn't bring you here to fight. I just thought that it was a good opportunity to get some things straight with you." "To get things straight with me? Oh, I wonder what could be so important that you needed to bring me here all by myself," replied Katsuchi with suspicion, and still kept her guard up. She didn't trust the Hyuga. He had despised her since they met, and for some reason his hatred towards her seemed to only have been getting stronger lately. Niji's look got even harsher at her attitude. "This goes without saying, but I don't like you. And somehow, you managed to get everyone else on the team to at least not see you as a threat for the time being, and some of the most trusting of them, like Naruto and Lee, considered her a comrade. And what is this all about then exactly? Are you throwing a fit just because some of your friends like me? Are you annoyed that they might like me better than you or something? Well, with that stuck-up attitude of yours, I can't blame them." Katsuchi shot back. "The problem is that they don't realize that you are a threat to us and to the village. But you can't fool me, my eyes don't miss anything," said Niji with a glare. "Maybe because they're not a bunch of paranoid fucks like you are? I have never done anything to endanger any of you since I was put under Konoha's custody," said Katsuchi with exasperation. Niji narrowed his eyes at her as if he was insulted by her statement. "Don't play dumb with me. I know what you almost did back in the land of rivers." "What are you even talking abo?" Katsuchi didn't finish her sentence as she widened her eyes in panic. She now realized what the Hyuga was referring to. Oh crap, he knows. Niji smiled victoriously at her reaction. Seeing her realize that she screwed up was so satisfying. "That's right. Back then, when we were on the mission, I wasn't just paying attention to the tags, keeping the barrier sealed, I was also keeping an eye on you in case you tried anything sneaky. I saw how you were about to attack Yugao-san from the back while she had her guard down," accused Niji with a dangerously low and cold tone of voice. Damn it. Katsuchi didn't consider that the Hyuga was going to be watching her with that Byakugan of his while she was debating on her escape. But despite being caught, she tried to feign ignorance. She quickly put on a neutral expression, trying to mask her previous surprise. "I don't know what you were talking about." "You must be imagining things, Hyuga," said Katsuchi with as much confidence as she could muster. "There is no use in denying it now. You already gave yourself away with your previous reaction," said Niji. "If you are so sure of what you saw, why didn't you say anything to the others then?" asked the defiant girl. "Back then, I was about to do it before you made your move, but for some reason, you never went trough with your actions. You probably realized the futility of it. But the point is that you never did anything, and saying something that would make us fight among ourselves would have jeopardized the mission." Niji knew that without proof of the girl's attempt on the life of her Anbu guard, it would just become a matter of his word against hers. And in that situation, Naruto would back her up no doubt, and as sad as it was to admit it, the blonde was much more persuasive than Niji was. It would just create a conflict that would go nowhere. Niji liked Naruto. He was one of his best friends. The blonde was the one responsible for freeing Niji from his grudge against his own clan. But damn if Naruto didn't make things difficult sometimes. "So, you are not going to do anything?" "I find that hard to believe," said Katsuchi with a harsh look. "I never said that. Now that I know for certain that you are dangerous to us, I'll be keeping a very close eye on you. You interact daily with some of my friends, Naruto especially. If I ever see you do anything to them, or if you give me even just one reason to make me think that you would harm them in any way, I will personally end you. Consequences be damned," warned Niji with a serious face. "Oh, I'm so scared," said Kuratsuchi with sarcasm. "You should be," replied Niji, activating his Byakugan for emphasis. After that, both teenagers stayed silent as they glared at each other spitefully. That continued for a few minutes until Niji broke the silence. "That's all I had to say. I suggest we go back for real this time. Everyone is going to start wondering where we are," suggested the Hyuga with his eyes still staring at the girl. "You first," said Kuratsuchi. She wasn't about to turn her back to the Hyuga anytime soon. "As you wish," replied Niji. And after shooting her one last glare, he walked out of the alleyway and back into Suna's streets with Kuratsuchi behind him, but this time, she was keeping more of a distance between them. Kazakage Tower. Naruto was bored out of his mind. Team Guy had left earlier. Tenten opted for going shopping around Suna. Guy and Lee wanted to use this opportunity to try training under harsher climatic conditions, so they too left to find a good training spot at the outskirts of the village, and gods knew what Niji and Kakashi were up to. And Sakura had yet to arrive from the Suna main hospital. So that left Naruto waiting alone at one of the guest rooms that was assigned to the members of his group. The only reason he didn't also leave the place was because he had been expecting Gaara to arrive soon, and he was very eager to see his fellow Jinchuriki. A knock on the door caught the blonde's attention, and shortly after, the door opened to show Sakura peeking through it. "Naruto, are you here?" asked the pinkette as she entered the room and spotted the Jinchuriki sitting on a couch. "Sakura-chan, you are back," said Naruto as he stood up from the couch. "How is Gaara? Is he here?" "He is fine. I, along with other nurses, determined that he just needs some rest. We would have wanted him to remain in the hospital for a little while just to make sure he recovered properly, but he just wouldn't accept," said the medic with a sigh. "And yes, he is here." He went to talk to Baki-sen, finished the pink-haired girl just as Naruto rushed past her. "Thank you for letting me know, Sakura-chan," shouted Naruto as he left and disappeared in the corridor. Sakura was just left there staring at where Naruto ran off to. She had meant to ask him where everyone was and what room she would be staying in. She had already been informed that her group had taken Suna's hospitality and would be staying the night, but she refrained from asking any more details. "Damn it, Naruto. He didn't even give me a chance to ask him anything," thought the frustrated Sakura. Naruto rapidly traversed the corridors, turning corner after corner until he was almost at the Kazakage's office, and sure enough, he arrived just in time to catch Gaara exiting the office along with Kankuro and Temari. "Gaara," said Naruto with excitement when he saw the Kazakage and his two siblings. At Naruto's call, Gaara turned around in surprise at the sudden yell, but he quickly put on a content smile when he saw his blonde friend. "Naruto, I was just about to go see you," said the red-haired boy with cordiality just as Naruto stopped in front of him. "He wanted to thank you guys as soon as possible." He ignored all the attempts from the doctors to keep him in bed, said Temari with an amused grin. "Told you that you weren't going to be able to keep him from coming home as soon as he woke up," replied Kankuro. Even if it was difficult to notice, Kankuro could tell that Gaara was very happy to have the Konoha teams here, especially Naruto. "We were so worried when we found you unconscious with those Akatsuki bastards," said Naruto. "Are you alright? Are you feeling fine?" inquired the worried blonde. Gaara nodded, trying to calm his friend. "I'll be fine. I feel very tired still, but the doctors say that I just need to take it easy for a few days." With that information in mind, this time, Naruto took notice of the redhead's appearance. Gaara's skin was paler than usual, and he could swear that the black rings around his eyes looked more defined than normal, probably as a testament to Gaara's exhaustion. "Are you sure? You don't look so good," asked Naruto in doubt. "I'm fine, really. I feel better than I look. Don't worry about it," responded the Kazakage. He would have surely died if it wasn't for Naruto and his friends, and judging by what he heard, he had come really close to it. So, all things considered, he was as fine as he could be. "If you say so," said Naruto, deciding to drop the issue. "Anyway, Gaara, you should take a couple of days off," said Kankuro. "Me, Temari, and Baki can do your duties while you properly recover." "I agree with Kankuro," said Temari. "It is no problem for us." "I appreciate it," replied Gaara with a grateful smile. Normally, he would not neglect his job for anything, but he really felt awfully tired as much as he tried to mask it. Not to mention that he wanted to have some time to talk to Naruto. Well, we have work to do. So we'll leave you two to catch up, said Temari cheerfully. Come, Kinkaro. See you guys later, replied the puppeteer, and together with his sister, he went back into the Kazakage's office, leaving the two Jinchuriki by themselves. Naruto and Gaara stood facing each other for a moment, unsure of what to say. It's been such a long time since we had a moment to talk like this. Naruto broke the silence as he put his hands behind his head casually. It has. I haven't seen you since before you went on your training trip, responded Gaara. I know. Ero-sennin really takes his time with his training, stated the blonde. Maybe, but you must have improved greatly for it. To be sent in missions against the Akatsuki is proof of that, praised Gaara. Hee, I sure have. My training was pretty tough, boasted Naruto with squinted eyes and a smile. But I can't deny that I'm a bit envious. You became Kazakage while I was away. That's awesome. But just wait, I'll become Hokage myself before you know it. I don't doubt it, said Gaara encouragingly. Naruto smiled brightly at hearing that Gaara believed in him. Normally, most people just laughed when he told them he was going to become Hokage. Naruto, why don't you accompany me to the roof? I would like some fresh air. You can tell me about your training trip on the way, suggested the redhead. Not to mention that they would have more privacy there. Of course, Gaara. I have a lot of things to talk about, replied the excited genin. As they walked towards their destination, Gaara heard attentively the stories that his fellow Jinchuriki had to tell him, glad to finally spend some time with the person he considered his best friend. When Katsuchi finally arrived at her room in the Kazakage Tower, she practically threw herself at the sofa with a tired sigh. What a day this has been, thought the tomboy as she laid there looking at the ceiling. She wasn't physically tired, but mentally she was pretty stressed. Her conversation with Deidara had already been stressful enough, and after that, her confrontation with Niji didn't help either, and that only served to make the walk back even more awkward in the company of the Hyuga. There was a knock on the door, and for a moment, Katsuchi hoped that Naruto had come to hang out. It would have been a decent way to pass the time, she supposed. That was not to be, however, since, after a moment, Kakashi came in instead. Hi there, said the Sharingan user amicably. Katsuchi raised an eyebrow at the man, wondering what he was doing there. This wasn't the room assigned to the copy ninja. Hatake? What are you doing here? Questioned the IWA Kunoichi. Kakashi shrugged casually in response. Yuga asked me to keep you company. She said that she had things to do. That was basically a polite way of saying that he was going to be keeping an eye on her while the purple-haired Anbu was away. He was still recovering from his chakra exhaustion, but he could make the girl some company at the very least. He very much doubted she would try anything. She had proved to be trustworthy so far. Is that so? Asked Katsuchi as she sat upright on the sofa. And speaking of which, where is she? I haven't seen her all day. She is just preoccupied. Don't stress over it, said Kakashi as he sat in a nearby chair that was beside a coffee table. Yuga would much rather avoid being close to Baki if she could help it, so she asked Kakashi to do her a favor and check on Katsuchi while she wasn't there. And when is she coming back? Questioned the girl, finding suspicious that someone as dutiful as Yuga was disregarding her job of watching her. If I had to guess, I'd say until evening, said the copy ninja. Yuga would probably be back once Baki went home, and that would only happen once the Kazakage office closed. Luckily, it shouldn't take that long since the sunset could already be seen. So for the time being, we'll just have to enjoy each other's company, said the Cyclops with his trademark eye smile before he pulled one of his Ika books and started reading it. Katsuchi groaned once she saw Kakashi begin to read his smut. Why do you have to do that in public? Don't you care about what people might say if they saw the famous copy ninja Kakashi reading that shit? You'll just end up tarnishing your reputation, said Katsuchi with disgust.
Meh. I don't really care about that.
I never asked for my reputation. It was everyone else who cared more about it, honestly, replied the Sharingan user as he flipped one of the pages of his book. He had used to care about it long ago, but after experiencing the kind of losses that he had, he eventually learned that those kinds of things were meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Now he would just rather enjoy life and not worry about stuff like titles or fame. Katsuchi was astounded. Was this guy for real? She would kill, literally, for having her name as renowned and feared as Sharingan Kakashi. She could not even begin to comprehend how the man took something like that so lightly. Still, I don't know how you can like that garbage, said the girl with a grimace as she pointed to the book. Don't let yourself be fooled by the genre. The book it's good. It has more than just mindless sex, you know? Said Kakashi calmly as he continued to read. Katsuchi snorted incredulously at the statement. Yeah, right. Why don't you try it and see for yourself then? Suggested the copy ninja in a friendly manner. Katsuchi almost looked offended for even suggesting it. I wouldn't be caught dead reading that shit. Come on, you can start from the first one to get the whole story. Just give it a read, it won't hurt you, said Kakashi as he pulled a second book from his vest, but this one was colored orange instead of the green one he had already been reading. I'll even lend you my personal copy. Why are you carrying that? You already read that one, didn't you? So, what's the point? Inquired Katsuchi. No particular reason, answered Kakashi calmly. So, what do you say? Accept my offer? Don't want it, replied the girl as she crossed her arms and legs in refusal. Suit yourself, said Kakashi smoothly. But shortly after that, the copy ninja stood up from his seat with his books still in hand. Actually, I suddenly feel like stretching my legs. I think I'll go for a little walk. Weren't you supposed to watching over me, or something? Katsuchi pointed out, not caring at all and sugarcoating it. I won't go far. I'll be in the corridor outside. But I'll leave this here, just in case you change your mind, said Kakashi as he put the orange book on the coffee table. Katsuchi looked at Kakashi with a deadpan expression. She wasn't going to fall for the man's obvious attempt to make her read that thing. Don't bother. I'm not touching that crap. You can read it or not, it's your choice. I'll see you later. Finished the silver-haired shinobi before giving her one last eye smile and leaving her alone in the room. Katsuchi sat in silence, glaring at the piece of literature on the table. As bored as she wasn't about to degrade herself by reading erotica. The nerve of Kakashi for trying to make me read that filth, thought the girl in annoyance. But the copy ninja did have a point. Maybe she ought to read a small bit before disregarding it completely. She started shaking her head, trying to get rid of such thoughts. I'm not reading that dirty book, and that's final, concluded Katsuchi with a huff, before she went back to staring at the book laying on the table. Roof of the Kazakage Tower. Gaara and Naruto continued their chat in the balcony of the Kazakage Tower. Night had already fallen and Naruto was currently telling Gaara of the adventures of his past months. And then I just barely had time to say goodbye to Katsuchi before I came to help you. And you probably know everything after that. Finished Naruto with a grin. Gaara had stayed silent through most of his tales, only nodding occasionally and giving a small comment here and there. But Naruto could tell that Gaara had listened to everything he said, as the redhead had been very attentive. You really have been busy, said Gaara. The Kazakage was somewhat impressed by the kind of things that Naruto managed to get himself into. I guess that's one way of looking at it, added the blonde sheepishly. However, this Katsuchi you keep mentioning, are you sure she is one to trust? You said she was the one who kidnapped you in the first place and tried to kill you, right? Inquired Gaara, with crossed arms. He felt kind of hypocritical by judging the girl like that since he himself had tried to kill Naruto in the past. And as rough as the girl seemed to be, she couldn't possibly be worse than Gaara had been when he was younger. But still, as a friend, he couldn't help but worry about Naruto's security. Katsuchi? Of course we can trust her. She has been a good friend so far. And she also helped on the effort to get you back from those Akatsuki bastards. In fact, if she hadn't been there we might have failed the mission. She is just awesome. You don't have to worry about her. Naruto defended his IWA friend with praise. I see, replied Gaara. If Naruto felt so strongly that the girl could be trusted, Gaara could give her a chance too. You seem to be fond of her, despite not knowing her for that long, the Kazakage pointed out. Naruto put on a thoughtful look at that. Well, I know she is a good person at heart. She just likes to make people think that she is cold. And between you and me, she kinda reminds me of Sasuke somewhat, declared the blonde. Of Sasuke? Asked a confused Gaara. How so? Naruto put a hand on his neck as he tried to find a way to properly convey his words. It's hard to explain. I just feel that they are alike in a lot of ways. Now that Naruto thought about it, both Sasuke and Katsuchi were prodigies that came from a respected family. They were both very competitive and despised the idea of anyone being better than them. They both hid their softer side with a mean attitude, and they were both prisoners of their hatred. Sasuke would give anything to get his revenge on his brother, and Katsuchi had lived all her life resenting Konoha for her mother's death. Naruto even felt that their characters were similar if Sasuke wasn't so stoic. Naruto had a feeling that the raven-haired boy would act similar to Katsuchi if only the Uchiha spoke his mind more often. And I feel this connection with her, similar to the bond one felt with Sasuke, but not quite the same. His relationship with Sasuke had been so strong because Naruto considered the Uchiha his best friend, and what he felt when he was around the girl was comparable, but at the same time it felt different. It really was a weird feeling. Gaara was just as lost as his fellow Jinchuriki. A connection that felt similar to the one he had with Sasuke, but different at the same time. Gaara had no clue what that meant. He himself wasn't very knowledgeable of personal relationships. Until just recently did Gaara start to make an effort to connect with people, so he was pretty inexperienced on these matters. How I see it, the most important thing is that you two get along. You'll eventually come to understand the connection you two have in due time. Naruto smiled thankfully at the Kazakage, grateful for his input. I guess you are right. Inside the Kazakage tower. Don't be a fool, Himiko. That guy is obviously bad news. Don't go with him. Thought Katsuchi as she flipped through yet another page of the orange book in her hands. Her curiosity had eventually gotten the best of her, and she went over to the coffee table to read a little bit of the book Kakashi had left. But the more she read, the more engrossed she became, and before she knew it, she was already several chapters in. However, as soon as the tomboy heard the door to the room starting to open, she closed the book shut as fast as lightning and hurled it all the way across the room. I'm back. Sorry for disappearing without. Yuga stepped through the door, and she just barely had time to see an orange book collide with the wall at the other side of the room. What are you doing? Asked the Anbu at the nervous girl sitting at the small table. There was a fly on the wall. I was just trying to kill it, replied quickly the flustered Iwa Kunoichi. Yuga raised an eyebrow at the girl's bizarre behavior. That seems a little excessive just for a fly, don't you think? Said the purple-haired woman as she saw what the girl had thrown, and upon seeing that it was an Ika book, she widened her eyes before looking at Katsuchi with an amused smirk. Wait. Were you by any chance just reading that? Katsuchi got even redder in the face, feeling shame at being caught. Of course not. In fact, I was just about to go find Naruto, said the girl as she rapidly stood up from the chair. She needed to get out of there to avoid further humiliation. She couldn't bear to look at Yugao's sly grin anymore. She was already going to the door when she went back to pick up the book on the floor. I'll give this back to Hitaki. I'm going to tell him to stop leaving his stuff around here, geez, said the girl before she rushed to the door and left a very amused Yuga in the room. As soon as Katsuchi was out of the room, she leaned on the wall and gave a deep sigh. That had probably been one of the most embarrassing moments of her life. This is all your fault, thought the angry girl as she glared at the book in her hands. She resolved to throw the thing out of one of the small windows in the corridor, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. I'll just get rid of it later. There is no rush, right? Thought the girl as she put the book in the pouch on her waist. She still needed to find out what happened to Himiko after all. Now that her small lecture time had been interrupted, she decided that she might as well go look for her blonde friend. It took her a few minutes of asking around the tower if someone had seen Naruto, and after she learned that he had gone to the roof, she did just that. Roof of the Kazakage tower. Upon arriving at the roof of the building, she indeed saw Naruto leaning on the railing, but she hadn't expected to find the Kazakage along with him. She didn't know why no one told her he was hanging with the Kazakage himself. You would think that it would be the first thing people would point out. Once Naruto spotted the Iwa Kunoichi, he broke a wide smile as she started waving at her. Hey, Katsuchi over here. Why don't you join us? Katsuchi felt uncomfortable intruding in a conversation that the Kazakage was having, so she was reluctant to comply with Naruto. Sorry, I didn't know you had company. I can talk to you later. It's fine, you can join us. I have no problem with it, said Gaara cordially. Katsuchi still didn't feel comfortable with it, but turning down the Kazakage didn't feel good either. If you are sure, said the girl with uncertainty. Don't worry about it, Katsuchi. Gaara says it's fine, so don't be so tense, said Naruto. I'm not tense, Naruto, replied the girl with a bit of annoyance. Having the blonde point out her obvious discomfort didn't help matters at all. Still, she complied and approached the two Jinchuriki. Gaara, this is Katsuchi. Katsuchi, this is Gaara, said Naruto, introducing his two friends to each other. It's a pleasure, said Gaara cordially as he shook hands with the girl. The pleasure it's mine, sir, said the girl with uncertainty. This was the first time that she actually paid attention to the Kazakage, and she was surprised to see that he was so freaking young. He was younger than she was, for God's sake. Just Gaara, please. Right now I'm here as a friend, not as Kazakage, said Gaara serenely. Katsuchi nodded awkwardly. Even if the Kazakage said it, she still wasn't sure if it was a good idea to act so casual around him. She had heard a great deal of horror stories about Sabaka no Gaara, and even if he seemed like a reasonable person, she didn't want to risk offending him in any way, especially since he was the leader of a village that had a strained relationship with her own. Naruto told me that you helped to bring me back. You have my thanks, said Gaara with a small smile. It was nothing really. Everyone else helped just as much as I did, if not more, said the girl with a humility rarely seen on her. Come on, Katsuchi. Don't sell yourself short. I heard that you were the first to get to Gaara and almost snatched him back from those bastards. Praised Naruto. Almost is not the same as actually doing it, said the tomboy. Still, your efforts will not go unnoticed, said the Kazakage. I'm indebted to Naruto and his friends, and that includes you. I wouldn't even be alive if it wasn't for all of you. I'll be honest, I don't know what to say, replied Katsuchi sheepishly. She could say that being praised by the leader of an entire village and tell you that he owed you felt nice. You don't have to say that, Gaara. You don't owe us anything. That's what friends are for, Naruto proclaimed with a smile and squinted eyes. Friends also know when they should appreciate the things friends do for them and try to make it up, replied Gaara with a grateful smile of his own. Katsuchi watched the interaction between Naruto and Suna's leader with amazement. Seriously, how the hell did Naruto manage to be friends with everyone important? By the way, Katsuchi, did you need me for something? You were looking for me, right? Questioned the blonde, remembering the original reason for the girl being here. Well, I didn't need you for a particular reason. I just wanted to see what you were doing, that's all, said the tomboy, not trying to interrupt the blonde's conversation with the Kazakage anymore. I'll look for you later if you are busy. There is no need for that. I was just about to go rest, reassured Gaara. He didn't want to interfere in Naruto's interaction with the kunoichi, even less so after the blonde admitted to feeling a connection with her, whatever that meant. And he could tell that his presence was making the girl nervous. I'll see you later, Naruto. You can keep telling me about your travels some other time. Sure. I'll see you later, Gaara, said the loud blonde. I'll take my leave then. Again, it was nice meeting you, Katsuchi-san, finished Gaara as he started walking towards the entrance to the Kazakage Tower. Likewise, Gaara-san, responded the girl as the Kazakage left her alone with Naruto. You finally met Gaara. And what did you think? He is pretty cool, asked Naruto cheerfully. He is not what I expected. But he seems okay, said the girl thoughtfully, which earned her a smile from the Jinchuriki. So, what have you been doing? Did you talk to the bastard of your former comrade? Asked Naruto curiously. At the reminder of Deidara, Katsuchi frowned as she recalled what the Mad Bomber had said about Naruto. Yeah, I did, said the girl somberly. And what did you talk about? Asked Naruto casually. Nothing of importance, really. He just said nonsense, pretty much. Don't worry about it, said the girl with a shook of her head. If you say so, said Naruto, not believing that to be entirely true. Koratsuchi seemed stressed about the topic, so there had to be more to it than that, but he decided to not press the issue. And aside from that, how did your day go? It was pretty boring, to be honest. I just spent most of my time sitting around and stuff, said the IW Kunoichi. She wasn't about to mention her confrontation with Niji, and she sure as hell wasn't going to tell Naruto about the new book she picked up, so that didn't leave much else of her daily activities to talk about. I see, replied Naruto solemnly. I'm sorry, Koratsuchi. I have been so distracted lately that I have been forgetting to hang out more with you. I'm supposed to be looking after you, you know. However, Naruto got confused when, for some reason, his comment seemed to make the girl mad. You don't have the obligation to be with me all the time, so don't feel like you do, replied the girl with an angry look in her eyes as she crossed her arms. I can take care of myself. I don't need you looking over my shoulder every day of the week. It irked her that Naruto felt like he had a duty to always be by her side. Well, technically he kind of did, but that wasn't the point. She enjoyed being around the idiot, and she hoped that he did too. If he only spent time with her out of commitment, she couldn't help but feel offended. That's not it at all, stated the blonde, feeling a bit upset that the girl would think that. You are as much of a friend to me as Lee, Niji, Tenten, or Gaara are. And lately, I have barely paid much attention to you. I don't treat my precious people like that if I can help it. Koratsuchi's eyes widened in shock at hearing him say that. Why you think I'm precious? Asked the dumbfounded girl. Well, yeah. All my friends are precious to me. I would do anything for them, so I would do anything for you also, said the blonde with a relaxed smile as he put his hand behind his head, acting as if what he just said was the most natural thing to speak out loud. Koratsuchi blushed at hearing Naruto admit that he considered her that important to him. Don't go around saying such corny things, idiot. When the flustered girl broke eye contact with the blonde, Naruto was starting to worry that he had said something wrong without realizing. However, it only took a moment for the girl to look at him in the eye once again, but now she was smiling warmly at the Jinchuriki. But I suppose I can let it pass. We are friends, so it's only fair, right? Declared the girl, still keeping her smile and the blush on her face. Now it was Naruto's turn to widen his eyes in shock. This was the first time hearing the girl admit to him that she thought of him as a friend, and he couldn't be happier for it. I'm glad, said Naruto as he gave the girl a smile too. As they gazed at each other, Naruto couldn't help but notice that the dim light of the stars in the night sky reflected on Koratsuchi's eyes. Due to that, her pink eyes almost seemed to glow in the dark as she gave him a tender look. The effect of that, combined with the smile she was giving him, made the girl look captivating to him, and he would dare say, pretty. Is something wrong? Asked Koratsuchi, with a perplexed expression when she saw Naruto giving her a weird look. Once Naruto realized he had been staring, he snapped back to normal as he shook his head. Sorry about that. My thoughts drifted somewhere else, said the blonde, wondering what the heck happened to him. I guess that's no surprise. Your thoughts are always somewhere else, replied the girl with a roll of her eyes. Hey, that's not true. I'm usually pretty focused on whatever I'm doing, said Naruto a bit indignant. Uh-huh, said Koratsuchi with a deadpan look, which caused Naruto to pout. I'm just teasing you, silly, said the tomboy good-naturedly. Naruto decided to change the subject, so instead, he directed his attention to the village. You know, Suna might not have tons of trees like we do in Konoha, but it still manages to look cool somehow, said the blonde as he overlooked the numerous clay buildings. Since the Kazakage Tower was one of the tallest buildings in Suna, they could pretty much see the entirety of the village from there. Koratsuchi mirrored Naruto's action as she gazed at the village enveloped in the dark. And the blonde was right. Even if the place was mostly a bunch of sandy cliffs, the way that the sand moved with the chilly night wind as it caressed the buildings made Koratsuchi feel strangely soothed. The view was like something out of a painting. This is so different to IWA, but it does have a certain charm to it, admitted the girl. I know what you mean. It's really something else, isn't it? Commented Naruto as he leaned on the railing to have a better look at the village. Koratsuchi was surprised to see that Naruto was actually acting pretty tranquil for once. He wasn't being loud or anything, he just contemplated the village in silence. Deciding to join her blonde friend, Katsuchi placed herself just beside Naruto as she too leaned on the railing. This is what Naruto had meant in his earlier chat with Gaara. Right now, he could feel the connection that he had talked about before. Even if he and Katsuchi weren't really doing anything at the moment, he still could tell that they had a strange kind of bond. With all this, Katsuchi had already forgotten her previous doubts that Deidara had caused. She didn't know if the bastard had said the truth and there was more to Naruto than met the eye, but right now, she didn't care. The only thing on her mind was enjoying this moment with her friend. Meanwhile, as Naruto and Katsuchi continued their interaction, they were unaware of Yuga watching them through the gap of the ajar balcony door. The Anbu had gotten there since the Kazakage left. It was still her job to be watching Katsuchi, and after neglecting her duty all day, she wasn't about to slack off now. But out of all the times that she had watched the girl, this was the first time when she actually felt awkward in doing so. She had the feeling that the scene she was looking at was an intimate moment for the two teenagers. The thought of that worried Yuga. Them being friends was one thing, but if for some reason they were to become something more, it could cause a big mess if their villages found out. But she was getting ahead of herself. They still hadn't done anything inappropriate, and she could only hope it stayed that way. And so, both teenagers kept watching the beautiful sight of the village with content, just enjoying each other's company for most of the night. Chapter 18, Team Building. Konohamaru no Seira. And that concludes our report, Tsunade-sama, said Kakashi as he was just finishing telling the Hokage what transpired in their most recent mission. The blonde woman gave a smile, pleased with the results. You did a great job, all of you, praised the Sannin as she looked at all the people currently in her office, Team 7, Team Guy, Yuga, and Katsuchi. Not only is this good for our relations with Suna, but this is also a setback for the Akatsuki and their plans. Maybe this will teach those bastards to not mess with us. Or other villages and their Jinchuriki for that matter, said Naruto. If only, but I highly doubt that will be the case. If anything, this will make the Akatsuki be more cautious in the future. Nevertheless, I'm happy to see that your training paid off, Naruto. In my opinion, you handled yourself pretty well, said the woman with a smile full of pride, to which the Jinchuriki responded with a sheepish laugh as he scratched the back of his head. Sending reinforcements was a good call, Tsunade-sama. Things could have gone much worse if we hadn't had help, admitted Kakashi, with a bit of shame. He had faith in the competency of his team, but it was true that they had come pretty close to failing the mission even with Guy and company. Without their support, things could have ended in disaster. I'm also relieved to see that the situation didn't take a turn for the worse, responded Tsunade before she directed her gaze towards Katsuchi. On another note, I'm glad to see that you behaved yourself, girl. Of course, Lady Hokage. I gave my word that I would, and I always fulfill my promises, answered the Iwa Kunoichi, showing all the confidence she could muster. But on the inside, she was wishing with all her might that Niji kept his mouth shut. Even if the Hyuga had practically said that he wasn't going to start an issue since he didn't have evidence of what she tried to do, that didn't mean that Katsuchi still felt comfortable knowing that the guy could rat her out at any moment, and in front of the Hokage no less. Young Katsuchi did admirably well, Hokage-sama. I must admit, even I had my reservations when she was assigned to come with us, but now I can say without a doubt that she is an honorable shinobi and I would have no problem working together with her again, said the energetic guy with a smile and a thumbs up. Indeed. Just as Guy-sensei says, Katsuchi-sen was a great help, and I'm happy to call her a comrade, added Lee. He wanted to give a positive opinion on the girl since the Hokage obviously still distrusted the Kunoichi heavily, but Lee concluded that Katsuchi didn't deserve the dislike that everyone had for her just because she was from Iwa. She even captured the Akatsuki member. Her knowledge on the guy really made a difference, added Tenten, helping her teammate put a good word for the tomboy. Katsuchi was uncomfortable at Team Guy's words as she felt ashamed that she had been very close to betraying that very same trust that they put on her. Is that so? Said Tsunade with a smirk as she stared at the Iwa girl. Then I hope that you keep that good conduct of yours, brat. Who knows, I may eventually even let you return to Iwa if you don't cause any trouble. Like hell I would, added Tsunade mentally. Katsuchi gave the woman a nod of acknowledgement, That's very generous of you, Hokage-sama. Like hell you would, thought the pink-eyed girl as she tried to keep a straight face in politeness. Anyway, as I was saying, this is a great victory for us in our efforts against the Akatsuki. Not only did you guys manage to kill one of them, but you also captured the other one, so he is practically as good as dead. Tsunade congratulated them once more. Speaking of which, Tsunade Shursho, said Sakura, which garnered the looks of everyone present. When we took down of one of the Akatsuki members, he told us some information regarding Orochimaru and could maybe even help us find Sasuke-kun. That made everyone get looks of surprise, even both teams that already knew of that. With everything that had been going on, they had forgotten to ask the medic on what she learned from Sasori. Naruto was especially embarrassed. He couldn't believe that he forgot that Sakura had learned intel on Orochimaru. He had been too busy hanging out with Gaara and Katsuchi, more so with Katsuchi, that the issue never crossed his head again until now. I see, responded Tsunade with seriousness before she looked at Guy and his team. Guy, you and your team are dismissed. I would like to talk with Team 7 alone if you don't mind. The Taijutsu master nodded in understanding. He knew that if the info concerned Orochimaru and by extension Sasuke, then this was a personal affair among Team 7, and he would rather not intrude. Of course, Tsunade-sama. We already reported our progress, so we should get going anyway, said Guy before he turned to the rest of his team. All right, everyone. We can't keep disregarding our training and let our flames of youth falter, so let's go. Finished the eccentric man before he started walking to the door of the office as his team followed him without complaint. Naruto-kun, Sakura-san, Katsuchi-san, I'll see you guys later. I might even invite you to a spar, said Lee with a smile and a thumbs up before he followed his sensei. See you guys around. I enjoyed working with you, said the friendly Tenten, as she also left. Until next time, said Niji plainly before he followed the rest of his team. Sure guys. I'll see you soon. Naruto responded back with a wave of his arm. With Team Guy gone, Tsunade proceeded to direct her gaze towards Yuga and Katsuchi. You two are also dismissed. Yuga, please escort Katsuchi back to her apartment. Roger, Hokage-sama. Answer the Anbu obediently before she turned to the girl at her side.
Come, girl.
What? But Katsuchi wanted to complain. She was curious to know about whatever Sakura had to say too. But the IWA girl stopped herself to avoid angering the Hokage. It's fine, Katsuchi. I'll come by later to talk. Naruto reassured her. Katsuchi knew that the blonde was practically telling her that he was going to inform her later of whatever they discussed, so the IWA Kunoichi nodded in understanding. Okay, I'll be going then, responded the tomboy before she followed Yuga out of the office. Now that Team 7 had been left alone with the Hokage, everyone looked at Sakura expectantly, waiting for the medic to start telling them of what she learned. You see, when we defeated Sasori, just before he died, he told us that he had a spy among Orochimaru's ranks, and that he was supposed to meet with his spy at the Tenchi Bridge, I believe he said the pink-haired girl. I see. If we manage to catch that spy, we should be able to get information on that prick of Orochimaru, maybe even find out where he and Sasuke are, exclaimed Naruto with excitement. This is indeed vital information, Sakura. I'm impressed, said the Sannin with a smile, proud of how much her student had grown. And that's not all. Sasori said that the meeting with his spy was going to take place in 10 days at the time of his death, added Sakura. Kakashi brought his hand to his chin as he pondered on this information. 10 days at the time of his death, Well, we took a whole day to get back to Suna, then we spent another day resting, then the trip back took us 3 days. So that means that the meeting is supposed to take place in about 5 days from now, concluded the Cyclops with a thoughtful look. Then we still have plenty of time to prepare and track down this spy, said Naruto with determination. It's not as much as you might think, brat, said Tsunade. We have to take into account the time that it takes to get to Tenchi Bridge, which is in the land of grass. Tsunade-sama is right. The time it takes to get from Konoha to Kusa is about 2 days, more or less. So, if we are to get there in time, we can't take more than 3 days to start the trip. And just to be safe, we shouldn't take more than 2. We don't want to risk missing our chance, analyzed Kakashi. That's correct. We can't risk not making it there in time, so I'll be sending you, Team 7, to the land of grass in 2 days' time, said Tsunade sternly. Your mission will be to meet up with the spy that the Akatsuki infiltrated into Orochimaru's ranks. You are tasked with capturing him or her and bring them back. Since the spy has connections with both the Akatsuki and Orochimaru, the information he or she may possess will be invaluable. But the information we are more interested in is the one on Orochimaru. The snake is elusive and has Uchiha Sasuke with him. This is a great chance to see if we can learn about his whereabouts. Maybe it will even help us to formulate a plan to assassinate him and bring back Sasuke. Understood, Hokage-sama. Anything else? Said Kakashi. Just one more thing. You would do well to look for one more person to go with you. As you know, you are short one member, and I already learned my mistake from your past mission on the risks of sending you ill-prepared, said Tsunade. Well, that's simple. I'll just ask Katsuchi to come with us, declared Naruto, as if that was the most obvious choice to take. Sakura sighed at the blonde's choice. He just seemed to want to include that girl in everything he could. Meanwhile, Tsunade groaned in exasperation. Naruto, the only reason I allowed the girl to aid you last time was because it was the best choice in that moment. But now I rather not take unnecessary risks with that girl if I can help it, said the Hokage. But she already proved that she can be trusted. And not only that, but we already saw that she works well with us, insisted Naruto. Tsunade was about to scold the Jinchuriki when Kakashi spoke before she could. Actually, Tsunade-sama, I think that sending the girl with us might not be such a bad idea, said the copy ninja. Everyone in the room looked at the Sharingan user with dumbfounded expressions. None of them, not even Naruto, expected the man to agree to let the girl go. Kakashi decided to elaborate his point since everyone was too busy looking at him like he just grew a second head. As Naruto says, Katsuchi already showed us that she is not looking for a chance to stab us in the back. Also, she did work well with the team, and I think that splitting some other team to borrow one of their members is not necessary, not when we have someone as capable as her already available and likely willing to come. Naruto was the first one to snap out of his surprise and took the opportunity to use the copy ninja's agreement to his advantage. See? Even Kakashi-sensei is all up for it. Tsunade sighed, a bit irritated. Dealing with Naruto's stubbornness is already bad enough, but you too, Kakashi? Asked the Hokage. Meh, maybe the girl is starting to grow on me, replied Kakashi with a casual shrug as he scratched the back of his head. Tsunade didn't buy Kakashi's excuse. The man was too smart to risk the girl accompanying and something happening just because she was growing on him. She massaged her temple, deciding with much reluctance to give the idea a shot. Fine, tell you what, if you can't find anyone else to accompany you and if the girl agrees, she can go with you, conceded the blonde. You are the best, Tsunade-bachan, said Naruto. But remember, I still want you to make a real effort to find some other member. Is that clear? Said the Hokage. Yeah, don't worry about a thing, Tsunade-bachan. I got this, declared the Jinchuriki. Well, not that we left all that clear. You are all dismissed, except for you, Kakashi. I have something to discuss with you, said the woman as she looked intently at the copy ninja. Both teenagers looked with curiosity at the Hokage, wondering what the woman wanted with their sensei. But they decided to not dwell on it too much, so they just complied. Okay, understood, responded Naruto and Sakura in unison before they left the office, leaving the Cyclops and the Sannin alone. Tsunade and Kakashi looked at each other silently for a few seconds until the Hokage broke the silence. I didn't expect you to agree with Naruto in letting the girl go with you. We don't know if she won't try anything on us. She is dangerous. What are you playing, Kakashi? Inquired the Hokage. Kakashi knew that Tsunade was bound to ask him that. It was true that Katsuchi was kind of growing on him, but still, he was a shinobi first above all else. If he were to consider that letting the girl come with them was too risky, he wouldn't have even contemplated the option. But still, he needed to explain his reasoning to his leader. Tsunade-sama, I understand your concern, but I think that letting the girl accompany us is safer than leaving her here, said Kakashi. Tsunade raised an eyebrow in wonder.
What do you mean by that?
I failed to see the logic behind that statement. Naruto seems to be a good influence on the girl. I strongly believe that allowing the two of them to spend time together actually helps us keep her under control. So far, it looks like she really cares about her friendship with Naruto. By being around him, I think that she is less likely to try something against Konoha, explained Kakashi. He wasn't an elite ninja for nothing. He wouldn't have come so far in his career as a shinobi if he didn't know how to read people and look underneath the underneath. And the girl seemed loyal to the ones she considered comrades. So Kakashi had full confidence that the girl wouldn't put them at risk if it meant betraying Naruto's trust. I see. I can certainly understand the point you are trying to make, said Tsunade before she gave a sigh once again. It just seemed to be turning into a habit whenever she dealt with Team 7. Well, nothing to be done about it now. I already gave you full permission to bring the girl if you couldn't find another member, so all that's left is to trust that your deductions are right. I'll keep an eye out just in case, but I still think that things will go smoothly, said Kakashi. Good. Now that we cleared that up, I have another task for you, informed the Hokage. Kakashi slightly tilted his head to the side, questioning what else could the Hokage want from him. And what would that task be, Tsunade-sama? As you know, I still have some matters to take care of regarding IWA. I have arranged a meeting with Inoki at Kanabi Outpost a few days from now, said the Sannin. A meeting with Kazakage at Kanabi Outpost? I haven't heard anything about it until now, said the surprised copy ninja. That's no accident. I have been keeping this as a secret to avoid creating panic within the village. If our people heard that I'm going to be meeting with Kazakage, they might think that war is on the horizon, said Tsunade. So I take it and I hope that it really isn't, inquired Kakashi. That's up to Inoki, responded Tsunade gravely, which only created a tense silence in the room for a few seconds. Anyhow, what I'm trying to say is that I don't want people to know about this meeting, so I will be going there discreetly without anyone knowing about it. And how do you plan to do that, Hokage-sama? Asked the Sharingan user. He was sure that if the Hokage left for a few days, people would start wondering why their leader was missing. That's where you come in, said Tsunade before she pulled a weird-looking kunai from her drawer. The kunai had 3 blades instead of 1, and the handle was marked with a seal. Kakashi widened his lone visible eye when he saw that particular weapon. That's the Yandame's kunai. He would never forget the signature weapon of his sensei. Correct. I need you to take this kunai and place it somewhere nearby of Kanabi Outpost. As you know, my personal guards know the Hiraijin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder Formation technique, which will come in handy to getting there without anyone noticing I left, explained the Hokage. She was actually planning on sending shadow clones anyway, so she didn't have to worry about the way back. Her clone would just need to dispel, and she would know everything that happened there. It was pretty convenient for her that Team 7 was going to travel so close to Kanabi Outpost. Now she would not need to send an extra team just to mark the place. So, to state the obvious, I should not say anything about this to anyone, asked Kakashi. That's right. And if the girl does end up going with your team, you'll have to be extra careful. We don't want her knowing that her grandfather will be meeting with me, said the Hokage. The completion of this task is of utmost importance, as you might imagine. But I trust that you will see to it that it gets done. Of course, Hokage-sama. You can leave this to me, said Kakashi with resolution as he grabbed the kunai from the desk. Then that's all for now. You are dismissed, Kakashi, said Tsunade. The copy ninja gave a small bow before he left the office with the intent to relax for the rest of the day. He didn't want to think that they may be going to war with IWA in the immediate future, but there was nothing he could do about it but try to clear his mind of any tension. Konoha streets. So, any idea on which one of your friends you want to ask first? Said Katsuchi to Naruto, who was currently walking beside her through the marketplace with Yuga right behind them. I guess whoever we find first, said Naruto. We could always just tell Tsunade-bachan that we didn't find anyone, and you can come with us instead, suggested the blonde. Oh no you won't, said Yuga in anger. You're going to do what Hokage-sama told you to do, and put some effort into finding another teammate for your mission, and if I have to stay with you until then, that's exactly what I'll do. Yuga's outburst made Naruto and Katsuchi flinch at the unexpected reaction of the woman. Yuga had been keeping watch over Katsuchi when Naruto arrived at the girl's apartment to tell her about what he discussed with the Hokage. And after Naruto explained everything, Yuga practically dragged them both out of the apartment to make the blonde look for an extra member for the team. Yuga knew that if the girl went with Team 7, the Hokage would more than likely send Yuga again to keep an eye on Kurotsuchi, and the Yenbyu woman was already tired of being a glorified babysitter. She had been doing that for days already, for God's sake. Some rest would be nice, and she was going to ensure that both teenagers really went looking for members, damn it. Okay, I get it. I'll keep looking, said Naruto in appeasement. Someone is bound to show up sooner or later. I don't see the rush, to be honest, said Kurotsuchi as she put her hands behind her head in a relaxed manner which earned her a glare from the Yenbyu. You aren't taking this search seriously enough just so you can go with Naruto instead, accused the purple-haired woman with crossed arms. You can't prove that, said Kurotsuchi with a sly smirk. It wasn't like she was dying to go or anything, but being away on a mission with her blonde friend was better than being stuck in Konoha with nothing better to do but to put up with people that hated her. Additionally, she really needed to keep her skills sharp if the past mission was any indication. Yuga was about to answer the girl, but her rebuttal was cut short when someone else approached the group with a greeting. Hey there, Naruto. What's up? I was wondering when we would see you again, said Kiba Inuzuka just as he approached the group along with Shino at his side. Kiba? And Shino too? How are you guys? Said Naruto with a bright smile. Yuga sighed with relief at finally finding some of Naruto's friends while Kurotsuchi just looked at the duo with a disinterested face. Where the hell have you been? We haven't seen you since the day we brought you back, said Kiba.
Sorry, guys.
It's been crazy lately, and there are a lot of things that I have been taking care of, said Naruto as he scratched his cheek. We heard about that. We know that you helped save the Kazakage, said the ever-stoic Shino.
Yeah, man.
I can't believe that you just got back, and you are already doing such important missions. I can't help but be envious, said Kiba. It's just like you to get involved in those kinds of things, Naruto, added Shino. Well, I couldn't just stand by while Gaara was in trouble. You know me, said Naruto with a grin. You're right. But maybe next time you can bring us along with you. We could really use something intense for a change, said the Inuzuka. I agree. I could be a great asset to the team, said Shino with an unusual harsh edge in his voice. Naruto smiled tensely. It appeared that the Aburame was still trying to prove himself to Naruto ever since he missed going on the mission to retrieve Sasuke 3 years ago. Shino may be quiet, but he sure was stubborn. I'll keep it in mind. However, Kiba finally noticed the IWA Kunoichi standing behind Naruto. Hey, I know you. You are the IWA girl that we brought back at that time. The one that attacked Naruto, said Kiba as he pointed at the tomboy with an irritated look. Kurotsuchi just rolled her eyes and groaned in exasperation. Here we go again, thought the Kunoichi. Oh yes, that's me. I'll also have you know that I eat newborn babies, pray to my dark god every night, and I'm the worst demon since the tailed beasts, Kurotsuchi said with sarcasm. Keep your temper to yourself, dog boy. You aren't the first or the last dunce to come pointing fingers at me for that. The comment just made Kiba angrier, though. Wah what? The nerve you have to talk to me like that when you and your friends are the ones to blame. That was a mission, so I had no choice. That's in the past. Now I'm friends with Naruto, said the pink-eyed girl. It was then that Naruto finally intervened. Easy there, Kiba. She is right. Kurotsuchi is my friend now. You gotta be kidding me, dude, said Kiba, not understanding how Naruto could be so forgiving. Just drop it, Kiba, said Shino as calmly as ever. If even Naruto doesn't mind her, then I don't think it is our place to judge. He is our friend. Of course it is our place. She almost killed him, insisted the Inuzuka. Ahem. Naruto, aren't you forgetting to ask your friend something? Reminded Yuga before they strayed even more from their original assignment. Naruto nodded at the Yenbyu, deciding that going back to their initial purpose was a better alternative than having Team 8 arguing over Kurotsuchi. Hey guys, putting aside that for now, I actually had something to ask of you. At least that seemed to distract Kiba from picking a fight with Kurotsuchi, and the feral boy focused his attention on Naruto once more. You wanted something from us? Okay, what is it? Well, you see, my team is about to go on a mission, and we need one more member. So, I was wondering if any of you guys would be up for it. asked the Jinchuriki. I'm sorry, Naruto, but Hinata, Kiba, and I will be going on a mission with Kurenai-sensei. I'm afraid we are rather unavailable at the moment, said the stoic Shino. Shino, you are always complaining that we never bring you to our missions, and when I do ask you to come you refuse, Naruto pointed out with a deadpan look. He is not wrong, Kiba pointed out to the bug user. That actually made Shino pause to think about it, apparently somewhat annoyed that what Naruto said was true. By the way, Naruto, who is the lady? A friend of yours? Asked Kiba sheepishly as he looked at Yuga, and she raised an eyebrow at the Inuzuka's sudden attention in her. Who, Yuga? Said the genin as he looked over to the Anbu. I don't see any other ladies around, replied Kiba with a snide smirk which secured him a cold glare from Katsuchi. Anyway, Inuzuka Kiba. A pleasure to meet you, miss. Aburame Shino. Glad to make your acquaintance. Added Shino politely to keep proper etiquette. Yuzuki Yuga. Pleased to meet you, said the purple-haired woman, feeling a bit uncomfortable at earning the interest of a teenager. Then, Kiba put an arm around Naruto's shoulders and dragged him a few feet away from the group to talk to him in a low voice. Naruto, you bastard. How the hell do you know such a pretty chick like her? She is one of Katsuchi's Anbu guards, so she is by her side most of the time, explained Naruto with a curious look. And what's with that attitude all of a sudden? However, Kiba just ignored the blonde's question. Man, now I'm jealous for real right now. I'm always with Hinata and Shino, so I never get to meet such hot girls, complained the feral boy. And speaking of which, where is Hinata? Asked Naruto at the mention of the shy girl, remembering that he hadn't seen the Hyuga heiress in a while. Now that you mention it, she was here with us just before we approached you. I wonder where she went off to, said Kiba as he glanced around the street. Meanwhile, just around the corner of one of the nearby buildings, said Hyuga had her back nervously pressed against the wall. You can do it, Hinata. You already saw Naruto-kun the other day. There is no need to be so embarrassed in meeting up with him. But what am I going to say to him? What if I stutter or say something stupid? Or both? The shy girl tormented herself mentally, trying to make up her mind to go and talk to the object of her affections. Here you are, Hinata. I found you. The abrupt appearance of Naruto's face just a few inches away from Hinata's made the girl give a surprised screech and headbutt the blonde due to her shock. There you are, Hinata. I didn't even notice when you left, said Kiba as he approached the Hyuga along with Shino, Kuratuchi, and Yuga. Oh, it hurts, complained Naruto as he rubbed the bridge of his bleeding nose. Naruto, are you all right? Asked Katsuchi before she looked at Hinata fiercely. What's wrong with you? Be more careful. I'm sorry, said Hinata in panic. Hey, don't talk to Hinata like that. It's not her fault that Naruto appeared out of nowhere and frightened her, said Kiba, defending his teammate. She is a ninja, isn't she? What kind of kunoichi reacts like that? Said the tomboy. Before Kiba escalated the argument, Naruto decided to get between the duo. Don't worry, Katsuchi, I'm fine. Hinata didn't mean to do that, reassured Naruto as he put an arm around Hinata's shoulders, not unlike how Kiba had done with him just a few minutes earlier. See? No harm done. However, that action made Hinata widen her eyes in shock and her face went bright red. Naruto-kun is holding me. That was Hinata's last thought before her mind went blank and she fainted, falling to the ground with a thud. Hinata, what's wrong? Asked Naruto. Damn it, not again, said Kiba. This is your fault, Naruto. Me? What did I do? Said the blonde. This always happens whenever you are around, accused the Inuzuka. But I never do anything, added the Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Katsuchi and Yuga looked at the scene with puzzled expressions while Shino just stayed silent, as he was already used to this. Iwabakure no Sato. Katsuchi was on his way to meet with his father and was currently going up the stairs to the Tsukage Tower, as he had been informed to go immediately. Apparently, whatever the issue was had to be of the highest urgency. He and Anoki barely talked to each other after what happened in the mission to capture the Kyuubi. For his father to call him like this despite knowing that Katsuchi didn't want anything to do with him right now had to mean that this was way more important than their current dispute. Katsuchi knocked on the door of the Tsukikage's office, and after a moment, he got permission to enter and he walked towards his father, stopping just before his desk. "You wanted to see me, Tsukikage-sama?" asked Katsuchi with formality, avoiding referring to his father in the casual manner he usually did. "I did," said Onoki with a scowl. He really would have hoped that Katsuchi would talk to him again like he used to. The Tsukikage already knew that his bad decisions not only cost him both of their Jinkyuriki, but also several lives of Iwa citizens. They had thought that Kuratsuchi was among the losers, but it looked like the girls still had a chance, and that was the reason that Onoki called Katsuchi in the first place. A letter arrived from Konoha. "Really? Did they say what they're going to do about the attempt on their Jinchuriki?" asked Katsuchi. "More than just that. Here, you have to read it for yourself," said the Tsukikage as he handed his son a folded sheet of paper. Katsuchi didn't waste any time and took the letter from the small man and proceeded to read it in silence, and as he did so, his emotions shifted from confusion to alarm and finally to hopefulness. "I can't believe it. Kuratsuchi is alive. She is in Konoha, but she is alive," said the man in relief. He hadn't heard anything about his daughter in a long time. They had thought her to be dead. If the possibility to see Kuratsuchi again was there, as a parent it filled him with hope. "Don't get your expectations up just yet. This could be a trap for all we know," said Onoki sternly. "They want to meet with you to negotiate Kuratsuchi's safety in exchange for compensation. I'm sure that they will bring proof of her well-being if they want us to take them seriously," said Katsuchi. "Even if what they say is true, maybe she is as good as dead. Who knows what kind of treatment she has endured so far while in their care. She might be broken beyond help at this point," said the Tsukikage coldly. He didn't want to think about his granddaughter in such a state, but he was a leader and had to think about this logically. He couldn't just let his emotions dictate his actions. "Don't you say that," said Katsuchi with a finger pointed at the small man. "You got us into this mess, so now we have to get her out of it." "Don't talk to me like that," warned the old man. "And you know we can't trust Konoha. They must be itching to get revenge on us. If we don't treat this carefully, we might make the situation even worse. It can't be worse than it already is. But Kuratsuchi is alive. I don't know if we can't trust that they haven't abused her in any way, but I just want to get her back," said the Jounin. Onoki could see the desperation in his son's eyes, and he had to admit that he felt the same way even if he wanted to keep a clear head. Onoki sighed in resignation. It seemed that he would have to take a risk. "They want to meet us at Kanabi Outpost. I didn't trust in going at first, but I concede that we shall find out and they truly have Kuratsuchi with them. In that case, I'll be going with you," said Katsuchi with determination. "Don't be so hasty. We aren't going in person. We will get close enough and then send clones in our stead. If I have to guess, that's what they will do too," concluded the old Kage. "I guess we have no choice in the matter if Kuratsuchi's safety is concerned," said Katsuchi. "I just hope that she is being treated fairly." Konoha streets. Kuratsuchi munched on a stick of dango as she once again roamed the street with Naruto and Yuga in tow. Their encounter with Team 8 proved to be fruitless, so that only left them to find some other team willing to lend one of its members. "I can't believe we haven't managed to find anyone yet," lamented the NBU. "At least I hope that the next ones we find don't make a scene like that," added Kuratsuchi as she took another bite of her food. "And how is your nose, Naruto? Did it stop bleeding?" "Yeah, a while ago, actually." "Told you it wasn't a big deal," said the blonde. "You have such weird friends." "A headbutt, really? What kind of greeting is that?" "Even if you surprised her, that's no excuse," said the tomboy, still annoyed. "Hey, don't be too hard on Hinata. She is one of the nicest people I know," said the Jinchuriki. "She just tends to be a bit weird from time to time, it's all. For example, she never looks at me in the eye despite being very kind when we talk. And I think she is very sickly too. Whenever I see her, she is always red in the face and faints every time I get too close. But as I said, she is always very kind to me even with all her odd quirks." However, he stopped rambling when he noticed that both females had ceased walking and were giving him stares of disbelief. "You gotta be kidding me. No one can possibly be this dense," thought Kuratsuchi as she kept looking at her friend with a deadpan expression. "Oh my god. This kid. Not even hate was this bad, reflected Yugao as she mirrored the face of the younger Kunoichi. What? Asked the puzzled Naruto as he too halted to look at them intently. Your idiocy still finds ways to surprise me, said Kuratsuchi. I can't disagree with her this time, added the purple-haired woman. What's that supposed to mean? What did I say now? Said the confused boy. Forget it, said both girls in unison as they resumed their walk, deciding that Naruto was a lost cause. You can't just say something like that out of nowhere and leave me hanging. Hey, said Naruto as he started chasing after them, but to no avail, since they completely dropped the topic. After that, they didn't take long to run into someone else. Aren't those your friends? Said Kuratsuchi as she spotted the familiar figures of Team 10 walking towards them. You are right. Hey Shikamaru, Ino, Chuji, how are you guys? Said the Jinchuriki as he approached his friends along with his two female companions. Look, if it isn't Naruto and Kuratsuchi. Hello there, replied Ino with a smirk, noticing the group right away. Good to see you again. It's been a while, replied Chuji, eating from a bag of chips as always. Yo, Shikamaru greeted them with a lazy salute. What have you two been up to? We haven't seen you since the day we ate together, said Ino. A lot of things, really. I'll tell you later. Right now I wanted to ask you guys something, said Naruto. We are looking for an extra member for Naruto's team. He is going on a mission and he needs one more person, said Kuratsuchi. I see, said Shikamaru. Sorry, but I have to sort some paperwork for the Chunin exams. Yeah, and Chuji and I have a mission with the Suma-sensei. I wish I could do something about it, said Ino apologetically. I don't know, I think that we could ask a Suma-sensei to let us help. It just doesn't feel right to deny a request for help from Naruto, said Chuji with a friendly grin. He is not going to agree. Without me helping you, the team is already short a member. He is not going to make the unit even smaller, reasoned Shikamaru. Well, that's a shame, said Naruto, but despite what he said, he didn't seem that bothered by it. Don't sweat it, is no big deal. I'll just find someone else. As I said, we are sorry, said the shadow user before he looked at Yugao. Also, it's good to see you, Yugao-san. I can say the same to you, Nara, said the woman cordially despite feeling depressed that they failed yet again to get another member. You know each other? Asked Kuratsuchi. Yeah, I'm always helping with stuff like the Chunin exams and the like. Sometimes I have to work with the Yenbyu to organize the security, explained Shikamaru. Anyway, why don't you guys join us for a while? We have some free time before our mission, and we were planning on grabbing a bite. We could use the company, suggested the Yamanaka. That sounds like a great, Naruto was interrupted when Yugao smacked him on his side with her elbow. Actually, we have to get back to our job, isn't that right, you two? Said the purple-haired woman to Naruto and Kuratsuchi, but despite sounding friendly, both teenagers picked on the dangerous undertone of her voice, daring them to say otherwise. Why, yeah, I think we should better get on our way, said Kuratsuchi with an uneasy smile. It was still strange for her to see the normal calm Anbu be so adamant to the point of being aggressive. It showed that Yugao really wanted to get another member for the mission. That's too bad, said Ino in disappointment. In that case, I think we two should go. I'm starving right now, and I don't want to leave for our mission without eating anything first. That's right. I can't perform at my best with an empty stomach either, said the Akimichi, never letting a chance to eat get away. And I'll go back to working on that paperwork, added Shikamaru. So, I'll see you all later. Finished the shadow user with a wave before he turned to leave. Kon Choji. Bye guys, I'll talk with you another time, said Ino as she also left. See ya, replied the plump boy as he followed his female teammate. As soon as Team 10 left the immediate vicinity, Yugao slumped her shoulders in defeat and exasperation. There goes another team that can't spare a member, lamented the woman. Nothing to be done about it. If they can't help, that's just how things are, said Kuratsuchi. That only left another person to find. Guy. But despite looking for the man and his team, they couldn't find them anywhere. They couldn't even find the taijutsu user in the training grounds. They guessed that guy probably requested another mission already. Knowing the eccentric man, he most likely didn't waste any time into going right away for another activity to do. Or maybe he had gone out of the village for some special training regime. With Guy, you could never be sure. Okay, I give up, said a worn Katsuchi. I think we should stop for today. And it's getting late, said Naruto as he looked at the setting sun that had already started to be covered by the cliffs. I think we better continue tomorrow. Yuga, where are you going? Said Katsuchi once she noticed the purple-haired woman walking away. I'm going home to rest. Just as Naruto said, it's getting late and I'm tired, answered the Yenbyu before she resumed walking. Also, I don't think I'll be able to help you look for members tomorrow. Just letting you know, she had pretty much just resigned herself to the idea that she would have to go with them on their mission. So, with that in mind, she might as well use her remaining free time to rest. Her Anbu comrades could watch over the tomboy just fine by themselves. What's up with her? I still don't understand why she cares about this so much. Naruto asked the IW Kunoichi. Who knows, said Katsuchi. So, you want to grab something to eat? We have not eaten since breakfast, suggested Naruto. Katsuchi bit her lip as she thought about it. They might as well. Last time they tried going out to eat together, they were interrupted by Konohamaru, but the idea still seemed appealing. Sure, why not? Great. Come, I never got a chance to show you Ichiraku, said the blonde as he picked up the pace and started walking in the direction of his favorite restaurant as Katsuchi followed him. In just a few minutes they arrived at Ichiraku, and Naruto could see that both Tucci and Ayam were in the ramen stand. Not surprising since it was still early for Ayam to go home. What's up, old man? Hi, Ayam, greeted Naruto as soon as he entered the small restaurant accompanied by Katsuchi. I was wondering when our favorite customer would show up, said Tucci with a smile. Good to see you, Naruto. I barely see you anymore since you came back from your training trip, said Ayam. She was a fair-skinned girl with long brown hair and dark eyes. She was wearing a white robe, just like her father, and had a white cloth that she used to keep her hair in place. You know how it is, Ayamne. Now my great ninja skills are always in need, and I barely have much time to do anything else, boasted Naruto. I don't doubt it. And I see you brought a new friend, said Ayam when she noticed Katsuchi. Ayam's observation caught the attention of Tucci, and he didn't miss a beat in welcoming the girl personally. A newcomer? Welcome to Ichiraku, miss. I do believe we haven't seen you around here before, said the man before he noticed the IWA headband on the girl's forehead. Katsuchi noticed the man looking at her headband for a moment with his head tilted in confusion, but that only lasted a few seconds, and the ramen chef gave her a grin once more. So, what can I get you? Asked the man. I want an order of miso ramen, said Naruto with eagerness. I'll have the same. He is the ramen expert after all, said Katsuchi. 2 orders of miso ramen coming right up, said Tucci as he and Ayam went into the kitchen. I'm sure you'll agree with me that this is the best ramen ever. Just wait till you try it, said Naruto to the pink-eyed girl as they both took a seat at the counter. It does smell nice. And the place is not bad, said the girl as she looked around the small restaurant. It was a humble place, but it had a homely feel to it. It was nice. You better believe it. I've eaten here since I was little, and I still have yet to taste a better ramen, declared the blonde. No kidding? You actually know this place from that long ago? Asked Katsuchi. Yep, even before I even entered the academy. This was the first place willing to sell me anything, actually, said Naruto with a reminiscing look. What do you mean by willing? Said the tomboy with a raised eyebrow. You see, because of the you-know-what, said the blonde as he brought a hand to the seal on his stomach. Because of it, most people never sold me stuff as a kid. Old man Tucci was the first person to treat me like any other customer despite everything, explained the Jinchuriki as he remembered those lonely days. A look of realization hit Katsuchi. She had forgotten for a moment how disliked Naruto was among the Konoha citizens. Of course it wouldn't have been better when he had been a child. It now made sense why Naruto liked this place so much. Also, that might explain why Tucci didn't seem to care too much even when he clearly noticed she was from IWA. The man was obviously very open-minded, so it wasn't that strange that he didn't mind that she was from an enemy nation. There you go. Tucci interrupted them when he put 2 bowls of ramen in front of them. 2 bowls of miso ramen. I hope you enjoy them. Thanks, old man, said Naruto with a smile as he grabbed his chopsticks.
Itadakimasu.
And with that, the blonde started digging into his meal at lightning speed. Koratsuchi could only stare in amazement at the pace in which Naruto devoured the bowl. Do you even savor it by any chance? You bet, responded the Jinchuriki as he finished swallowing the remaining soup with a content sigh. Another serving, please. Already on it, responded Tsuchi before he brought yet another bowl. He was already used to Naruto's way of eating. He pretty much could already tell when the boy would want more, which was most of the time. Koratsuchi couldn't believe it. Naruto was already starting his second bowl, and she had yet to eat any of hers. Finally, she turned to her own meal and brought some of the noodles to her mouth. She widened her eyes momentarily at the taste. Naruto, you were right for once. This is really good, said the tomboy before she hastily started eating the rest. Told ya, responded the boy with a wide smirk, happy to see that the girl was enjoying herself. I'm always delighted to see a new customer satisfied, said Tsuchi. By the time both teenagers finished, Koratsuchi had eaten 2 bowls, but was nothing compared to the dozen bowls Naruto ate. I'm full. I can't believe how much ramen you can eat, Naruto, said the girl. I thought I moderated myself well, said Naruto, which gained him an odd look from the pink-eyed girl. Excuse me, miss. I forgot I hadn't introduced myself. I am pleased to meet you, said the civilian girl to the kunoichi. Koratsuchi was a bit taken back by the question as she didn't expect the older girl to try and start a conversation with her. I'm Koratsuchi. Pleased to meet you too. You aren't from around here, are you? Asked Iam, taking the opportunity to try and learn more from Naruto's new female friend. She was happy that the boy was starting to show some more interest in other girls besides Sakura, or at least Iam hoped he did. Koratsuchi looked inquisitively at the curious girl. That question came out of nowhere, but she supposed that if she knew Naruto since they were kids, she ought to see the blonde as family and would want to know more about the new friends he made. I'm from IWA. IWA, Interesting. I have never met anyone from there, said Iam with a reflective look. She knew that IWA and Konoha didn't get along, but if Koratsuchi was Naruto's friend, that was enough for Iam to not think about it too much. Rather, she directed her attention to Naruto and looked at him with a foxy grin. Naruto, I didn't know you had turned into a lady killer. When were you going to tell me you got a girlfriend? Iam could not resist teasing Naruto about this. Well, what? We aren't. Naruto got flustered and tried to explain to Iam that they were just friends, but he couldn't articulate a proper sentence due to his nervousness. Koratsuchi blushed a little at hearing the older girl say something like that, but she found amusing the way that Naruto mumbled like a fool in his predicament, so instead of making a scene over this, she decided to play along. Honey, that's terrible. Why haven't you let everyone know about us? Don't you love your girlfriend? Said Koratsuchi with a grin and a wink as she put her arm around Naruto and put her cheek on his own. Naruto's face got even redder at the bold action of the girl next to him, and in his stupor, he went completely mute. This only made Koratsuchi's mischievous grin get even larger. Naruto, your face is as red as a tomato, said Iam as she laughed in her palm. Girls, please stop teasing the poor boy. I think he's going to pass out at this rate, said Tsuchi, who also smiled at their antics. Naruto decided that it was best to leave for now, or they might continue tormenting him. I think we'll be going now. Thanks for the ramen, old man, said Naruto as he paid the tab before quickly leaving the place with a still laughing Koratsuchi. See you later, and thanks for coming, said Iam with a wave of her arm as the teenagers left. Even on the street, Koratsuchi was still teasing the Jinchuriki. Ha ha ha. You should have seen your face. You are both evil, said Naruto with crossed arms. That's not a nice thing to say to your girlfriend, Naruto, said Koratsuchi between giggles. Naruto looked at the laughing girl with an expression that left clear that he wasn't amused by this. Girls always got a kick of making him uncomfortable. Koratsuchi as his girlfriend? That was ridiculous. They were friends. Also, there was no way that the IWA prodigy would like him in that way. But now that he thought about it, the idea wasn't that unappealing. She wasn't ugly or anything. In fact, he thought her eyes were really pretty, her laugh was kinda cute, she was smart, and bad thoughts, he shook his head again to get rid of that particular train of thought. They were friends, and that was it. This was the second time he found himself thinking such things, so he wondered what was going on. Katsuchi frowned with perplexity when she saw the blonde shaking his head and making weird faces. "What are you doing?" Naruto looked at the girl with wide eyes. For a moment he had forgotten that she was standing just beside him. "Sorry, I was spacing out. You seem to be doing that a lot lately. More than usual at least," the girl pointed out. "I know. I wish I knew why," said the Jinchuriki, without a clue. Katsuchi raised an eyebrow at the blonde's odd behavior, but she decided to drop the topic. "So, what you want to do now? Is not that late yet, so we could still do something else. Unless you have other things to do, that is," said Katsuchi. Naruto pondered on that for a bit. A distraction to clear his head would be nice. After a moment, he perked up when an idea came to mind. "I know a good place,"
Come,
said the boy before he grabbed Katsuchi's arm in excitement to drag her away with him. Katsuchi was momentarily stunned by the action, but she let herself be dragged nevertheless. She didn't want to ruin Naruto's enthusiasm. And besides, she didn't mind his touch, and in a way, their closeness was comforting. After a few minutes, she started to wonder where Naruto was taking her, since they were already on a remote cliff with stairs that seemed to go to the top of the Hokage mountain. "Naruto, where exactly are we going?" Katsuchi decided to ask at last. "To my favorite place in the whole village. To the top of the Hokage faces. On top of the Yondaime, to be precise. The view of the village is pretty nice from up there," said Naruto as he happily continued to drag Katsuchi by the arm, when suddenly the girl refused to move anymore. Startled, Naruto looked back at the tomboy to ask what the problem was, but he didn't get a chance to do so. "Not going," said Katsuchi simply. Why not?" "I promise the view is nice, trust me," insisted the blonde. "I'm not going anywhere close to anything related to that man. That includes the monument in his honor," said the tomboy with a frown.
What do you mean by that?
"The Yondaime was awesome. He was the best ninja ever," said Naruto. He almost looked offended at the disrespect to his idol. "Awesome? He was a miserable piece of shit," said the Kunoichi as her pink eyes glinted with anger. "Take that back. He was the strongest and kindest Hokage ever," said Naruto, now getting angry too. "Kai my ass, he was a murderer. A butcher." Katsuchi shot back. "He was a hero," said a heated Naruto. "He killed my mother," said Katsuchi. Now that made Naruto go quiet as he stared agape at the girl before him. He hadn't known that piece of information. She already told him that her mom was killed by Konoha ninja, but he didn't know that the Yondaime was the one who had done it. But everyone loves the Yondaime. Katsuchi snorted at that. "In Konoha maybe. He massacred hundreds of our ninja in cold blood, my mother included." She waited to see if Naruto had anything to say about it, but he just seemed to be troubled and deep in thought, so she just continued. "In the last war, there was no man more hated and feared in IWA than your Yondaime. He was almost like the boogeyman back then." "I didn't know any of that," said Naruto with melancholy. "We always praised the Yondaime as one of the best. I never expected him to do something like that. Of course you Konoha assholes would praise him. Iwa's misfortunes are Konoha's gain," said Katsuchi coldly. Naruto didn't know what to think. He simply couldn't believe just like that his idol had done such terrible things. "Are you sure he is the one that did that to your mom?" said the Jinchuriki, trying to find any reason to think that his favorite Hokage didn't really do such awful acts, but his question just enraged Katsuchi further. The Kunoichi's eyes lit up in fury as she grabbed Naruto by the collar of his jacket and looked at him straight in the eye. "I'm pretty sure I would know something as important as that, moron. There's no one I hate more than that prick, and I've always thought that it's a shame that his death wasn't more painful than it was. It's just that I still find it hard to believe how the Yondaime could have been that bad," said Naruto stubbornly, even as Katsuchi tightened her grip on him. "Oh, how dare you!" Katsuchi had been about to punch Naruto in the gut for the insensible comment when an Ienbyu let his presence be known to the girl as he peeked at her from a nearby tree with his hand on the scabbard of his blade. Katsuchi huffed in annoyance. Nowadays, she was so used to the Anbu following her that she often forgot that they were even there. So, she just settled for pushing Naruto off of her before shooting him a glare. Go fuck yourself then. And forget about me going with you on your mission. I'm done talking to you, dumbass. Finished the girl before she turned around and rushed towards the village once again. Katsuchi, wait. Naruto called out to the girl in vain as she left him there alone. I just wanted to apologize, whispered Naruto to himself. He had screwed up. Now it seemed that he made Katsuchi angry, for real this time. Just when he thought they had made real progress in their relationship, he had to say something like that. With all that had happened, Naruto decided to head home and call it a day, and the evening had been going so well too. Katsuchi walked furiously through the streets of Konoha. The nerve of Naruto to try and defend the yondaime, and after learning of what he did to her mother no less. He better not approach her in the immediate future or he would regret it. The girl didn't know what time it was, but judging by the barren street she guessed that it had to be late. However, she soon noticed that she wasn't as alone as she had thought. She saw a young man standing at the end of the street, facing her. He had short, straight black hair and pale skin. He was wearing black pants and a gray midriff shirt with a short black jacket that left his abdomen completely bare. On his back, he had what appeared to be a backpack and a tanto. He had his eyes squinted as he gave her a creepy, emotionless smile. It really wasn't the most comforting thing to see at the end of a dark street. As the boy just stood there staring towards Katsuchi's direction, the girl concluded that he had to be looking at her since there was no one else at this hour. What the hell are you looking at, faggot? Right now, she wasn't in the mood to be dealing with eerie weirdos. At first, the young man didn't say or did anything, but after a few seconds, he started to walk slowly towards her, all the while as he kept his smile. Greetings. I was looking for Naruto. I didn't expect to find his pet instead. What did you just call me? Said Katsuchi with narrowed eyes. A pet, he answered back plainly, seemingly not intimidated at all by her chilly glare. Do you have a death wish, asshole? Asked Katsuchi. What did I say? I don't believe I said anything incorrect, did I? Said the pale boy, for the first time changing his expression to reflect confusion. I heard that he takes care of you, pays for your food, your clothes, your living space, and takes complete responsibility for you. Not to mention that you are a prisoner, which in everyone's eyes is no better than an animal. If that isn't a pet, I don't know what it is. By the time he finished talking, he had stopped just a few meters in front of Katsuchi. It was taking said girl all her willpower to not throw herself at the fucker and tear him to shreds in the most painful way possible. But she knew that as much as she would love to do that, it would be futile to try. Even if the streets looked empty, she knew that the Yenbyu never left her alone. So she had no choice but to put up with the weirdo for as long as she could muster. What we do is not your business, said the girl, through clenched teeth. Being reminded that she was a liability to Naruto just made it harder to keep herself in check. Not to mention that having this guy mock her lack of independence hurt her ego. He is a fellow Konoha shinobi who is interacting on a daily basis with a potential enemy. I think that it is my business to care about it, said the odd boy. I don't envy Naruto, having to take hours of his time every single day to spend with an ugly girl like you. Actually, I feel bad for all the people that have to put up with you, how miserable you must make them all, having to act nice to you just so you can feel like you fit in with us. Katsuchi was shaking in rage as she stared at the boy with hatred. She had to contain herself. She had to. She didn't need to be reminded of how alone she was here. She had made some friends, but could she say with certainty that all of them were friends out of their own free will? Or were they putting up with her just to not make things more difficult for Naruto? She didn't want to hear more of this and tried to walk away from the freak, but he blocked her path, making it clear that he wasn't going to let her get away just like that. But on a second thought, I guess that idiot Naruto got himself into this mess to begin with. The pale boy continued to provoke her, talking as if he hadn't just cut her path. I heard he was the one that helped you to avoid a sentence. I can't imagine any logical explanation on why he would do something like that, even when you are a burden for him. The only possibility left is that he is a moron, or that he had something to gain from that. Katsuchi didn't know how much she could continue listening to this asswipe without losing her temper. But he did raise a point that she had never paid much mind until now, that Naruto helped her with her sentence when he didn't have anything to gain from it. They hadn't been friends yet, so she wondered if this guy was insinuating that the blonde had some ulterior motive. She shook her head, refusing to believe it. Even if she was angry at Naruto right now, that didn't mean that she should let this jackass undermine the deeds he had done for her. "I'm warning you." "Shut the fuck up," said the girl with barely contained rage. "A prisoner has no right to make demands of me," said the boy, still smiling. "In fact, as a prisoner you are practically a slave to us. You are the one that should listen to my demands. You may not be attractive, but you might still make a good whore." He was interrupted by a slap to the face, but not by the girl he had been expecting. Yuga stood beside the stunned young man, with her hand still extended from the previous hit she gave him. "That is no way to talk to a lady, kid." "Yuga," said Katsuchi in surprise. She hadn't even sensed the woman nearby. "What are you doing here? I thought you had gone home to rest." "I had," said the purple-haired woman. One could notice that she hadn't been on duty since she didn't have her Anbu uniform and was instead using a casual attire, a sleeveless blue top and cargo pants. "I went to your apartment earlier to see if you had made any progress after I left you. When I saw that you hadn't arrived, yet I came to find you." "That's surprisingly thoughtful of you," said Katsuchi, a bit more calm now that Yuga was here. "And you," said Yuga as she directed her attention to the rude boy she had just smacked. "Leave, or I'll make you leave." "I understand. Sorry if I offended you in any way," responded the pale-skinned man with the same fake grin he always seemed to have. "Go the fuck away, asshole," demanded Katsuchi. "Leave. Now," warned Yuga, backing Katsuchi up. The boy just nodded obediently, smile still on his face, before he turned around and walked away. It seemed that the assignment that Danzo-sama gave him would have to wait for some other time. He had been so close to making the girl attack him and completing that particular mission. It didn't matter right now anyway, there was no rush. It wasn't like he felt frustrated either. After all, he never felt anything at all. Now, with the unwanted presence of the boy gone, Katsuchi turned to Yuga with a grateful look. "Thanks for that. That prick was really starting to get on my nerves." "Don't mention it," said the older woman before she let out a sigh. "I leave you alone for a few hours, and you get yourself into these situations." Sorry," responded the tomboy. "Anyhow, I'll walk you to your apartment in case that the creep is still around," suggested the purple-haired woman. Katsuchi didn't feel comfortable depending on Yuga to watch her back, but she also didn't want to take the risk of running into the pale-skinned weirdo by herself again. So, she just nodded in agreement. And with that, both girls started walking in the direction to Katsuchi's apartment. "It would have been good to let me know that I could rely on the Yenbyu to have my back. In that case, I would not have tolerated that bastard for as long as I had," said Katsuchi as they continued their stride. "It's good that you did. Our task is not to help you, just to stop you if you try anything. If you had attacked him, my comrades would have put you down or seized you and brought you to the Hokage," responded Yuga. Katsuchi gave the older woman a quizzical look. "But you just dash." I did it outside of my shift," interrupted Yuga. "I helped you on my own accord, not because it was my duty." Katsuchi widened her eyes in shock at Yuga's admission. All this time, she just figured that the woman begrudgingly tolerated her due to her job. She never thought that she would go out of her way to help her just because she wanted to. Well, at least she hadn't been wrong in her previous assumption that the Enbu would not help her even if she was the one being wronged. Yuga noticed the look on the tomboy and she had a pretty good idea of what she was thinking. "I heard a bit of what that guy told you. You don't believe any of that, do you?" "What do you mean?" inquired the prodigy. "That you think you are a burden to all of us. You don't believe that, right?" said Yuga. "What does it matter what I think? I can't do anything about it even if it's true or false," said Katsuchi with a frown. "It matters because it was clearly bothering you," insisted the NBU. She didn't dislike Katsuchi. The girl wasn't so bad even if she was from IWA. Yeah, the tomboy could be a bit annoying sometimes, but nothing that she couldn't handle. "I helped you back there because I wanted to, even after knowing that you think I consider you a burden? You think you are a burden to Naruto." Katsuchi didn't know how to answer that. Naruto had already told her that he considered her precious to him, so she already knew that he didn't hang out with her out of obligation. But she still wondered if she was extra baggage that he had to deal with. One could be precious to someone and still be a burden. She hated being a prisoner. Not only did it denigrate her, but it also made things difficult for the people she befriended here. Even Yuga, who she previously tried to kill in the Land of Rivers, came to help her. That thought just made her feel like the biggest scumbag ever. Yuga sighed again when she noticed that Katsuchi still seemed full of doubt. She hoped that the boy's comments didn't get to her too much. In just a few more minutes, they were at Katsuchi's apartment building. Now that they had arrived at their destination, Yuga turned once more to her young companion. "Here we are. I don't think you need me to escort you to your door, do you?" "Very funny," said Katsuchi, clearly unamused. "At least Naruto seems to be asleep, so he should not bother you when you try to rest," joked the Yenbyu, noticing that all the lights in Naruto's apartment were off. "He probably wouldn't even if he wasn't either way." "We kinda had a fight," informed the tomboy. "You guys fought?" "About what?" asked Yuga with a frown. "Something stupid, really. Now I just feel silly about it," said Katsuchi. Despite what she said, she was still a bit angry at the blonde. But in hindsight, she herself had been a bit overdramatic and shouldn't have let the yondaime issue escalate the way it did. "I'm sorry to hear it, but all I can say is try to get a good night's rest. Tomorrow you can sort your issues out," said Yuga. "Sounds like a good idea." "I better get some sleep," said Katsuchi as she started going up the stairs of the apartment building. Yuga had already started going on her way when she was called back. "Yuga." The Yenbyu stopped in her tracks to turn around and look at Katsuchi, who was still standing on the steps of the staircase. "Thanks again for before," said the grateful Katsuchi. "No problem, kiddo," said the older woman with a grin before she turned away again to go on her way. Once the older woman was gone, Katsuchi went into her apartment. She just took off her weapons pouch, flak jacket, and her sandals before she got to bed, not even bothering to change into her pajamas. The encounter with that creepy boy was still fresh in her mind, and as much as she hated to admit it, he did a pretty good job in stirring her insecurities. She hoped that she never saw the guy again, but whoever he was, he had been pretty well informed about her, and realizing that made her feel too uneasy to sleep properly.